Hey, how's it going? You said I was live 10 minutes ago. Well, why would you say that? You're supposed to say I'm live on the dot. That would only make me 4 minutes late. And I'm actually never late. I only arrive when I mean to, because I'm, Gandalf, whatever. Fuck. Dude. No, okay. But hi. Hello. How's everyone doing? Shit. I'm having an issue with my interface software. For some reason, it's never updating when I change settings, even if I save them. It just goes back to the settings as they were like, I don't know, like 6 months ago. So that's kind of annoying. What am I supposed to do? It's fine. It's not a big deal. It just means I have to make like the same minor tweaks every fucking day. Dude. Okay. Russian hackers. Potentially. Quite possibly. Before I go into any of the news of the day, I kind of wanted to watch this video about why the Iraq war started. Because I know the kind of talking points about the bad intel and everything like that that led to them very eagerly gulping the idea that it was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, even though they really shouldn't have been that eager based on what they were told, even. But let me see if there's anything I want to start with before that. Oh, yeah. We'll watch this just to begin with. Wait, what? Your son Queeman fired a few shots at you 2 days ago. On stream yesterday, sorry, and 2 days ago. Not just him, a few people have. Heron and Pisco, President Sunday, Bad Empanada. Okay, it's all my favorite people. I was watching a little bit of Queeman's stream yesterday because I saw he was talking about me for quite a while. He's not my son, by the way. He's more like I don't know. I'm more like the uncle that he has a troubling relationship with. But what is this? Wu's #1 fan. What, Brianna Wu or Wu Tang Clan? Who are you talking about? Uh, I want to watch this first. Doubts emerged. This just came out like a minute ago, so. But yeah, in case you guys were asleep last night or you didn't watch the news since the last stream, seems very unlikely that they hit their targets now. Seems like Israel did a fuck up. It seems either they just missed or they didn't fire, I guess 10 planes wasn't enough for one building, or Hamas dudes got a warning and left. That's actually what they're saying. The Hamas guys are saying that they were warned and then they left. So it makes you wonder, but it's not likely that Qatar warned them because Qatar seems to have not had the warning until the strike was actually taking place or just after it. So take that with you will. Maybe they got intel, who knows.
Israeli strike targeting Hamas negotiators on Qatari soil. The attack seen as a grave violation of Qatar's sovereignty and a major threat to the already flailing efforts to find an end to the war in Gaza and bring Israeli hostages home. Well, CNN's Jeremy Diamond is standing by in Jerusalem. Jeremy, just bring us up to date on what we understand happened on Tuesday, the details of this.
Someone else said that you heard that they left their phones in the meeting room and went to pray. God. Dude, if you're Khalid Mashal and you survive that, because you generally think you're safe in Qatar if you're a Hamas guy. Like, remember, even with Ismail Haniyeh, they didn't get him in Qatar. They waited till he went to Iran. Because Qatar, for many reasons, is actually much more of a sensitive target for Israel. Like, they have quite a lot of reasons to not want to do that. Or even if they do want to do it, they have a lot of reasons that they shouldn't do it. Do you buy that Israel only notified the US as the attack was ongoing? Yeah, I don't see why not. Why? Why would that not be a thing? Hang on. Okay.
Strike by Israel on a residence here, not very far away from where I'm standing today in Doha, which was housing a senior team negotiating for Hamas with the Qataris, who of course are lead mediators here, try and find an end, a solution, get an agreement for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. What do we understand happened?
Well, the Israeli military carried out this strike using 10 fighter jets, firing directly at these residences where these senior Hamas leaders were believed to be. But it appears, as of now, the evidence is growing that Israel failed in its attempt to assassinate Hamas's senior leaders, including Hamas's chief negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya. Hamas has said that the strike failed, that 5 Hamas members who were there were killed, but none of them were the senior leaders that Israel was targeting with this strike. Israeli officials are also beginning to acknowledge that they are growing increasingly pessimistic that this strike appears to not have struck its targets, not have been successful from the Israeli point of view. But that doesn't change the damage that this strike has already done to the future of the ceasefire and hostage release negotiations, and also, of course, the international fallout that we are continuing to watch about 24 hours after this strike actually took place. Let's talk first about the United States, where we saw that, kind of wishy-washy statement from the White House press secretary suggesting that a strike on Qatar doesn't serve Israeli or U.S. interests, but that a strike on Hamas does. But President Trump then later in the day signaled that he was quite unhappy about this strike, indicating that there was...
He was very upset. He was very upset, spaghetti. Yeah, because I think America still has a bit more faith in Qatar than... and obviously Trump's got his plane and shit like that. He doesn't want to lose the plane. But we'll get to that. We'll talk about... Because yesterday was mostly just like gathering info for the news and hearing other people's opinions. I think today we'll give more of a perspective on the strike and whether it was a good idea or no. Obviously, hindsight, because if they missed, it's obviously... it could still be a good idea if they missed, right? Because it's like, what's the chances of success, risk, reward, whatever.
Nothing
My uncle
positive.
with Netanyahu in college said he would always steal his cornflakes.
That's fucking disgraceful. What I mean, is it really surprising that he would be the guy to do that? Thanks for the 10 euros.
About it. And then, of course, we have the Qatari and Hamas's perspective. I mean, even if Israel didn't manage to kill Hamas's chief negotiator, it nonetheless targeted him at a moment when he was sitting down to review this latest American proposal to reach a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. So that will impact talks going forward. And then, of course, there are the Qataris themselves. We heard directly from the Qatari Prime Minister yesterday, who was quite visibly upset about Israel having taken this action, making clear that while on the one hand, Qatar will never abandon its historic role as a diplomatic mediator, on the other hand, he acknowledged that it's very difficult to see a viable path forward, at least to the current negotiations that were unfolding, given this Israeli strike.
And let's just bring our viewers up to date on what we understand to have been happening in the sort of last 48 hours. The Qatari Prime Minister himself, in negotiations, discussions with the senior Hamas negotiating team here in Doha on Monday night, late into the night. We then understand the Qatari team, and they're working on this U.S. initiative, a new Trump initiative, which would get all hostages released in the first instance, and then would move on to working through negotiations for an end to this conflict, giving Hamas, frankly, very little sort of iron in the fire on what would happen next. Monday night, these negotiations were going on. We understand the Qatari Prime Minister was putting a lot of pressure on Hamas to respond positively to this initiative. Qatari negotiators, as we understand it, then spent the wee hours of the morning on the phone to senior Israeli negotiators. And the understanding was that by late afternoon on Tuesday, Qatari negotiators would be going back to Hamas to get that response. Again, putting pressure on them to respond positively to this deal. That was supposed to happen late.
Is this lady paid by Qatar? No. She's CNN.
On
What?
Tuesday afternoon into the evening at 3:46, we now know the residence that the Hamas negotiators were staying in was bombed by what Israel describes as a precise strike. 6 killed in that strike, 5 from Hamas, albeit relatively low-level operatives, as we understand it, and 1 Qatari security official who was detailed to that property. Qatar hosts Hamas here at the request in the past sort of 15 years by the US administration, because it has this role in mediation, has this opportunity along with the Egyptians to mediate between Hamas and Israel. In return, of course, part of this is a sort of guarantee from the United States that they are safe and secure here. And the Al Udeid base, a huge US base, is here in the country. It's the biggest in the region. This attack went under the radar. It went undetected. Do we understand how that happened and what the US knew or didn't know about this pending strike? And what happens next with regard US-Qatari relations at this point?
Well, it certainly seems like the United States got notification fairly late in the process. It was only yesterday morning, in the hours before this strike actually took place, that the United States learned about it. Interestingly, the Israelis communicated that to the United States through military channels and not through the kind of high-level political and diplomatic.
From Bongo, thanks for the $5. Israel's going to give Trump an apology plane now. Maybe that's why he said it.
Channels that the U.S. and Israel maintain. That in and of itself suggests, that it would take some time for it to get from the military channels all the way up the chain of command, and then for that information to then make its way to President Trump and senior White House officials. And that seems to be why, by the time Steve Witkoff was directed by the president to call the Qataris to give them a heads up, the strike had just happened, according to Qatari officials. In terms of the U.S.-Qatari relationship, we heard President Trump clearly, on the phone yesterday with the Emir of Qatar, signaling that he wants to move forward with this, mutual defense pact between the two countries in order to give the Qataris some assurances going forward. But really, the primary fallout here, I think, is going to be diplomatic. It's going to be as it relates to these hostage and ceasefire negotiations, and really the question of where can things go from here after there's been so much trust broken and sovereignty violated by these Israeli strikes.
Thank you, Jeremy. And
The Doha strike dust cloud looks like a dick. Thanks for the tier 4 sub for 16 months. That's so generous. Dude, this is disgusting. Excuse me. What? Wow. We get some ban sex in chat, please. Can we get some ban sex in the chat? What the fuck? He has it's got an impressive bell. We have to give him that.
And the Israeli Prime Minister, in the wake of these strikes, suggesting that this action could actually open the door to peace. A counter-argument from the Qatar Prime Minister late yesterday, who described Netanyahu as narcissistic. He described Israel as a rogue state in the region, as a bully, and he said that these strikes were intent on sabotaging the latest efforts to find a deal. Let's bring in Elena Treen, who is at the White House. It does seem as if President Trump and his administration, Elena, are sort of trying to distance themselves from this attack. He has certainly said that this action doesn't square with both America's and Israel's goals here. Can you just explain what we understand to be going on behind the scenes at the White House and why it is that Donald Trump is seemingly trying to distance himself from the action by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, I think there are two key reasons to that, Becky, and you're right. There is, on one hand, growing frustration in this building behind me with advisors, but then there's also that public frustration that they are really trying to convey. And there's two reasons, like I said, for that. One is that they were not given a big heads up on this. Actually, the president wasn't even informed himself by Israel before these strikes happened. He actually learned about it from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. And then, as Jeremy laid out, he then quickly directed Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, who has a strong relationship with the Qataris, that this was coming. But they made very clear yesterday through the White House press secretary, through the president's own.
She was asked why America wouldn't be happy with this strike. I'm guessing it's probably for completely unrelated reasons. So for one, I don't think Trump is sincerely believing that these negotiators at that meeting would have done some impressive fucking heroic turn and suddenly accepted a ceasefire that goes against all of the red lines that Hamas originally laid out. They already basically indicated that they weren't going to do that. But America's relation with Qatar isn't just over Israel, right? They have other interests with Qatar. They have like economic interests and trade and diplomatic relations in the region, and especially with smoothing over relations with Saudi as well. So Trump has quite a few reasons to care about Qatar. But as far as trusting the Hamas leadership to actually still come through, well, they've frustrated the Qatari leadership for fucking ages now. They've frustrated American leadership, who used to, at one point, we'll get into this, you know that it was actually upon American request that Hamas were even in Qatar, right? That was an American request to have them there to begin, like 15 years ago. But obviously, they've kind of not really lived up to expectations. It's maybe I need to do a bit more reading on this as well. But is it not maybe I don't know about this war, but in previous conflicts, has it not been the case that Egypt has been more effective than Qatar for resolving conflicts? Like 2022, is it 22? Sheikh Jarrah? Or 21? Fuck, I can't remember. It was the 13-day whatever the fuck. 2020, it was 21, wasn't it? Or was it 22? Why have I forgotten? Yeah, it was 21, yeah. That conflict was completely mediated by Egypt, not by Qatar, right? And as far as offering proposals, obviously, like the most reasonable looking peace proposal that we've seen so far from this conflict has come from Egypt. Obviously, Egypt is in control of the Rafah border, so they've had a lot to do with aid going into the Strip. But the Biden negotiators spoke about why Hamas is in Qatar. Well, they used to be it was because I guess Qatar and Turkey were the only two countries that supported Hamas, other than Iran, obviously, after the takeover in 2007. But, yeah.
Words that this was a strike, and the decision to do this was made by the Prime Minister Netanyahu, not by Donald Trump.
Okay. I'm wondering if I want to do the coverage now or if I just want to soy out. What the fuck is this? Leaked documents show Hamas admits to using hospitals. I mean, bro, Mohammed Sinwar died in a hospital. Do I really need to see this? Who has verified these documents? Because I don't know if I care for NGO Monitor. Whatever, bro. I'm gonna soy out. Apparently, Queeman, well, I know he was because I saw bits of it. Queeman was reacting to quite a bit of my coverage yesterday on the strikes. Again, some of you guys hate Queeman. I don't necessarily. It does sound like through a lot of this, he's just kind of like looking for things to get mad at and getting kind of annoyed that there isn't much, because I think for most of this segment, I was just watching the news and getting information and writing notes. Like I was kind of agnostic on, whether or not it was like the right thing to do or anything like that, or what the pros and cons were. Oh, he's watching me and Chris reacting to me on his stream. Funny. Okay. Where are we here? What was this?
I
think this was where I actually started saying things, because it was about people crying about it being like, oh, they're taking out the negotiating team. Like that.
I do have to know.
I'm sorry. Imagine if like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich got assassinated tomorrow, and then someone went on TV being like, or their little fucking TikTok channel going, I cannot believe that Israel's negotiating team members were being assassinated. Like, it's so stupid, bro. Like, if you're willing to acknowledge the crime.
Okay, now he's staking it on, like, the identities of the people that were killed, but with no confirmation of them. Like, you don't even know who was killed.
Well, it wouldn't be about whether or not they were killed, it's whether or not they were targeted. Like, every time you target someone, there's a chance that you'll miss. There's a chance that you'll fail, or they'll get a whiff of you coming. It's about the targets. Like, unless they're using a method that has, like, a fucking 90% chance of failure or whatever, but I'm pretty sure striking the building with 10 planes, it seemed like they probably had a high confidence that they would hit them. It seems that Hamas either got a warning or they moved to a different room, because I think one version of the story, and I think these are both from Hamas, but one version of the story is that they got a warning and then left the building seconds before the strike. The other is that they went into a prayer room, but either way, it seems like it's very doubtful that they died now.
As far as we can tell, it was like totally fucking worthless. But he's staking that as part of it.
But like, you don't really go with results-based analysis when you're talking about whether or not a strike is like permissible or not. Usually, you would look at what the knowledge they had at the time was. If they had a high confidence that they would hit them, but obviously nothing's 100%, then that would negate what you're saying about like, oh well, hindsight, they failed. I would imagine if you're going to hit Qatar, then you should probably, if you're going to hit Hamas and Qatar, you should probably have fairly high confidence. But again, high confidence is not perfect. So
he's saying like it's equivalent to killing Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Yeah, if you fucking struck Ben-Gvir and Smotrich in fucking
Switzerland,
I don't know, a fucking European country or something, yeah, that'd be fucked. Yeah, that would be fucked. You can't just drop bombs in a fucking allied country.
So stupid, bro. Like, if you're willing to acknowledge the crimes of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and also acknowledge them as being ultimate, like the biggest roadblocks in any kind of peace arrangement on the Israeli side, and they get fucking assassinated, why the fuck would you care? Like, it's the same with these guys.
Because you can't fucking just drop bombs in other people's fucking countries, dude. It matters how you kill them. That matters, actually. That actually does matter.
Or they could go in and poison them, or go in Bin Laden style, 2011.
Huh? Who is this guy?
Isn't this the guy who have spoken about the war, Khaled Mashal as well? They literally talk about how the civilian losses in Gaza are a fucking asset to them. Like, fuck off. You're so disgusting. Looking at these people being like,
okay,
like who am I responding to here? Yeah,
I can understand if he's seething over Chris Kunzler. That's what's happening here. He's seething over that Chris Kunzler guy, and that guy is kind of annoying. But it's like affecting your analysis. This is the only stunt. I just watched him for I watched probably on 2x, probably like 30 minutes of content, 40 minutes of content there. I didn't hear him take a single fucking position. The only time he...
Yeah, because I'm doing the news. It was breaking news. I don't do breaking news that often. I was just getting info. I even said I was agnostic, and there's quite a few reasons you can go one way or the other. It's not as simple as he's making out. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay. Obviously, there are some bare minimum arguments. Like, there are bare minimum arguments, which is like, don't soy out about them being the negotiating team as if, like, after 2 years, oh, this will be the time when they accept something that isn't just like a maximalist full Israeli withdrawal and we just get to rebuild and go back to business as usual, which is not reasonable. I don't even think Queenman would say that's reasonable from Hamas. Maybe he would, but I doubt it. So yeah, I'll cover some bare minimums. The other bare minimum we would cover as well is people who are like the really pro-Israel people who are saying just like, oh yeah, well they're Hamas, fuck them, get them, don't care. Qatar, you know, they do Al Jazeera, we don't like them. That's not a good reason either. And even Israel doesn't necessarily agree with that because remember, when Israel went for Hania, they did not get him in Qatar. They waited until he was in Iran because Israel's right to strike enemies in Iran is obviously much more clear because Iran funds all these proxies. Iran preaches day and night about destroying Israel. They've got a fucking clock in Tehran counting down to the destruction of the entity and shit like that. Qatar is in a slightly different position. But again, it's not... Again, I don't think it's 100% clear, although Qatar, even Israel believes that Qatar was like, they had an extra protection. You have to have a much better reason to strike in Qatar than you have in Iran.
It's just to cry about fucking lefties on TikTok.
Yeah. Looking at these people being like lefties supporting and glazing Hamas is just like, that's an interesting phenomenon of 2025, okay? That's just... Yes, actually, I will yap about lefties doing that. Yeah, Israel's defeating us militarily. There's a lot of martyrs, but these are sacrifices, and we are proud sacrifices. The resistance will continue. The resistance will carry on, and Israel will reap its rewards on the world stage where everyone shits on them and turns their back on them. Steadfast, everyone. Hold fast. We praise the Gazan people, the Gazan warriors, i.e. civilians, for holding firm because, you know, Alexa Flood lives on and shit like that, all praising the attacks on October 7th as well. Dude. And then these guys get assassinated.
So, like, why is Hamas leaders praising the October 7th attacks? Or Hamas members or whatever? Why does that mean you're allowed to kill them in any country you want, at any time you want, with any method you want?
Well... Okay, any method, that would be insane. I don't think he means like you can just drop fucking sarin gas on them or okay. No, fuck it. Listen, I'm a Queenman apologist. Okay, you will never make me you will never make me dislike this bright and wonderful autistic twink. Okay, I will not do it. He's asking a good question. Why is there support for October 7th a reason to kill them? The fact is that in a vacuum is not necessarily. No. The way it works in terms of like international standards is that if you're going to attack, because again, even if you're like the pro-Israel dipshit and you're talking about how Qatar is hostile to Israel because they host Hamas or because of Al Jazeera and because of the propaganda, and they're actually one of the only, I think, aside from Turkey and Iran, the only countries that supported Hamas after the takeover in 2007. But again, even Israelis will admit that Qatar's support for Hamas is much more opaque than Iran's is. It's mostly to do with like propaganda. That's how they do it, through the media, which again, and targeting someone for just propaganda is a little bit, you're not really supposed to do that. No. Generally, the rule is that obviously sovereignty has to come first. So if you're going to target an enemy in a different country, you would generally need to have either a UN Security Council resolution, if not just approval from the country itself. That's the gist, right? Because Qatar it's kind of a neutral country. Like, I know that Israelis don't like hearing that, but in terms of armed conflict, they are a neutral country. They're not firing attacks at Israel. They're not... Even the money that they gave to Hamas, again, Netanyahu approved that money, okay? It wasn't Qatar who made the decision to funnel it all to Mohammed Deif. We don't even know if they knew it was going to Deif, right? I think Netanyahu was warned it was going to him. So... And he kept it going anyway. So that would make them both guilty in that case. That principle that you need the country's approval, or you need the country's approval and you need, what you call it, or like a UN Security Council resolution. Those are the basic rules. Obviously, those basic rules get kind of smeared in shit when you have non-state actors and when you have countries that are behaving in sort of kind of funky ways with non-state actors. And Iran is definitely one of those. Pakistan was one of those. Qatar is a gray one because, first of all, you know why Hamas are in Qatar, right? It's not just because Qatar supports them. It's also because the US asked them to go there, right? There's a little timeline I did here. In 2011, the US requested Qatar to provide a base for Hamas leadership to ease communications. They went from Turkey, I think, to Qatar. Michelle went from Syria to Qatar. Hania went from Gaza to Qatar in 2016. Obviously, even when Netanyahu was allowing Qatari money into Gaza, it was being funneled into the military via Mohammed Deif. He was head of the the Al-Qassam brigades. Israel actually backed Qatar supporting Hamas. They enabled it. They were okay with it because, again, that was their channel to negotiate. Now, between 2018 and today, there was a kind of like undermining of faith in Qatar, because in 2021, it turned out that the big negotiator that managed to mediate Hamas and Israel into a ceasefire, a fairly quick one, was Egypt. They did a much better job than Qatar did. 2020, and throughout this war, it seemed quite clear that Hamas and Qatar are just not playing ball. These leaders are not playing ball in the slightest, even when Qatar makes the effort. So in 2024, May, the United States was pushing for Qatar to remove Hamas if they obstructed a hostage deal. And then after Sinwar died, the US held Hamas responsible for failing to come to a hostage deal then, and Biden actually requested Qatar to remove him again. There were reports that Qatar had cut ties with Hamas, and then I think both sides denied it. And then today we're kind of where we are. Another thing that's missing from this timeline is that Qatar, I think in this year, a few months ago, Qatar joined the Arab nations, as well as Saudi, Egypt, calling for Hamas to disarm and give up rule in Gaza. It was a 7-page document, fairly short, 29th of July, not that long ago. And they said, in the context of ending the war in Gaza, Hamas must end its rule and hand over its weapons to the Palestinian Authority, with international engagement and support in line with the objective of a sovereign and independent Palestinian state. So Qatar here have decided that they are on board with almost all of Israel's demands. They want Hamas to give up its arms. They want them to give up power. The only big thing that they disagree on is that Israel doesn't want the Palestinian Authority there, which again is due to Netanyahu and the right wing of Israel's insanely retarded consistency in never being able to take yes for an answer. They've always been like this. The Israeli right has always been just guilty of this ridiculous, maximalist, kind of racist trend of just never taking yes for an answer and always treating any Arab overture for peace in the exact same way. And they can say how they'll say that they feel vindicated by that because of Arafat and the Second Intifada, but at the end of the day, the rest of these Arab countries, just look at the request. It's not an illegitimate request. The Palestinian Authority is not going to give you the same issues that Hamas did. They're just not, especially under Abbas, right? But, you know. So that's the relation between Qatar and Hamas. And the way that the international community views this on deciding that these Hamas leaders, because I think it's if you listen to any of these Hamas leaders, it's fairly uncontroversial that they are not interested in a ceasefire on reasonable terms. They want to keep fighting until they can get a ceasefire that means they stay in power and they keep their arms. And I don't think that's reasonable. It's also quite likely that these leaders from Qatar would have counted as participants in hostilities because of their speeches and their rhetoric, because they incite crimes like all the fucking time. I think the US has its standard that is accepted by quite a few Western countries that have, it's countries that deal with non-state actors that generally go with this idea of lack of coordination or I guess complicity from the host country. So say if Pakistan is not playing ball in dealing with terrorism and bin Laden's just been allowed to stay there in a compound all the way up until 2011, then they send their planes in and their special forces without Pakistani approval. They risk civilian deaths, obviously, and all that kind of shit. And then they raid this compound and they kill him. With Qatar, it seems to be that Israel has made that decision, that they're in that position. The other reason that they've given for this, or at least it's all just conjecture and assumptions at this point, but one potential reason, and I think this is maybe the more compelling one, is that the Hamas negotiating team in Qatar has a lot less to lose than the leaders in Gaza. The leaders in Gaza have recently, especially through the current commander, who is ad-Din al-Haddad, has recently shown more of an indication that he's willing to concede on a ceasefire than the Qatari leaders are. And that makes sense, because the ones in Qatar are they're away from all of it. They're in 5-star hotels or like in villas and shit like that. Yeah, they're so completely insulated from it. They just watch it on Al Jazeera and cheer. So I think these are the two arguments you can give if you actually want to justify this. Is one, that the leaders are counted as participating in hostilities because of the constant levels of incitement, which, you know, have recently overlapped with an attack on Jerusalem where 2 gunmen went into a bus and killed 6 people. Hamas have taken responsibility for that now. And the other one is that these guys are roadblocking and frustrating the path to a ceasefire, and they're more likely to get one with these guys out of the way. That's the reason you would go for it. I'm not sure that's entirely convincing, because, again, I think you have to be quite sure that, I think your evidence has to be very compelling that this is actually going to change something if you're going to use that justification to go after a country that, by all military standards, is still a neutral party. Doesn't matter how much Al Jazeera fucking screams about Israel being the Zionist entity that's going to get destroyed in Arabic or wherever. Like, that's not a reason to strike a country. I think if I could be convinced of those two things, that or mainly the hostage thing, that like al-Haddad would have actually been much quicker to concede something on a ceasefire than these leaders in Qatar, I would maybe lean in favor of it. But right now, I'm just kind of like, I'm still fairly agnostic. I'm kind of leaning against it. And I'm not just saying that because it failed. The fact that it failed is like, bro, that's just results-based, and results-based isn't usually the best way to do this. If you want the case for these guys being participants in hostilities, you can just read what they say. I took notes of quite a few speeches from these guys. Khalil al-Hayya in particular is a nasty, he's like the head negotiator for Hamas in Qatar. He is a nasty, nasty piece of work. He talks about how Gaza is just like offering itself as a sacrifice for the Ummah and deserves its support in return. He talks about civilian deaths in Gaza like they are a necessary sacrifice on the path to victory. Like that's, and again, he's very open with the fact that allowing Gazans to die in this war against Israel it's rewarding the movement. And it is. It's rewarding them. It's rewarding them because it's hurting Israel and the propaganda war. They are very blessed with the fact that the Israeli government just says the maddest, most fucking like war criminal, heinous shit all the fucking time. And that helps them too. So they're benefiting on both ends. But at the end of the day, they are benefiting from the suffering of their people. Like whether it's Israel's fault or the fault of Hamas's fighting tactics, it's both. But both cases, it helps Hamas just more. In terms of incitement, ever since October 7th, the people in Qatar have been urging the rest of the world, particularly the neighboring countries, to get involved. And it's not just through boycotts, right? This is him on July 27th. This was a speech posted on, I can't remember where this was posted. It might have been one of Hamas's channels, but there's like a full translation of it here. 15 minutes or 14 minutes long. But this section here, I haven't typed out the whole thing. I'll do that later. This is him saying, "We call on the states and components of the Arab and Islamic nation to sever all forms of political, diplomatic, and commercial ties with the Zionist entity. We also call on the masses of the nation to express their full rage by all means possible over what is happening in Free Gaza. We specifically call on our Arab and Islamic peoples, especially those in neighboring countries to Palestine, to march towards Palestine by land and sea, to besiege embassies and enforce economic and tourism boycotts against everything related to the enemy and its interests, work to isolate and pursue its leaders, soldiers, and criminals in legal forums. So it's this particular part here: besiege embassies, march towards Palestine by land and sea. When they say Palestine, they mean Israel and Palestine. Like, they mean you can go into Israel proper. Like, they are urging attacks on Israelis. Like, I think that's a fairly clear inference from this. And Sinwar used to do this as well, right? Remember Sinwar talking to Al Jazeera, the Al Jazeera journalists, talking about how they were like the propaganda fedayeen, like the propaganda fighters of the movement, and how he would say that we call upon like 1 million Palestinian Israelis to run people over with cars and to stab people in the streets. Yeah, they do this quite a lot, and I think this does cross a threshold of participating in hostilities. I don't think that's very controversial. It's just the question of Qatari territory that muddies it, that makes the standard maybe like not high enough. Because I don't know what the guarantee is that al-Haddad would be actually willing to be more conciliatory. I just know that's what's been said about him. We commend the steadfastness, sacrifices, and determination of the Yemeni leadership and people, as well as their efforts and progress in the path of Allah and support for our just cause. Hamas and the Palestinian people will never forget the historic stances taken by Yemenis under the leadership of Saeed Abd al-Malik Badr al-Din al-Houthi. Oh, this is him talking about praising the Houthi strikes and asking for more of them as well. Similar with Khalid Mashal. He has had a long history. Actually, Israel tried to assassinate this guy in the 90s. And they completely failed. They managed to poison him in Jordan. And Jordan caught the assailants and imprisoned them. And then Israel was forced to give an antidote to him to save his life and bring him back from the dead, to get their operatives back. So if this guy did actually survive this strike, which seems quite likely, especially if he survived it by going into the prayer room when the strike happened, dude, this guy is gonna God's on his side for sure. The danger is no longer limited to Gaza and the West Bank. Egypt is in danger, so are Jordan and Saudi Arabia. After all, some leaders in the region or in the world are thinking about the deportation of Palestinians to these countries. He talks about how I think there's a split here. These are segments. Without October 7th, October 6th, 73, Sinai would not have returned to Egypt, and without October 7th, we would not take Palestine back. It is the path of jihad and resistance that can take one's homeland back, restore honor and freedom, and liberate the prisoners. The Oslo Accords brought about the release of a small number of prisoners, but the ceasefire deal and the Al-Aqsa flood have brought back thousands of our people's prisoners with the help of Allah. The world, in its big capitals, respects only the strong. So we want our nation's leader to be strong. Therefore, I would like to make it clear that Gaza will only belong to its people, etc. The people of Palestine will only be governed by themselves. No political regime will be imposed upon the people of Palestine. The weapons of the people will not be taken from them so long as they're under occupation. Again, this is when you take this along with their ceasefire positions, it makes sense. Like, the only ceasefires these guys are going to accept is a temporary one. 2,000 verbal shells are not worth one made of steel. Very poetic. Victory is near. This is October last year. Victory is near. We want jihad through people and weapons. The movement presented its president, many of its cadres and fighters as martyrs in sacrifice for Jerusalem and the land. We paid a heavy price during the Al-Aqsa flood operation, but our losses are tactical, while the enemy's losses were strategic. We go through phases where we lose martyrs and we lose part of our military capabilities, but then the Palestinian spirit rises again. Like the phoenix, thanks to God. We lost part of our ammunition and weapons, but Hamas is still recruiting young men and continues to manufacture a significant portion of its ammunition and weapons. Yeah, again, like, I think going through how these guys talk, any kind of permanent peace is just, it's not on the cards for them. I think that's quite clear. And the fact that they are using their position and their platform that's granted to them in Qatar, that they're able to use that position to just constantly incite further attacks, and not just more fighting in Gaza, but also to incite attacks through the West Bank or even Israel proper. That's from a position of leadership, which they're in. I think that is it's not a question whether or not they're involved in hostilities to me. To me, they are targetable. The question is just over whether or not like Qatari soil was the place to do it. And for that, I think there's a few questions that you would need to answer. One is, how complicit is Qatar in allowing these levels of incitement to take place through their platforms, like Al Jazeera, for example? How, like, what kind of independence do they give them, or what level of complicity does the state have in actually broadcasting those messages? Because some of these speeches that these guys give, including Sinwar, it's on Al Jazeera. They're on Al Jazeera inciting the Arab world to attack Israelis. Like, it's and also, I guess, just how close their role is with these leaders in particular, unless they've tried. Because the fact that they were trying to call on Hamas to actually cede to all of the reasonable demands from Israel, not the unreasonable one, but the disarm and handing over power, like that's Israel's two reasonable demands, and Qatar supports them as of July. So, I mean, hopefully that's a bit more clarifying. I'm not like massively fucking appalled by them trying to do this, because they do have reasons for wanting to strike these guys over there. Good reasons. It's just that there's quite a few unanswered questions. So Queeman's top orbiter is in VC wanting to talk about this topic. Wow. Hello, Parry. Wait. Hello.
It's not as simple. Oh, hi, Lonerbox. What's up? Sorry, I was just watching your reaction. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just had a few questions for you. You were saying that for the famine in Gaza, you were saying that basically, do you think it's like the fault of people who were like asking about it, who were like doomsaying about it beforehand for being too exaggerative in how they were describing the situation regarding hunger?
Well, we can go into that if you want, but I thought you had disagreements about this particular topic, just for flow.
Well, I was just watching your thing, so I would kind of need to like finish watching it. Sorry, I'm like 20 minutes behind.
Okay, I might continue yapping, and then if you have comments on that, you can bring them up, and then we can do famine after, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can just go back in the waiting room, I guess, and you can pull me in when you're done with your thing, I guess, or
yeah, okay.
I'll probably have more to say.
I see.
All right. Okay.
Shocks that have been on again and off again. I do have to.
I'm sorry. Just imagine if like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich got assassinated tomorrow.
Wait, we did this.
And then someone, what the fuck?
For ceasefire.
Wait, what's here? Fuck would you care? Like, it's the same with these guys. If you look at
it's not just about killing the negotiating team either. I don't think that's the point that's being made about killing the negotiating team.
Well, to be fair, that's what I was responding to. So
killing the negotiating team. Well, they're meant to be negotiating, right? There's just been new proposals for negotiations for ceasefire. They're supposed to be there to discuss it, and they get killed while they're doing that. That's the key problem, right? Someone could...
Again, I don't think that's the key problem, because I don't know if he watched me doing looking at what Hamas's statement was, but Hamas's statement was the same thing. It was the same. It's the reason, again, that this deal was such a massive long shot. Like, it was them saying, did you not show me reading the article here about it? It's the same thing when they're like, yeah, we're up for peace. We'll engage. And then you look at the next part of the paragraph, and they're talking about how they want to, so long as it means that Hamas like has some access to power and they keep their weapons and Israel fully withdraws. Like, it's been the same song and dance for ages now. Like, I don't know. Or what they did in August when they waited until Israel said no more temporary ceasefires. We're only going for permanent or nothing. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, "Oh yeah, remember that temporary ceasefire we spoke about like 2 months ago? Yeah, we'll do that now." It's just like it's so deeply unserious, deeply unserious. And I think this is why the negotiators in Qatar seem to have drawn the ire not just of America and Israel, but also of Qatar as well. But obviously, Qatar is not happy that their soil got struck. This is their PM giving a statement on it. I think Al Jazeera had the full one, 6 minutes 50. It might have been longer, but
price for crossing them, and it's unlikely to pay a price anytime soon.
I've got to just interrupt because we have this news conference taking place in the Ministry of Finance. We can get over and have a listen to what the Foreign Minister is at the moment saying, or his spokesman. And here you go, Majid Al-Ansari there.
Seen as terrorism. This has targeted the headquarters or the political office of Hamas during the negotiations. The security forces and civil defense went directly under the directives of His Highness the Emir to address the situation that happened, the attack that took place on 3:46 p.m. and taking care of all those who died or were injured during this attack. We also took all the measures in order to contain the situation. In this regard, we present and express our sincere condolences to the martyr Saad al-Dusri, who died during while he was carrying out his duties in this event. We also pray that all those who died.
Why do you care about what Queef Man says about you? Is this really worth your time?
I don't know. I think for all the disagreements, I don't think he's a dumb person. So, and I also. I don't know. I think I just have a soft spot for someone who just mauls at everyone. I don't know. It's just funny.
Or has been killed will be in the paradise. The state of Qatar is committed to act in a decisive way with anything that would target its territories, and will reserve the rights to retaliate, and will take all the needed measures to retaliate. And under the directives of His Highness the Emir, the security of the citizens and the residents is our top priority. And based on that, as of tomorrow, God willing, we will review all the policies and the directives in order to deter such actions and measures in the future, so that it cannot happen again. And this will be also the committee will be headed by State Minister Mohammed Al-Khalifi, who will take all the needed measures in order to retaliate and to respond to this attack. Against this attack.
Oh, wait, what did you say there? That sounded big.
Again, and this will be also the committee will be headed by State Minister Mohammed Al-Khalifi, who will take all the needed measures in order to retaliate and to respond to this attack.
We didn't hear that. We didn't hear that when Iran struck them. Remember, because with Iran, it was all very permission based. You know, with the American base, they got the base cleared. They got the advance warning to make sure that Iran basically just struck an empty base and didn't hurt anyone. Oh God, they're going to retaliate. Dude, what weapons does Qatar even have? Do they have any? It's like Saudi, you know, when Saudi can fight with the Houthis for 10 years and you're like, what was that, a third of their their strikes didn't even hit a target. And the other third hit civilians. They have propaganda. Yeah, but that's not what he means, right? When he talks about retaliating or responding to this attack, what?
Against this attack. The Israeli attack that took place today in the state of Qatar. We can only call it as state terrorism that is being exerted by someone like Netanyahu, given his attempts and his policies as he tries to threaten the regional security. This is only a clear message to the whole region. And this message says that there is one player, and there's also a disrespect to all the policies and also a violation to the sovereignty of all the countries and the states. Netanyahu said himself that he will reshape the Middle East. Does he mean that he's also going to reshape the Gulf region? I think that we have reached a decisive moment. There should be a retaliation from the whole region in the face of those barbaric actions that only reflects one thing. It reflects the barbarism of this person that is leading the region.
Is there any consensus on that idea that Qatar knew their funds to Hamas were going to Al-Qassam? Does anyone... I know Netanyahu was warned about it. Because I know if you're a fucking Israeli, you just put them on the same level as Iran, but obviously that's dumb. But I want to know how close they actually are. Like if they are closer than I assume. I don't know. He was warned by the intelligence. Yeah, I guess so. Qatar, sophisticated. This country was only formed in like 1971 or some shit. It's like, I can see why the Arab world like holds them in such high regard, though. They seem very like they're just like, even just how they're in such a unique position, like in the fact that they can be like a friend of the United States. They can be a kind of like not really a friend or ally of Israel, but a kind of like cordial with Israel whilst they fund the people who are trying to destroy Israel. It's all very fucking, it's all odd. It's all very odd.
Fortunately, to a point where we cannot address any situation and we cannot repair anything and we cannot work within the frameworks of international laws. He just violates all those international laws. This attack the targeting was beyond and violating not only international laws but only all morals. We are talking about a mediator state that is hosting formal negotiations in a formal and official mediation and hosting with a delegation from a state that is sending missiles and rockets against another group of a delegation from another state that they are supposed to negotiate with. How can this be morally accepted? We can only call this as treatness.
They are not the Switzerland of the Middle East. What are you talking about? Switzerland was neutral. Qatar is not, like, again, Qatar supports Hamas. Like, they support them. It's not, they're not like Switzerland. Okay, stop. They're more like the Iron Bank of the Middle East. That's what they do. You know, they give money to the people who that's how they use money and propaganda to sway things. Like, that's kind of like their role, right? Al Jazeera obviously dominates the Middle East in terms of that's Qatari state media, and they finance people. That's their role, right? Yeah, Switzerland is more like Oman or fucking Bahrain. I don't know what Bahrain does. I know Saudi troops went in there a little while ago. They're the inverse Switzerland. They're neutral because they're active on both sides. Yeah.
And to be cheated on or to be treated in this way and coming from such a person is not surprising. However, this is a systematic behavior coming from a person that is claiming or alleging that they want to stabilize the region, but what he's doing is only destabilizing the region for his own and personal goals. During the last days, the negotiations were ongoing, and it was on track upon the request of the American or the U.S. side, as we were deciding on reviewing the final paper that was received from the U.S. side. And despite this, and despite that Israel was sending their delegation, they worked on not keeping any possibility to reach any deal. Is there any clearer message that the world needs to understand who is closing and shutting the door of peace? Does the international community need any other messages to know who's the bully in the region? The history will record this event, and the international laws should take such incident into consideration. Because working on violating the sovereignty of states without any respect and in a reckless manner, this is something that we should take into consideration, and we should take all the needed measures to counter such behavior. We have worked and open challenge with all the friendly and sisterly countries in order to take all the needed measures and to address this attack. And God willing, we will announce all the steps and measures that we will take in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Interesting. Dude, what are they going to... I'm actually so curious. I'm on the edge of my seat for what Qatar is going to do. Because that language sounds like a military retaliation. Who knows, eh? Edging Pog. I don't know, man. Fucking... What's this? Netanyahu and Trump have good patter. They have a good little talk. Hamas leaders have nowhere to hide. Israel's security doctrine is clear. Its long hand will act against its enemies everywhere. There's nowhere they can hide. Everyone who is involved in the October 7th massacre will be brought to justice in full. Everyone who carries out terror against Israel will be harmed. Okay. What was that? Oh, shit. Long hand. Where does... want... Someone was asking earlier what the demand is in terms of exiling Hamas members. I believe the numbers that are requested for exile for Hamas is something similar to the PLO in the 80s, right? They want it's like 3,000 or 4,000 people, military wing, who like commanders and like people who are in more senior positions. Anyway, I think with the PLO and Arafat, it was 4,000 of them left Lebanon and gave up their arms. And that was Jordan's proposal, 3,000 members. I don't know what Israel's proposal is for exile. Did they actually give one? They must have. Anyway, this fucking quote, dude. Long hand. You know what? If you're an Israeli leftist, I don't know if they actually make this argument, but if they haven't, and you're an Israeli leftist and you don't like the government, do they ever use the argument against the right that the Israeli right are like a gift to Hamas, right? If you believe all of these things, if you take the words of Khalil al-Hayya and Michel and how they talk about the destruction of Gaza working in their favor as a tactical loss and like the way that the martyrdom helps Palestine on the world stage and it helps garner sympathy and it helps garner a lot of distrust and against Israel and countries turning their back on them and some countries withholding arms and some countries talking about recognizing Palestine. Like, does anyone ever use that argument against the Israeli right that like Hamas loves it? Like Hamas is like if you believe that about these guys are so fucking happy that they did this at the same time that Israel was blessed with the most fucking psychotic Israeli right-wing government in their entire history almost, where every other day, like one of these leaders, whether it's Katz or Netanyahu or Ben Gvir or Smotrich, just cannot help themselves but go on TV and talk about how they're talk about some kind of like fucking biblical redemption and how they're going to rain hellfire on all their enemies around the world and how they're going to pull no punches and how the fucking children of darkness will succumb to the children of light. Like, bro, every fucking time you do that, if you believe everything about that these right-wingers, especially, or like even just anti-Hamas people say about this movement and how they work, then why the fuck is Israel still keeping in a government that supports this shit, that supports their government behaving in a way that benefits Hamas's strategy? Because Hamas is basically sitting there now being like, listen, this is really bad, okay? But, okay, the civilian losses, these sacrifices, they are helping in the sense that they are turning the rest of the world against Israel and in favor of us. Al-Aqsa flood, it reignited the Palestinian cause. It put its centerpiece in the global conversation. It makes Israel look horrible. And then the right-wingers are like, yeah, it makes us look horrible, eh? Don't mind if we do. And then they go and fucking give them all the ammunition in the world with their actions and with their statements. Dude. Why do they do that? Very, very uncool. Even crazier, I don't think the inflammatory rhetoric even energizes the Israeli hardliners all that much. Like, surely, because I know there's this whole Israeli thing, or it's like people call it a Jewish thing of being like, oh yeah, we've explained ourselves for 2,000 years, no more. And the more I read about, especially like the late 1800s, like the Ottoman relations between Zionists and Arabs, like how that whole thing about the muscular Jew became like this very popular aesthetic that's just never really left the country. Or like, God, I saw some Twitter account yesterday, a fairly popular one, saying something like, oh yeah, well, they killed all the nice Jews, like I'm what's left kind of thing. Like, but people who still care about like liberal values and democracy and all this kind of shit, or just being tactical and being smart, how do they not look at this and just think like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Why are these absolute fucking nutters like just behaving in such a way that even by their own logic, because they don't deny any of this, by their own logic, they just make it easier for Hamas. They just make it more beneficial to them. That's why they were praying. You know, if they went into the prayer room, if Khalil al-Haya and Mishal went into the prayer room, and that's why they avoided the strike, you know for a fact they were thanking God for every time an Israeli cabinet minister says some insanely retarded shit on TV. Or they were thanking God for all the times when, like, they were for all the times when, say, like Israel decided to at least twice, as a matter of government policy, decided to unilaterally block aid supplies, or for Netanyahu fucking screeching at his government at the IDF when they ran out of fucking targets, and he was just like, oh well, just hit some more shit, whatever, like, yeah, lower the standard, we don't give a fuck. Or for the times when you had like Yehuda Vash, a guy who's literally just telling his soldiers to kill fucking anyone who comes into this exclusion zone in Netzarim. Don't ask questions, don't fire warning shots, just fucking blast them, even if they're like a 16-year-old or whatever. And then the guy who's trying to get rid of him gets replaced by another guy who is actually even less effective in enforcing rules of war and conduct. Like, the amount of this fucking shit. Channel 14 saying babies are enemies. Yeah, like every single one of these things is like, you know for a fact it's getting like referenced in the prayers of people like fucking Michelle. Oh God. This is it here, right? In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise be to God, the guardian of the believers, the supporter of his struggling servants, the humiliator of the tyrants and the arrogant, and the breaker of the arrogant. Praise be to God who fulfilled his promise and gave us Netanyahu's batshit fucking plan to sign off on a Gazan Riviera, where Trump basically wants to expel God knows how many Palestinians to build some faux Gulf state, some corrupt fucking money laundering safe haven. Supported his servants, honored his soldiers, and defeated the parties alone. And prayers and peace be upon our leader and imam, the best of those who fought, struggled, and prepared, our prophet and our model, Muhammad. May God bless him and grant him peace, especially for that time when he got Ben-Gvir to come up with a settlement plan that would result in the entire concept of a two-state solution being absolutely shattered, and putting Israel in a position where they are just doomed to become an eternal fucking occupier of territory that isn't theirs internationally. So that they stay in this quagmire forever. Bruh. Okay, this guy. Let's talk to this guy now.
The conclusion of this high longer
Who are you
Hello,
talking
can
to?
you hear me? Oh, I'm streaming. Is that okay? Or do you
Oh,
want like
yeah, that's
exclusive
fine.
rights to this?
No, you can stream.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, so are you done talking about the bombing stuff?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the bombing? It seemed like you were leaning towards it being unjustified.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any convincing. I mean, I've seen people saying that the leadership in Gaza would be more serious negotiators, but I don't know enough about Qatar's role in exactly how symbiotic like their relationship is with Hamas, and I don't know if negotiating directly with the Gazan leadership would be any more effective than the ones in Qatar.
Right.
So
But it's
I think
also
I'd
the
leave
idea
those
that
two
like
satisfied to be more in favor of it.
but even if it was the case that if it was that the Gazan leadership are way more easy or negotiable, would that justify just like blowing up the people who are, I guess, acting as like, they're pretending they want to negotiate, but they're just like wasting time? Would that justify blowing them up? Even putting aside the question of like sovereignty, because obviously, I mean, you agree that like blowing up Qatar is like, there's no real good justification for that, at least that you are aware of. If they are just like, if the people that are the Qatar Gaza negotiators are just like fucking churning the wheels and only pretending to negotiate, could that even justify like blowing them up, even if you think that like the people afterwards would be better
No. So that's like a political outcome rather than like a legal or moral justification. Like the leaders are targetable. I think just like in a vacuum, they are completely targetable because they use their space and their freedoms in Qatar to incite violations of the Geneva Convention all the time. They play a role in incitement, which makes you targetable. It's just whether or not it's worth it politically to do it on Qatari soil, and that's the bit that I'm missing. I don't really see it being that gap being.
Well, I
filled.
think, I mean, if we're talking about like attacking Qatar, so there's also a question of like, you're just going to violate Qatar's space, which is like an escalatory action and whatever. So it's not even just about the political ramifications. I feel like it is in its own way a negative thing, right? For like Israel to just like fuck over Qatar like that, or is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to make sure that.
Well, not entirely, because again, and again, I don't think there is any consensus on this internationally, but when you're in a position where you have a country that is harboring people who are engaged in hostilities against you, which I think these leaders were, but they won't cooperate in terms of being able to either extradite them or to expel them or to arrest them or anything like that, right? They just let them kind of live freely. So that question would have to be answered as well. I don't know how much Israel was actually trying to get any kind of cooperation from Qatar before they went to this resolution.
Right. And I guess it's so if they're harboring these people and they're like terrible people, and we don't know obviously what Israel Qatar are doing behind the scenes, but it seems to me like I don't know, man. I mean, if the purpose of like blowing them up is, I feel like that's only going to worsen the likelihood of peace negotiations. Maybe I'm just being naive there, but I feel like that doesn't seem like a good start to a peace negotiation, is to just blow up the last guys. I feel like if that's the justification for doing so, feels very weak to me. I mean, maybe there's a justification for blowing them up outside of them being bad peace negotiators. I'm sure that's, both sides have good reason to blow each other up, but just the fact that the further people could be better at it, that the Gazan peace negotiators from wherever the fuck could be better. I don't see how that's a.
Yeah, that's not, so that's, to be clear, that's not a reason to make them legally targetable. Like just being a bad negotiator isn't a reason to target someone. For me, they're already targetable. It's just whether or not you're going to make that jump and break the precedent by actually hitting them on Qatari soil. If you're going to do that targeting, it needs to have some kind of like political justification as well. That's kind of where I stand. And that's why the idea of them, like if you have someone who's targetable in Qatar, but killing them is not really going to change anything, then why would you break that precedent? Like why would you entrench on that sovereignty and everything else? But if it turns out that the negotiators in the Strip are actually more reasonable in negotiations, then that would like push it over the line to me, if you know what I mean. Do you get what I'm saying there? Or do I need to shorten it?
If it turns out that the people who would come forward would end up being more negotiable, that's like an added bonus, which further justifies to you the idea to blow these people up who are already valid targets because of the hateful rhetoric that they're spreading or whatever, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like, aren't there like, ramifications from just the inaction of deciding to like blow up a negotiating situation, right? Like if, obviously there's like an understanding that if some people like Hamas or whatever, whoever these negotiators are for, are coming to the table to have a negotiation, there might be the added benefits of the future people to end up being more conciliatory. But there's also the negative action of itself that, oh, we've said that even if we're going to negotiate with you, that negotiation status isn't sacred, and we're willing to like use the fact that we're going to negotiate with you as a functionally as a trap to like blow you up or whatever.
Maybe, but with these leaders, I think it's been made clear for quite a while, no, that they don't really have an interest in negotiating in good faith, because it's been 2 years now, right?
2 years for a negotiate. I mean, maybe, but even then, 2 years, really, I don't think that's enough to say that there's nothing that they. I mean, I don't know exactly every single thing that's come out of these Qatari negotiators, but I mean, it takes a while. I feel like to negotiate for an entire country, but even still, even if they are acting in bad faith, there's still the function that there's still the action that Israel is saying, hey, if you're negotiating with us, we might decide that it's like not good enough, and we're gonna like blow you up, basically. You know, so it's like you assume that there's some grace that a country would get if you're like negotiating with them in order to encourage negotiations, just in general. And it's like Israel, by ignoring that for other benefits, is like getting rid of that encouragement to negotiate, right?
Okay, so just to make sure we agree on a few facts, is there any, or if you just don't know, like, is there any disagreement on the idea that these leaders have, for as long as they've been public in politics, for like decades, as far as Khalil al-Hayya and Michelle, because they're the ones.
I mean, I saw your quotes. They seem very mean. They seem very mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you say mean, I don't know. Yeah, so when you say
they seem
mean,
bloodthirsty.
It's
I feel like
it's not even about
bloodthirsty as I've seen Israeli people say. So,
yeah, but it's not about bloodthirsty. It's about the fact that they will never accept an end to the war that means they give up arms or power. That's what I'm getting at.
Right, yeah, surely it could be the case, yeah, that it's like really a fucked negotiation situation. But I feel like if you are agreeing to negotiate there, if there was a different way in which these people could be blown up, and the fact that it's happening in a negotiation place, I feel like it's in itself a bad thing. Putting aside the question of Qatari sovereignty, putting aside the question of, you know, if these people are being anti-peace enough, which I would agree with you that they are. I feel like the fact that it's happening in a negotiation, in something that's ostensibly meant to be a negotiation between Israel and these people, is the issue.
Even though their comments, I believe their comments on this particular negotiation were already, oh yeah, we're up for it, but also we're going to accept that Israel leaves all of Gaza and we're left in charge so that we can rebuild the Strip.
Well, if Israel thinks that that's ridiculous, then they shouldn't decide to engage in negotiations with them. They can like cancel negotiations, and then if at some other time they want to do a blow-up thing, it just seems like they're using the fact that there's a negotiation as an opportunity to know where these people are, and using that fact that they know where they are to obviously like bomb them. And that's the issue I have, is that Israel is using the premise of a negotiation, something that is generally understood to be move towards less aggression and more peace, as an opportunity to bomb these people. If it was like a different thing, if they were like, hey, do you want to have a jamboree, or if they like hunted these people down, like you mentioned, the guy that gets killed, the guy, Osama bin Laden, right? If this is like a case where they found these leaders hanging out at fucking Starbucks or whatever, and they blew them up, that'd be one thing. But I feel like my issue is with the fact they're doing it at a peace negotiation, which kind of undermines the whole premise of.
Yeah, the thing is, like, your entire argument makes sense, and unless you just seem to believe that these guys have no intention of ever changing their tune when it comes to any good faith negotiation, and that's kind of where I am.
I mean, even
like,
if they are, I feel like
yeah.
Then why did Israel agree to the meetings with them? That's what I don't understand. It's like, if you know that these people are in bad faith, I mean, either not engage with them, find different negotiators. But it feels like fucked up to me that you would use that as an opportunity to do, all this like, questionable bombing.
Well, because as soon as one side opts out of negotiations, then you understand what that looks like politically. So like, these guys in Hamas might have no interest in ending the war in a way that would be realistic, but they're still going to turn up to meetings even if they go nowhere, right? Like the same with Israel.
So you're
as well.
saying that if Israel can't leave the meeting because it looks bad, but they can blow them up, but that also looks bad. So I don't think Israel is too concerned about the optics in that case, right?
But from their perspective, at least if they blow them up, then they believe that there's a better negotiating partner in Gaza, and they do have a valid target in these people anyway. Then
I don't feel like you could justify the idea that things will be better if they blow them up, right? Because I feel like it's very. I mean, but this might not end up being the case. It might end up that the new negotiators are epic. But I feel like if you're saying, hey, we're going to blow up these people that are peace negotiations, then it's kind of like saying, hey, peace negotiations, that's like, oh, we don't really care, we live or die. So I feel like that is going to worsen the ability to do stuff. Obviously, ideally, it wouldn't, but I feel like that is a signal you were giving there as well. So I don't think that Israel can like sit here and be like, well, we're just trying to move for peace. That's why we're blowing them up. I feel like that's, I mean, maybe that's what they're saying, but I feel like that's not a really very justifiable thing.
I don't know. It's really, I feel like we agree on them not giving the best reason or not having a sufficient reason to do this particular strike. It's maybe just for different reasons. I don't see why, like, for example, you're talking about the message it might send to negotiators in Gaza. It's like, well, even negotiating is not safe. Again, it seems like negotiating isn't safe if you're going to constantly fuck around with negotiations, give contradictory statements, and also in the process of negotiating throughout the 2 years, inciting like other countries and other people from other countries
like
to go
negotiating
into Israel and kill people, right?
I think there's a difference between the negotiating going poorly and you doing a shitty job negotiating maybe intentionally versus this is the equivalent of like flipping the table, right? This is like you're saying negotiation to negotiation. In the other case, it's like they're playing the game, but they're just like they're not very good at it. It's not accidentally. It's just intentionally like they're like playing the game in order to waste your time, which is shitty. But that's not about safety, is it? This is a situation where you're saying not only it's like one thing to like do a negotiation and like basically like stall for time. It's another thing to say, oh, even if we're doing a negotiation, it's at any moment that we can decide actually we don't like you, it's over. I feel like there is a difference between those two things.
So by your worldview, so anyone who's engaged, first of all, do you agree that these guys could count as being engaged in hostilities against Israel?
Like these leaders with the language that they're using, yeah, probably in the same way any general or whatever would be in it. Yeah.
Okay. So, and do we also think that so long as someone who's engaged in hostilities attends negotiation meetings every now and then, they can't be targeted?
Well, not as a function of those negotiation meetings, which I believe is what was occurring, right? It's like if these people are engaging in the function which is meant to, obviously they're like stonewalling or whatever, but is meant to lead to negotiations and ideally like agreements being made from there. And if you decide, because I mean I feel like it would be ridiculous on the other side as well, right? Like if Israelis, they were like kind of like fucking around or whatever, I'm not saying they are, but if they were like fucking around and then like so the Hamas people decided, oh well, you guys, we're not even getting anywhere with this, which they might genuinely believe, and they said, oh, so let's just like bomb the place while we're there. That would be like fucked up, right? It just shows that they don't want to engage with this process in a proper way. So yes, I do agree. Yes, when they're in the process of engaging these negotiations, I feel like you should give some credence to them and not blow them up.
I don't know. I mean, if Smotrich and Ben-Gvir got assassinated, even in a different country, and they were there was all the tests taken to make sure that they wouldn't hit civilians or nationals of whatever country they were in, I don't know if I would lose that much sleep over that, because those guys as well
not losing sleep over it, sure. But the other people, the people who did blow them up, you would think, well, these people clearly aren't that interested in getting anywhere. I feel like would you not think that that's like a signal you get from that?
No, because Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, the reason I would have be perfectly fine with someone targeting them, maybe even if it's in a third country that's harboring them, right? That's giving them cover to do what they're doing and say what they're saying, because it's not just like any country, right? It's one that's actually like abetting their like disgusting behavior. If they were doing that, then that it would have the same argument as these guys, right? Because like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are roadblocks in negotiations. Like there have been several deals, not just with ceasefire, but also with aid that have been blocked by Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Like they are two of the reasons that potentially even this Trump deal might not have gone through, because we know that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich would stand in the way of it on grounds that they want to resettle Gaza, and the Trump proposal negates that. So that's one reason, not to mention the amount of times that they have frustrated attempts to get aid into Gaza through the chief of staff or anyone else. So yeah, I think it would apply to them quite easily. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, that probably these people, there's like a good justification to like blow them up. But I feel like if you did so under the premise, it's like you're inviting them functionally, like that's the idea behind it, you're inviting them into not your house, but like into a place where you're going to hash things out, and then under that premise you decided to take that opportunity specifically to assassinate those people. I feel like whoever did such a thing would be rightfully criticized for trying to push things in a worse direction. Now, again, maybe the outcome is that Ben-Gvir and whoever are such like assholes, as from what I'm remembering, yes, that is the case, that the next people would be better. But just as easily, you could imagine that the next people that come after them are going to think, well, if you're just going to like blow us up during negotiations, why would we ever work with you? I feel like
well, it's also if they specifically targeted Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, it's like, okay, well, now that the deeply unserious negotiators are gone, can the serious ones just like have a bit of freedom to to go and do this
Right, but that's
properly.
obviously not how it would be perceived. Obviously, people aren't going to think, yeah, those guys, they were just like messing around or whatever. That's not how Israel feels about. I mean, some people, I'm sure a portion of people in Israel too, but at the same time, they think that these people are like, you know, important leaders, and so if you just blow them up, I feel like Israel would be upset about that. I feel like Israel gets upset when leaders are killed, generally speaking, and so they would not be in a better mood in order to function some ways. Now, obviously, Hamas reserved is more of an authoritarian bend there, so it's not exactly one-to-one, but I still feel like the consensus would be pushed in a negative direction by blowing them up during something that's meant to be for negotiation.
So is your hypothesis then that even if this guy in Gaza, al-Haddad, is more conciliatory, he might have seen what's happened in Qatar and just think, well, fuck, I'm not negotiating if they're just going to blow me up. Like, do you think that's what's going to happen?
Well, I'm not saying he won't negotiate, but it's probably like it's like putting him in a fucked position, right? It's putting him in a fucked position where one, he might not want to negotiate because he thinks, oh well, if I do the right thing, they're just going to fuck me over. He might be in a position where, oh well, I want to negotiate, but they just like they just killed these people, which obviously didn't work, but like they just killed these people. Oh, so well, I mean, fuck, I mean, I'm going to have to like push harder on that. It might be in a position where, well, I want to negotiate. But you know, yeah, I feel like it is going to make things more difficult regarding negotiations if you fuck around and like kill people during negotiations. Yes.
Okay. If these leaders had, if I'm just going to get where you are, if Israel had waited till these guys were just at an unrelated event in Iran and hit them there, like, would that be okay?
Yeah, if they weren't in the processes of negotiation, then probably, yeah.
Even though they are still the head negotiators, like they're expected to be the ones to come to the table when a deal is there.
Well, then probably not. Then probably like Israel should like try and get new negotiators, do something like that. I don't know if there's like a meta negotiation thing where they can negotiate for who the negotiators are. But no, if you're I mean, yeah, it's like not. Obviously, I agree that like whoever these people are, they're like shitty or whatever. But and they are actively acting as a blockade to the negotiations. But I mean, again, I'm going to ask you the question: do you think that like Sorry, what was the question I asked you? And you said you weren't going to answer.
The question was about whether or not them being negotiating partners, like you just shouldn't. It sounds like you're saying that as long as someone has even the capacity or like is about to become a negotiating partner or is expected to be the negotiating partner when a deal is offered, then they just get like immunity. That's the thing I'm not sure about.
Well, it's not immunity per se, but it's if you are in the processes of negotiating, and then you are blown up, then I feel like that is going to act as a sign to whoever the next negotiator is. It's like these negotiators are like fucked. It's like you're not engaging with these things seriously. You're saying, oh well, now that serious people can come forward, but I don't think that's how it's going to be perceived. It's you've just blown up people that we sent to negotiate.
Well, but it sounded like you were saying that it sounded like you were saying that even if they just had the general role of negotiator, like there's nothing going on right now. But if a deal does come forward, they would be expected to be the ones who turn up to the meetings. You're saying you shouldn't target those people either, right?
Listen, I will say I'm not entirely sure where to draw the line here between people who have negotiated in the past, people who are good contenders for negotiator. So it's fair enough. Maybe it's like the fact that these people, maybe if it's like been a year and maybe in another year they're going to be a negotiator or not. Maybe in that case, yes, you can blow them up. Sure, but I feel like we know this was happening during negotiations. I feel like in this case it's very cut and dry that Israel is saying that they're like using this negotiation status and they're not really respecting that. And then they're using it as an opportunity to blow them up. And I feel like that is an issue. So maybe there is a point where somebody could be understood as a negotiator and you would be fine to blow them up because it's like, they're not currently in the situation and they're engaging in a military way or in an aggressive way that's like going to lead to danger. But in this case, I don't think that would qualify for these people because they were like directly in the process and Israel either shouldn't have agreed to engage with it or something else.
And in your eyes, is there any level of bad faith negotiating that this would change for you?
Bad faith level of negotiate? Well, probably, yes. Probably, like, if it's like, it's the US, we're gonna blow you up with 9/11 unless you bring 10 virgins for us to rape, and that's the only way we're good faith. I'm sure there's some ridiculous standard that, like, some party can, like, put forward, and it's like, well, but they're negotiating, so you have to respect them. No, yeah, obviously, I'm sure there's a level to that, but it's, I feel like that should be, like, called out and dealt with, and that you shouldn't use the negotiation itself as a trap, which it seems to me is like what's occurring in this case.
Okay.
And do you agree? Do you think you should be able to use negotiations as a trap, or?
Well, the difference is that I do believe that they had crossed a level of unreasonable negotiations. I just don't know if it's going to help. That's why. And also breaking the precedent of hitting Qatar is probably something that you shouldn't do unless you have a very, very clear indication that it's going to lead up with something good. And I don't know if there's any guarantee this will. But I just don't think the reason you're giving is like the right one. I think they have easily crossed like a threshold of showing that they're not serious. But like if they'd done this in Iran, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all.
Is there any situation where like there's like some understanding that like acts of war, like attacks in this area, shouldn't be acceptable? Do you think, like, for example, I mean, I don't know the exact details with the recent like attacks on like food trucks or whatever, but like, obviously, let's say that you have a military leader and they're going to like some sort of like food truck or whatnot, and it's like, generally speaking, you don't want to attack those because you want the civilians of a location to feel safe in those areas. And you think, well, yeah, but this guy's like a real asshole, so let's blow us up. Do you think, is there any kind of function with which somebody could be engaging that you think would give them some understanding of immunity, because you don't want to like make it so that thing seems unsafe?
Yeah, well, obviously, but that's the question, right? Because like you just said, food trucks, hospitals, and schools, anything else, all of these things lose protection when they are used in a hostile way. And I think Hamas just used negotiations to kick the can down the road so that they can continue dragging out the war and inciting attacks on Israel, like through their media. So, yeah.
Right. Well, I think that there should be like some level of, some things should be protected, even if they are using a bad faith way, as long as they are actually serving the thing that they're meant to serve. But sure, I guess you want to talk about the famine stuff because I mentioned food trucks.
Sure.
Yeah, you said that your issue with the famine was that even though there is a famine now in Gaza, I believe that's what you said. You thought that because of all the lefties on the internet screaming famine, that's actually an issue. That actually meant that people were, it's like the boy who cried wolf. You think the lefties on the internet were like doing a boy who cried wolf, and they were actually acting in opposition to how you would want to actually deal with a famine. Is that more or less what you think, just to be clear?
Given that the first warning of impending famine that I saw came in like October 17th, yeah, I don't think it's good to use maximum vocabulary for every issue, because once something actually does cross that threshold, then the sense of urgency from the terminology is missing. It's not just that, though. The other issue was that they kept on trying to simplify the issue, or to a point where or trying to exaggerate it in a way that they would use numbers, say like 500 trucks, which just resulted in people calling for like policies that didn't actually work. So like, say, flooding the strip with aid was the big Biden thing, even though it seems quite clear that throughout the entire conflict, the issue has been with internal distribution, not with aid crossing the border.
Because Hamas, we take the food. Yeah, and I understand. Yeah, I
No,
understand.
it's not just about Hamas taking the food. It's if you want to attack Israel, you can do that as well, because it's not just about Hamas taking the food is kind of like a bit of a incorrect way to put it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I know,
but because the other issue as well was that there were plenty of opportunities to criticize the IDF for their lack of ability to facilitate aid distribution. Because again, in areas that they are operating in, that is their role. They're the occupier, even if it's not the entire strip at one particular time. It was areas, and you can easily call for situations where they were not doing that appropriately. Or it's a massive slam on the GHF, because right now what they're doing is they have the GHF that's basically open for a few hours a day, giving people like drip feeds of food. But then at the same time, you've got these COGAT people and the like propagandists getting invited to the Gazan side of the border, where there are mountains of aids just sitting there, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, we're letting all these trucks in. We've let loads of aid in. Look, all this aid. It's everywhere." But then obviously the distribution issue is where it's happening. So, but the problem is that people aren't really focusing on one or the other, and then it makes its way all the way up the ladder to the point that the political demands are fucked as well.
Right. So I just feel okay, but it just seemed to me like when I heard you speak about this that you're saying because we were calling it a famine. Who was calling it? Is it just people on the lefties on the internet who were saying this? Because I feel like I understand who was saying this. I just because that seemed like what you were getting upset at is that people on the internet were like doomsaying about it, which is a common thing. So yeah, people are going to be hyperbolic in their language.
No, it's not just a lefty thing. It was like people like UNRWA were saying this, or for Jessica Albanese was, I think, the special rapporteurs for the territories and for human rights. Those guys were declaring famine even after the IPC said there wasn't one in 2024. So yeah, I think that is kind of
like. And you're just going to take the IPCC and UN's, who I believe, because I looked at the UN report at the very least, and it seems like they were saying we wouldn't have it cross our criteria of famine, but it is a very dire situation which seems on its way to get worse. But you're saying just because the UN report, the IPCC report didn't say it's famine, and that when you are in a UNRA or other people are saying it is, that is because they're being like too preemptive. I feel it could just be that like they have like different criteria for these things, or they want to like intervene early, which seems like, you know, saying that is generally what you want to do with a famine, right? It's like you want to intervene early, so it makes sense that people are going to be ringing the bell here early.
Well, no, you can because again, you don't need a famine to intervene. Like intervention happened when people were calling it a hunger crisis or even just an aid issue. Aid issue is like a pretty nasty thing to happen. But yeah, it's not that they have different criteria. It's that Albanese and her and a group of other people there used their positions at the UN to put out a press release that wasn't based on any definition at all. They just said it. They just made a press release saying there's a famine, even after the IPC said in 2024, June, July, that there wasn't one. So yeah, it's not just that they're going by different criteria or a sense of urgency or whatever. It's just that they're hyperbolizing. They're not even doing what the trusted source of the UN is supposed to do.
So it's particularly with Albanese, and UNRA probably has a different standard. All right, but you're saying that there were some people who are like in bad faith, like ring the bell too early, I guess for the sake of sensationalism, or you think they maybe believed it because, I don't know, they're like deluded?
I don't know why they do it. I think it's probably because they have this belief that maximum vocabulary yields maximum results. Maybe it's not that she has a different definition though. She just didn't offer a definition.
I'm not familiar with the Albanese case, so that's fair enough there. All right, but you think that now there is a famine, I guess, because of the UN and whatever are saying it. It's just, it seems, because my understanding is obviously you have to like intervene early in famines, because when the famine actually starts, you know, it's a bit too late. There's already like long-term damage being done. It's a lot easier to prevent and cure. But I guess you would say that would be again the issue with the way the IDF and the internal distribution would be. All right, is that about right? Is that about how you feel about it?
Yeah, I know that there have been some. I don't know what the complete, because I think after the IPC, then you go through the famine review committee, and there has been a couple of question marks raised about their recent analysis, particularly to do with the raw deaths, and that criteria not necessarily being met. Well, we can go into that if you want, but whatever it is, like obviously it's closer to famine now, or if not already there, than it ever was in the last 2 years. It's just that politically, like the vocabulary and the urgency just doesn't seem to be any different, because it seems to be like people just saying what they've always been saying.
Sure. I mean, when you say people, I guess you're referring specifically to Albanese. I think that's like getting upset people on the internet for, excuse me 1 second. On the internet for saying it is, I think, a bit gay. And speaking of people on the internet, do you think that, I think Anthony Fantano like raped you? I think you're coping about that.
Wait, say that again?
I think Anthony Fantano like raped you, and you're coping about that.
Oh, okay, that's just your opinion, dude. But
no,
as
it's
far
based
as
on you being
it's not
a
having a go
loser who seeded.
We're not really having a go about like
You're
lefties though.
seeding.
This is from the international community, and even if you look at old IPC reports, I mean, even they would publish when it came to Gaza, they would say that they would parrot the 300 or 400 trucks a day thing as well. So it's not just a lefty thing.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but literally all Anthony did was post the definition of genocide from his phone, and then you spurred out and wrote like a 4-paragraph post, and then you were sitting there like pretending that you were like the calm, chillaxed one who didn't care, and that he was like the crazy, insane one that's like seething. Like, how do you justify that?
I don't really base my positions on who's the more mad or yeah. I was frustrated.
But you do. In your fucking segment on it, you were like, yeah, this guy's seething, and you were doing like a funny voice. You were doing like a funny voice to be like, oh, you're right, that you were doing a voice for him. But when you were reading your own thing, you were like, yeah, I don't even care about this. So you do actually base your like positions on who's angrier.
I mean, it's a pretty retarded thing to do for someone to.
Well, then why'd you do it?
Making a determination about what he was doing. I just think it's a bit weird to like first of all just drop in like a snarky comment, and then he's people challenge him on it, and he says, what are his positions? And I'm sitting there like, I know that he does not care what my positions are. This guy's already made up his mind. So I do a little semi-serious, half-joking one, and then he says he's not even, and all he wants to talk about is genocide. So it's like the fact that I give him my positions and there's no curiosity, he just goes into genocide. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen his content outside of what he said to me as well. I saw his response to Tom York, who said that he thought that the self-defense arguments from Israel.
I agree.
Yeah,
Tom
so
York stuff is
can I
gay.
not comment
but
on
you're
that
saying
as
he was
well?
snarking you. No, you can comment on the Tom York stuff, but I'm saying that you think he was like snarking you by just saying you sounded like Destiny in that clip.
Well, he snarks in general.
You sound like Destiny in that clip. You sound like Destiny in that clip, okay? I feel like that's not like an insane thing for Needle Drop to say. It's not an insane thing for Anthony to say that you sound like Destiny in that clip. You sound like Destiny all the time, but especially in that clip. You did the faces, you did like the word. You sound like Destiny in that clip. And I understand it's an out-of-context clip. I was going to ask you what the context is. I'm not sure if you know it. But like,
you sound like you're dropping like 10 things on me at once. I don't know if you want to just pick one. Like,
right.
do you want to talk about Fantano? And
right.
I don't know what's wrong with me calling out him.
Clip Fantano is responding to. You're saying he's snarking you. I think it's a fair comment. You do like kind of sound like you're doing a Destiny impression there and all the time.
And then he's asked what my positions are. I give them to him, and I assume he has no
And
idea what my positions are. And then he says, "Oh, you
said he was already bad faith.
Genocide." Huh?
Wait, hold on. Let's be fair. You already said he was bad faith when he asked what your positions are. So you think when you're saying those positions that he's bad faith. So you don't. So you why? Just because he's saying you sound like Destiny, but you're kind of doing that.
Because I've seen the way that he behaves with other people. What are you talking about?
Well, he behaves to other people, and so you're just mad at him for being dumb about Tom York. I mean, I agree. He's like dumb about.
I think that's a good example. No, wait, sorry. Do you think that Anthony Fantano is like a reasonable voice in Israel-Palestine? Do you think he knows anything about this conflict?
Probably more reasonable than a lot of people. He doesn't know much, but he's pretty reasonable. I think he's more reasonable than most people.
Really?
Yeah, he's reasonable. He has like the very normie position. That's a reasonable position. The normie position is reasonable.
Just having the normie, just following the normie position is reasonable? What, just because everyone else is doing it? Because all his fucking mates are doing it? That's reasonable?
Oh, because everyone else is doing it. It's like, yeah, it's like fine to like not know much, but realize that, yeah, there's obviously a humanitarian crisis happening in Gaza. Yeah, that's like a fine position to have. Does he have like a detailed understanding now?
Well, his issue isn't that there's just a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, because if that was the issue, then he wouldn't have had to go at Tom York. He had an issue with Tom York because Tom York called out Hamas.
Yeah, I agree. Him going after Tom York's retarded. Yeah, I agree. But him going after you is fine. Him commenting that like your toddler's clip. I understand it's out of context.
No, if he's gonna ask my positions and I give him a list of like at least 4 things that I think are fairly
your list was snarking
straightforward.
Your list was like
memeing.
You were like mocking him in that clip, and then he like owned you with his like rape comments, right?
Well,
because your list, you say 4 positions, but then what's 5 and 6? You're just trying to mock him.
Yeah, it's just sense of humor.
So it's not like you're trying, because you already think he's bad faith, but now you're trying to pretend that you're like genuinely engaging with him.
Why are you trying to debate me on the fucking Twitter spat? What's wrong with you?
Like, so you don't want to talk about this? Come on. So,
no, we can. I just understand. Like, yeah, you're arguing over who got owned on the internet. I mean, if you want to,
because you're like trying to have it both ways. Well, I do want to. Thank you very much. And that was another Destinyism, by the way. If you want to, that you just did. Anyway.
Wow.
So and that's another one right there. So you
saying wow is a Destinyism? Are you?
I'm sorry, but it is. It's really, I hate to say it, man. I hate to say it. Ask a fucking linguist.
I can tell you hate to say it. It sounds like you're desperate to throw in Destinyisms. Wow, he should copyright that one.
I can't believe you would say that. Listen, man. Okay, so you're saying, I was just genuinely giving my 4 position. But you weren't. In that comment you made, you were like, 5, 6. I never said it. You were trying to mock him because you thought he was already being bad faith.
Didn't I already say it was half serious, half joking? Didn't I already say it was half serious, half joking?
Yeah, I agree with that. But so
you just described what I was doing, but you have a problem with it now.
Yeah, I'm building up to a point. My problem with it is that you're trying to pretend that like you're actually giving those positions. So you think that he's being unreasonable, but you're being unreasonable by trying to like hit the. Oh, I've never said the N-word, by the way, which you have. You said the N-word in private. You've admitted this on multiple podcasts. But that's putting that outside.
I've said the N-word on YouTube. Yeah, got him. Bam, bam.
Exactly. So I don't understand why you're going to sit there and be like, I was just trying to engage. And then Anti-Fatano is like spurging out with the genocide message, with his genocide tweets. But like, no, but you're already saying that you're like not engaging seriously. And he mocked you afterwards.
Okay, yeah, he did. But by ignoring everything I said, might want to talk about genocide.
Yes, by ignoring everything you said, because you weren't engaged. You were just trying to like go, oh, you said the N-word, because you're like,
well, I was engaging. I gave him some positions. I gave him some positions that you'd think would maybe spark some curiosity, because I imagine in his head, he probably pigeoned me into a fucking like Netanyahu lover with that first comment. So I don't know what's wrong with just like correcting a few things.
Probably just like a Israel lover or whatever.
I feel like
humanizing you weren't doing that. Because you weren't doing that.
That's probably a bit of a technique as well.
You said I like indie. What did you say? I like Indian folk music. It's like the most like roboted possible response you could give.
Classical
it sounds
guitar
like you've never heard a song in your life.
What, classical guitar?
Yeah, like name an album or something. Like name an album or something. He does album reviews. Why would you name like the fucking? You sound like you're picking your favorite song in The Sims 3. That's what it sounded like, man.
Damn. Am I getting mogged now?
Yes,
by these
comments. But that's why I'm not trying to make a big deal of it. I'm trying to make a big deal of it. It's just like pathetic.
I mean, you are making a big deal of it.
You were fucking genuinely trying
to running. You're like out of breath with this fucking battle rap attack.
I'm sorry, speaking quickly. I can slow down, man. It's okay. You're saying that you were trying to give him food for thought, but no, you were just trying to like mock him with those like final 2 comments.
I mean,
but
we
then
know
he
for a
absolutely
fact
raped
that
you.
he had to Google who Marwan Barghouti was, right? We know that he didn't.
Yeah,
know
because
that
he
guy
probably
was.
doesn't care much about. He doesn't know enough about the situation. Yeah, he's like a normie person. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but he still uses it as a bludgeon against people for giving like the slightest critique of the Free Palestine kind of doctrine or like truisms that go around from the Tom York side. But it seems like you agree with that, and it seems like what I was saying.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's stupid.
And it seems like my
yeah.
whole 4 paragraphs, my 4 paragraph spurg out, it was actually 3 paragraphs.
Yeah,
it's not even that much.
Well, to be fair, once I
was
get
fairly apt
because
given the way that he treats other people who defy the marching orders. Yeah, I think that's pretty appropriate to say. Did I say anything wrong there? Not really.
Well, it's not about you saying anything wrong. Well, I think that you're like being a crybaby about the whole. Oh, it's all a cult, and there's nothing you can say to affirm these people.
Which
and
is
don't
true.
even concede anything about Israel.
These guys fucking bend.
Yeah, you're crying about leftists on Twitter. It's like pathetic, man. Like, grow up. I just think like you should grow up. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about how you're trying to pretend that you're like cool, chillax, and whatever. But you're a 3 paragraph spurg out. That's what annoys me.
I mean.
But yeah, obviously, like, grow up. It's like people on the internet are going to criticize you. Yes, I'm aware of this.
I mean, I was frustrated when I was typing it. I was annoyed by him, but then I was calm when I was talking about it the next day. Is that not possible?
Yeah, well, it's possible, but then you're like framing it in the
it's possible.
Commentary. You're framing it like you were calm at the time. You're framing it like you were calm at the time, and you're admitting now that you were actually very frustrated and upset because he did mock you with his genocide tweet.
Yeah, okay. I was frustrated by him being an idiot, but okay.
Yeah, so you were like mad. So you were mad and seething, so he owned you. So you agree with me.
Yeah, I think it's okay to get annoyed sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Well, you think it is wrong to get annoyed if it's at the wrong people, right? It's like you get mad that people are annoyed at Destiny. Like you made fun of Donorbox for going after Destiny, the pedophile, for being a neglectful father. You said, "How dare you? How dare you? Don't do that." You think it's wrong to
well, now
get mad
your
about,
impression of me is me seething. I was just saying that it's stupid that going after someone going after a 14-year-old is weird. Using a 14-year-old.
He's not going after 14-year-olds. He's going after Destiny for being a neglectful father.
Calling the 14-year-old a Nazi is not going after them, like putting them in the spotlight. What are you talking about?
Put him in the spotlight, so we have to wait for him to be 18 to point out that Destiny's an abusive, neglectful father. That's what we have to do. Okay.
Well, we're not talking about being we're not even talking about him being an abusive or neglectful father. They were talking about him being a Nazi. Like, how many 14-year-olds go through Nazi phases? Like, it's not that.
Probably ones with neglectful parents. Probably.
Really?
If I had to guess,
wait, are you
increases
sure?
the chances.
Okay, so you've never.
Does it increase or decrease the chance? Does it increase or decrease the chance?
I have no idea if it increases or decreases the chance. For what?
Well, then you're retarded.
Most Nazis were
act out
middle
he's
class.
neglectful.
I mean, most Nazis in the beginning were
we're talking about people with a
so.
Nazi phase, you idiot. We're talking about people with a Nazi phase. We're saying that Destiny's son is acting out because Destiny's a neglectful father, and you spurg out about it. So yeah, you do think it's bad to talk about certain things. You're like, oh, you're getting mad about the wrong thing. It's like, yeah, you think it's bad.
Well, to use a 14-year-old having a Nazi phase as an attack against their parent is kind of strange. Yeah.
No, I agree. They should focus more about the fact that he like left him when he was young and just uses him for like dongs by. I'm going to take my son to the Holocaust Museum. It's pathetic. I agree. But listen, not everyone's fully informed about the situation. If you want to make a video about it, I would encourage you, obviously. But the idea that like, oh, I can't be upset about something, but you would say the exact same thing about Needle Drop when he posted that thing about Destiny. So yeah, I guess the answer is yes by your own logic.
What was I upset at? Wait, you're all over the place. You're mixing up your words. Who was I?
No, because you said
Needle Drop.
Oh, I'm not allowed to be annoyed at Needle Drop, and I guess I was going to say yeah because you get big mad when people make certain types of tweets. So yes, you're not allowed to post tweets like this one, this 3-paragraph one, according to you.
I have no idea what you're trying to say now. Can you summarize?
You got owned by Needle Drop.
Okay.
And then when talking to you, you said to me, well, Harry, am I not allowed to get like big mad about stuff? And I'm saying, no, I mean you are, but I mean you mock people for quote unquote being upset about other stuff, and you're wrong to do so. And
obviously, if you get mad at something that's like unreasonable, so people getting mad at ContraPoints, for example, when she said nothing wrong, yeah, I think that is an issue. Or people getting mad at the Tom York take,
well,
yeah,
but
that's
like
because of the arguments that are being made.
But whatever.
Do you understand that, like, if someone gets angry at someone for saying something that's actually like fairly uncontroversial, or even having a good take, of course I'm going to criticize them for having an issue with that.
Yeah,
so like, why would you have an issue with that?
What did Needle Drop say that was unreasonable? It's because he posted a genocide definition and it's upset you. So
yeah,
I'd say that.
Wait, why are you autistic? Why are you autistic? Why do you think he just posted the definition of genocide? Like it's in a vacuum.
To humiliate you, to mock and humiliate you, and it worked.
or to purity test me because he's a moron, doesn't
No,
know
really.
about
Yes,
conflict,
to humiliate
doesn't know
you,
how to
yes.
engage with my points about
It is,
the
he posted
statehood
the
or
most
the
annoying
terrorist
tweet
groups.
possible to you. He said, have you considered this dictionary definition of genocide?
It
and
is
you
annoying.
spurred the fuck out. You
It is
spurred
kind
the
of
fuck
annoying.
out.
Yeah, it
So,
is annoying when
he
people
kind
don't
of
take
mocked you. Yeah.
the discourse
So
seriously.
be honest
yeah.
about it. So don't lie, like in your fucking Cope and Seed fucking video, where you're like fucking like, yeah, it's so these people are the guys, I indubitably typed this simple little ditty here. It's like you're pretending like this wasn't like written with like both hands at 140 words per minute.
What, the paragraphs?
Yeah, saying that you were like spurting out.
Like I was setting the keyboard on fire, breathing heavily as I typed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
See, but now you're just gonna like try and meme out of it because you realize that if you admit that you were upset during this, you have to pretend it's all chillaxed or whatever.
I admitted that I was slightly. I admitted that I was a bit frustrated.
You look like a loser.
I said I was.
No,
a
you
bit
didn't. No, you
frustrated.
didn't. No. You said I'm just annoyed that the left is purity testing. You didn't say that I was upset. That
Frustrated and annoyed are the same thing. I don't.
But not the reason. You didn't say the reason. The reason was that Anthony Fantano mocked you, and you refused to admit that.
Oh. I need to admit that I got owned. Oh, okay. Well, what if I disagree? I think that's just your opinion, bro. You were there.
No, I'm saying that you got mocked because you posted.
You're getting owned right now. Can you admit that?
And see, you're just memeing out of it. It's like so pathetic to me, man. It's so pathetic.
This entire conversation is a meme. You're arguing about who got owned on the internet.
You don't want to engage. You don't want to engage properly. It's like I'm just trying to get across the idea.
The objectivity of who got owned on the internet. The science of who got owned on the internet.
Kind of, yeah. You do that all the time.
People who lean towards Fantano would say that he owned me. People who lean towards me would say that I owned him. That's what they would do. Yeah, that's usually what they would do. Huh?
You try and objectively prove that you like defeat people with your quote tweets, right? You were sitting on stream trying to say, I objectively owned Hassan by making fun of his shirt, right? You do this all the time, where you try and objectively defeat people. I don't know why you're pretending. I mean,
I can challenge people on facts or on arguments, yeah, but
it's not about facts or arguments. You were bad at the shirt he was wearing, right? So you're more than happy to try and objectively prove that like your epic dunks are good. But now that I'm pointing out that someone else is objectively owning you, you're like upset.
Okay.
And you're memeing out of it again. It's pathetic.
What, by laughing at you? What if I just genuinely find you kind of funny?
It's like, whatever, man. Well, I'm pretty funny. That's pretty cool. Oh, thank you.
So I'm allowed to laugh? No, you're memeing out of it.
Only if you're nice about it.
You got owned and you're memeing out of it. That's what just happened there.
It's like, I mean, I can't believe you're doing this right now, man. It's pathetic.
Am I memeing out of it?
You're like doing, this is very similar to when you did, I do that. So that's what this is like. It's like, you're like trying to pretend that you're like chillaxed and sitting back, whatever, while the other person is like, oh, can I show you my panties? And you're like, I do that. That's what you're doing right now. You do the exact same thing in this conversation that you did with Kosher Katie. I understand why you act this way, man.
What's
like,
your
just
position?
Engage with the world.
Wait, I thought we were against using content that was leaked without someone's consent against them. I thought that was a bad thing.
When did I say that?
Is it not a bad thing?
No, I'm using it to mock you. Of course not. I'd love to mock and humiliate you.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I? Yeah, you're Kosher Katie DMs were leaked.
If someone sent
you were sitting there, if someone sent
me your,
are you left or right-handed? You were jerking off and going, I had to do that.
So if someone sent me your revenge porn, I could just like broadcast it to mog you online.
That wasn't revenge porn. Those were sexts. Don't lie.
Are sex not the same principle as revenge porn? It's intimate content.
Well, if someone leaks revenge porn, and someone else leaks nudes, I would say that that's an escalation. So no, they are not the same thing.
They're not the same principle?
They're not the same principle. You can have a similar principle with them, but it's one-to-one. You can't like escalate from one to the other.
What do you mean you can't? We're not talking about escalating. We're talking about.
You are. You're saying, "Can I leak your nudes, Barry?" I mean, listen. No, you can't. Just to be clear, but that's what you're saying.
But intimate messages, that's fine. So intimate messages is fine, but not porn. Okay.
I can talk about you saying, "I do that."
Yeah, that's kind of weird. So if I imagine if you post
Anna Var's nudes, that is an escalation. Yes.
If Anna Var was beefing with me and I started leaking like sexts of hers that were given to me, I think that would probably be
threatening.
That would probably be quite bad. Oh, but it's okay for men.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, okay, right. So you're like a.
It's okay for men. No, it is a.
You're like a misandrist. Fuck.
It's a DM. It's not
probably got owned here, eh? Probably got owned in this conversation again. Now
you're just like a crybaby, man. The fact that you think someone's saying,
"I'm not mad. You're mad. I'm not mad. You're mad."
It's just pathetic. It's obviously not the same thing, and you're going to pretend it is.
I didn't say it was the same thing, but apparently you said there'd be a problem if I leaked sects of Anavar to get back at her in an argument. That would probably be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it?
No, not sex. I said nudes, you idiot. No,
what if it was sex? So if I found Anavar sexting someone and they sent me that and I used that and published it to have a go at her.
No.
That would be
you
a
can do
problem?
it to me because I did it to you. Obviously, I'm doing it to you because I'm a piece of shit. But if you want to respond to me, it wouldn't be by posting my news. It would be by posting
Why
my
didn't you just
intimate
admit that
DMs.
in the first place? Why did it take you like 2 or 3
That's what I
minutes
said.
of pulling
That's what I've
teeth
been
to say you're
saying.
doing it
I've
because you're a
been
piece
saying
of
that.
shit?
And you know I agree with you, and so now you're gonna cry and like whine about it, okay? Listen, man, not a good look.
Listen,
Sit
I
back
like
in
to
your
cry in
chair. Sit
private
back in
though,
your
okay?
chair and go, I do that. Yeah, epic. ... Type ... at me IRL right now. This is working. So you know, it's working for me.
I would ask if you have anything else, but you'll probably call that a Destinyism.
Obviously, yeah, obviously. There's other ways to say that, but you say it in the most Destiny way possible. It's pathetic, yes. Me personally, I would try and not act like a known doxer pedophile, but that's just me, man. That's just me.
Well, I thought you were a piece of shit. I thought you identified with that behavior.
One comment, Loner. How the fuck can you care about this?
Let's fucking go.
How the fuck can you care about this if you actually believe there's a genocide in Gaza?
Oh, this guy doesn't give a fuck. This guy is just purely
No,
like
I'm
a
asking how the fuck you can care about who owned who on the internet when you believe there's a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, I'm saying this guy doesn't care. This guy is an internet retard. Yeah, that he lost 2 arguments about famine. He lost an argument about fucking Albanese, and then he lost an argument about fucking.
You're literally coping on stream.
Targets.
Coping on stream about your arguments. You lost that debate we just had, by the way. It's so pathetic.
Why is it coping if I say that you lost the debate, but it's not coping if you say I did?
Because
why is only one coping? Oh, okay.
It would be coping if it's not true. That's how it works.
Oh, but what I said is true.
But it's not. See, now you're memeing out of it again. It's like, I know, but you're just saying.
I'm not memeing. Do you think I believe that's false? I'm being very serious.
Like we didn't even have an argument in the first. I was just asking you questions, and you were like, "No, actually, I think that you can like blow up food trucks or whatever." I think it's pathetic, but whatever.
Dumpster fire checkmate.
Are you going to pretend to care about food trucks getting blown up after? Okay.
I care like, a decent amount, same way like an individual would. I don't like look into it every single day. Well, because I said I do that, so I don't care about Gaza.
No, just like the general behavior. Yeah, of course you don't fucking care. What?
So the general behavior of me making fun.
I mean, you had quite a lot of opportunities to talk about the issues in front of an audience.
There are so many people you engage with. So many people you engage with.
Shit. So yeah.
That just go around being pedophiles, like doxing, and you think that they're serious actors, but I'm not a serious actor because I make fun of you.
Well, it seems that this is your one. You got like a chance to talk about this to an audience, and you're not really using it.
The answer is yes. I have my own audience. It's okay. I don't need your audience. I would like your audience. They'll come to me. They'll find their own way through this world. But it's insane. Like you're more than happy to speak with like pedophiles to docs and like reveal personal information. But when it's with me, it's like you're just gonna cry.
I don't believe I've ever.
I do that.
I don't believe I've ever spoken to someone on the premise that they were a pedophile. But okay.
No, it's just an ancillary piece of information about them. I guess.
Okay, it's just a random, just memeing out of it. I see.
That's not what I've done. I'm saying that they are a pedophile. That wasn't the premise of the conversation. Now you don't engage with what I'm saying. Very sad.
You want to talk about politics?
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about politically?
Well, I already talked about the things politically.
Do you want to talk about any other politics?
Well, nothing comes to mind. Let me think. Do you think? What do you think about the chorus stuff?
Okay. I banned him. Fucking hell, man. Dude. I don't know if hanging up on someone after asking them the question is a Destinyism, but we'll have to see if it's been copyrighted or not. Hello, Zev.
Hello. I just want to ask, how can you engage in this slop when there's a genocide going on?
I'm trying. The fuck?
Wait, have you come to the conclusion, the same conclusion I've gotten to about like yesterday's strike for Qatar? Like,
yeah,
that's what I've noticed earlier.
The thing is, there's like a few information gaps. One is I don't actually know how much more sincere this Al Haddad guy is for negotiating, and I also don't know everything about Qatar's role when it comes to terrorism, because obviously Israel calls them like the eighth front, the war on 8 fronts, but
just because Israel calls it a front doesn't make it one.
yeah, that's why I don't know. I don't know what the arguments are. I know they have a very unique position.
In 1948. You think Lebanon was a front in 1948?
I mean, they took one village. Don't forget that one village.
That village was half of. I know that village. Half of it is in Lebanon.
Yeah.
They literally just took the village that was split between the borders and made it all and took over.
They might have fired some shells. I don't know about that.
They barely had a front, and Jordan wasn't a front. It was basically just like, who the fuck even? Egypt? Just Egypt, really. Egypt and Syria, right? Was Syria part of it? Syria definitely was a part of it, right?
Syria was, yeah.
Okay. Well, what was it called? Regarding the Qatar shit, let's just say, you did bring up a point I didn't think of yesterday, which is like, Israel did wait for Haniya to leave Qatar before striking him. So it makes it weird that they strike these Hamas guys here. Like in Qatar.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I just need to answer those two questions. I need to answer about Qatar's role in Hamas. It would be really interesting to know if they, like, how aware they were. How aware were they of the money that they were giving to Hamas going to Al-Qassam? And the other thing would just be, yeah, the Al-Haddad's negotiator.
I would say just as aware as Israel, because like they were giving them money through Israel. No, like I would think so. Like,
wait, say that again?
I would say they're just as aware as Israel that where the money goes because it's going through Israel. Like they didn't straight up just give money to Hamas. They give the money Israel to give to Hamas, right?
Israel allowed it to go in.
Yes, but like that means the money was going through Israel. So like their awareness of where the money is getting spent is probably at the same level. Maybe Qatar knows a little bit more because of the leadership in their country, but that I don't think it's like that much more than Israel. Besides, Israel knew they were like fucking putting it into rockets and shit. Remember, before October 7th, they also fired rockets in other instances. And like the firing barrage in 2021, it was like one of the largest barrages they've had in years. So they knew like there was money going to the rockets, and they always claimed there was money like being funded for terrorism rather than like infrastructure, even before October 7th.
Yeah, are you saying it would be quite surprising if Qatar didn't know?
It would be surprising if Qatar knew much more than Israel.
Oh, more, yeah, but Netanyahu was warned in what, 2019, 2020? But was that public, or did this only come out after October 7th that he knew
about being warned for like them gearing up, like Hamas gearing up to like do October 7th? He was warned like days or a week prior to October 7th, not that many years before.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question to ask, though. Be a good one to fill out.
Write them down so you can fucking think about.
I have them written down. I'm on it. I'm way ahead.
Think about them more. Hello, Kanunda.
I just wanted to ask a question. I'm curious. Do we know? I'm assuming it was Shin Bet who warned Netanyahu, yes, and that they warned him about the money as well. That they informed him of that the money wasn't going to like help the Gazans, but it was going to Al-Qassam.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to find out is if it was published at the time.
Okay, because like it's possible that they found out independently and that Qatar didn't know at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because obviously in 2025 there's an article saying Netanyahu was warned twice by the IDF and Shin Bet. But he let it go through anyway because he didn't give a fuck. He was just like,
wasn't he warned like a year in advance by Egypt?
was it by Egypt or was it by?
I think it
IDF
was by
Shin Bet?
Egypt.
Oh,
I think
Egypt
he was. I think they warned him like a year in advance.
Egypt told
Was it a
him.
year? I thought it was weeks, not like a year.
I think it was a year. That's what I heard. Let me see.
Didn't Egypt come out? Yeah, they came out afterwards, right, and said October 7th that they warned Israel that Hamas was up to something. I thought that was recent, or that they had that came out not too long after. And then I think Israel denied it, which makes sense because they didn't want to look bad.
Here, Egypt intelligence official says Israel ignored repeated warnings of something big. Cairo official says Israel focus on West Bank instead of Gaza.
And I'm assuming the reason why.
While you guys find that out, I want to go and do more news stuff. Or actually, I want to do React. I want to do that thing about the Iraq War.
Boring.
What? That's fine. Also, that conduit guy from this community has done a new video. It's on Mike.
Yeah,
from PA.
he's
Mike from PA.
That's a good formula for content. Just watch some insane streamers for a week and just make a video.
Actually, I have an idea similar to that about something that I might do.
You should make one on you, Loner.
That wouldn't be very funny. Actually,
it wouldn't be funny, but it would be like, oh, he's normal.
That would be a good parody. Oh, speaking of the Iraq War, I just want to throw this out there. Someone asked me for a hot take yesterday when I was babysitting the stream. I don't know if this is actually a hot take, but I think that the Iraq War was morally justified, but not pragmatically justified, because obviously it was so fucking stupid, like clusterfuck, that they did not. But Saddam Hussein was a bad dude. Is that a fair thing to say? That you could morally
There's
justify?
a lot of bad dudes in the world. That doesn't mean that they can just go in and invade it.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why pragmatically it doesn't work. That's why you shouldn't do it, because it's a stupid idea. But you could, but like on a moral level, I mean, I think that if we wanted to live in but obviously that doesn't work because there's a whole bunch of problems with that.
I mean, I've heard the argument that it might have made sense during the Gulf War because he was an active aggressor, but doing it like 15 years later didn't make that much sense.
Occupying Kuwait, he was trying to occupy Kuwait.
And it would have absolutely been more so than like when they did into that. I don't even think we even know why the fuck they did it. I think that's still
because of oil.
Over.
Because of oil.
Do you think that's the only reason, and it's not other stuff? Because like that's hugely debated too.
I mean,
you know what? That might be a fun research project sometime. Anyway, Loner, you want to go react to shit? So
yeah.
Wait, oh god, people are people trying to one guy. You know what, guys? If I do a stream tomorrow or later, then we can argue about my Iraq War take. I don't want to derail Loner's stream.
Damn right. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Hang on. Yo. What's the new conduit video? It's the same print, it's the same concept, but it's Mike from PA as opposed to Hassan. God. Do I want to do this or do I want to do the Iraq War one? I can do both. They're both about an hour long, so that would take quite a bit of time. I have to be somewhere this evening, though. I have plans. Friends want to do a thing. What the fuck? Give us a sneak peek. Let's double check. Make sure I'm not It's in 4 hours. Okay, that's enough time.
I'm sure a lot of people, when the fascist takeovers were happening in Germany, were going, man, the Germans deserved it after World War I. Ha ha ha. It's funny to see the government of Germany fall into such disorder. Oh man, they got those clowns, the fascists. Looks like the Germans are finally getting their comeuppance. How'd that end up working out for the German people? And how'd that end up working out for the world? You think if the United States of America slipped further into fascism, that would be liberatory for the world?
4 months.
You want to see us? We could turn way darker than what we're doing right now. And you think America's done interfering with the rest of the world if it falls to fascism? You are fucking deluded. We'll be in a war with China or some insane ass shit, because that's what fascists do. They fight wars. 1 in 5 voters, including 45% of Republicans, approve of the storming of the Capitol building.
Is he wrong? Fuck these guys.
In other words, 20% of American voters are fascists.
Didn't this go up to like 40? I think this is like every Republican. Or it's like, well, 90% of Republicans have full approval for Trump, but then also it's like 70% of them still think he won in 2020? What percentage of Republicans think Trump won in 2020? Polls suggest Republicans who believe, this is from August 2024. I doubt much would have changed going into the election. Is it, what pollster is this? 1? They expected chaos in November, obviously. They anticipated, wait. 65% of Republicans known popularly as election deniers. Wait, was it here? This is most respondents, but that includes Democrats. It is kind of insane how Trump just manages to do the kind of like boiling frog thing where his behavior gets so quickly normalized by like American media. Yeah, the guy tried to coup the government. That's fucking insane. When? "69% of Republicans and Republican leaners," and that's from last 2023. I doubt this would have got any better. It's only gotten worse because Trump still denies it, right? Anyway.
Full-blown fascist. And you know, that's enough to win. That's enough to take power. That's enough. That is enough. If the rest of society doesn't stand up to these people, that's enough. School is not important. Work is not important. Nothing is more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all. The problem is that we still have to watch speeches from the 60s for leadership. Not a good sign. Absolutely not a good... Hey, what do you think we're trying to do here?
Oh, shit.
I'm so glad Kamala Harris lost. Can I just say that? Can I just say thank God
oh, no.
Kamala Harris is not president of the United States? Can you imagine how dire things would be?
I could end the video right there, couldn't I? Surely nothing is going to beat that transition.
Surely. Like Hassan, Mike from PA is a streamer I've only really understood through people's reactions to him. He runs in the same leftist circles, he gets in the same kinds of Twitter fights, he says the same dumb inflammatory stuff.
Can you imagine how dire things would be?
Always trying to be the smartest person in the room, without checking what the people there actually know. Like Dwight impersonating Michael, impersonating Ryan. But where Hassan has created an image of himself that makes
Imagine, why is he making an Office US reference? I have no idea what that is.
him brand safe, at least for Twitter.
Dwight impersonating... okay.
What are you gonna
it's
do,
not
bro?
important.
Mike makes no such compromises for what he believes. From his cringe to his couch, what you see is what you get. Yet, despite his sofa battery, he has still amassed a large following and gets thousands of monthly subs, making him one of the biggest left-wing streamers on Twitch. But I don't just want to talk about his greatest hits. It feels very high school, and there's enough of that in streaming.
Let's up those numbers!
People listen to what he has to say, and I want to know why. So, same as last time, I listened to him for 1 week, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And endured. I think watching Hassan helped me for what to expect.
Whenever you see Hutch anywhere on this platform, if you
not
are my
Hutch.
subscriber, you are contractually obligated to use DSA Pay Up. If you ever see this bald-headed fuck,
Wait.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the drama...
Hang on.
I still have this ready in case we ever talk about the war. I have the cube.
The cube?
The reason why... Okay, the thing is, I have a certain way about me, which is I am more harshly anti-liberal than Hassan. And so people that have a liberalism within themselves, and I do too.
What does that mean?
Let's go make fun of Ethan Klein now.
Why?
I am not an abolitionist because people like Destiny exist in our society.
Okay, stop. This is, to put it mildly, a lot. And if you're not careful, it can run you over.
Wow.
But don't worry, I'm here
Imagine.
to be your guide, so take my hand and we'll get through the madness together. Hopefully.
What we need to do is collect all this evidence, and we need to start mailing it to every single district attorney, every single detective, contacting politicians on both sides of the aisle until something is done. Because right now, there is an open and notorious child sex predator advocating for the predation of children. We need to intervene
Is he
before...
talking about Sneeko? With the Aisha shit. Oh, God.
Or somebody is killed. Disagree. We shouldn't get involved in this. This isn't up to us. The problem I have with people like you is you think, like a liberal, that these systems work. This is the essence of why your politics is shit. Throwing up your hands and saying, I don't want to get involved. That's how predators get away with it. And right now, we have a pedophilic cult that people are working to eject into the mainstream Democratic Party. This is a crisis. And ignoring it and hoping it goes away on its own is liberal bullshit. It's rape culture. It's exactly why predators get away with their crimes.
Fuck.
This will not be the last time he calls on his audience to do something that's more likely to make things worse than to actually help.
If Destiny gets arrested and he goes to prison, or like he gets prosecuted, I swear to God, we're flying out to Miami for vacation and we're doing some streams of the trial chat. Florida State Court broadcast their courtroom hearings. Huggers! We could just... And we don't have to go down to Miami until sentencing day.
It's kind of jarring to see Mike speak so flippantly about this when before he was saying that the justice system doesn't do anything.
He's going to flee to Israel as soon as he can. He's not Jewish though, chat. So he can't do Aliyah, or however you say it. Aliyah. Yeah, Aliyah. Thank you. Aliyah. I can never pronounce that shit. What you got to understand about Ethan and Destiny, they're the same guy.
Well, this is new because this is when Ethan and Destiny fell out.
Don't care about shit.
You see what's happening?
Like Hassan and I are political because we care about the world and we care about politics and we care about trying to get certain outcomes in elections and in political and social movements.
Obviously, he doesn't keep up this kind of energy the whole stream, but when it emerges, the tone shifts. It becomes less conversation and more evangelizing, like almost literally.
If there's a moral code or beliefs or just a sense of right and wrong, it's going to cause you friction in your life. And so if you're
God, why is fucking Teuton in my... No, maybe.
going to be a principled person, you must build up an army of people around you.
Mike is akin to a preacher, espousing a tale of good and evil, socialists and liberals/conservatives.
You must build up solidarity with a collective of people that will align with you. That's the only way to punish sociopaths.
He speaks of the wicked.
Ethan Klein and Destiny They don't give a shit about anything but what's in their own benefit. They believe in nothing. They have no moral values. Every word they say, if it can advantage them, will be a lie.
That the people are waiting and ready to hear them spread the good word.
The reason why the left exists is what we've realized is that the vast majority of people are good people. They just don't know their own power. And this is why the left is the next stage in human development. The left is when we, the people, together, collectively, enact our morals and our values in the interests of humanity, and we destroy the parasitical classes of sociopaths that have dominated human society since we settled down around our first agricultural fields in the Nile Valley.
And if we just follow the righteous path, we will be delivered unto the promised land.
We build systems of interlocking accountability and transparency. That is the next step of human evolution. Capitalism is the final form.
What systems are we building here? What's going on? Building those gifted subs, maybe, but
form of domination. And personalities like Ethan Klein, personalities like Destiny, they thrive under neoliberal capitalism. And so it is up to you and I to enact our will that the world not be like that anymore. That moral values and humanitarianism guide the future. And so I need you to stand up and join me and fight shoulder to shoulder for a better world, which involves holding these people accountable.
To be cast down and derided endlessly.
And you need to start shaming people that are openly supportive of Destiny or Ethan Klein or any other Zionist. It has to be socially unacceptable to be a freak.
You know what's weird about like watching this and people who have a go at me for having a go at lefties online? Like, I don't understand like the issue that people have with going after a certain group of creators or a certain branch when it seems like everyone who attacks me for that reason does the same thing just to other people. Like, I feel like at least we do politics here sometimes. Like we do original research and we do little like semi-educational segments or debates and all that, but like fucking hell, it just seems like so many of these people just define their, like he's giving this really impassioned fucking political speech about building a socialist movement and he's like relaying it back to how they should bully Ethan Klein on the internet. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. I don't know. I feel like there's a bit of projection going on there. Fuck.
To be socially unacceptable to be a sociopathic liar. And the fact is that Ethan Klein is a Zionist.
He really doesn't stop going after Ethan.
He wanted to go online and posture as being pro-Palestinian, while at the same time understanding that the structures of Israel and its apartheid made that impossible. And when October 7th happened, those contradictions were exposed. And all the fake pro-Palestinian two-state solution people have exposed themselves as the genocidal apartheid supporters that they are.
Shit.
It's crazy.
The two-staters are the genocidal apartheid supporters. Fuck me.
Can't see it. And to a Zionist like Ethan Klein, pedophilia is ignorable as long as you support the genocide. That's literally what it is.
There's a line between disagree with a position or not liking someone's character and just ripping on them for huge chunks of time.
Part of the reasons people got mad at me is because I called AB out for being a cowardly little bitch. And it's time for us to move on to all of our enemies have been exposed as botters.
Here he accuses Asmongold of being botted by right-wing oligarchs.
Let's see who would do it. Like, I feel like the Mercers are behind it. Obviously, Elon Musk. I feel like the Gamergate shit has been a project of Steve Bannon from the beginning.
I have no idea how or why some accounts on Twitch had bots in their audience. There are likely overlapping reasons. But I don't think Mike realizes that by saying it's the influence of oligarchs, he's inviting scrutiny into his and Hassan's audience over whether they would also be getting botted by a country like Qatar, given their desire for influence on US politics.
Tectone, admit that you paid for bots yourself. The thing about somebody like Zach He is legitimately a stupid, vile piece of shit. These things exist because of American foreign policy
What is he saying? Upper middle class, primarily white women who would import all of the above to destroy the country in order to satisfy their suicidal empathy.
Prevention. We invade Iraq. We create ISIS. ISIS is aligned with what? The Gulf states and Israel.
That is wildly incorrect.
Yeah,
Al Qaeda was created by America. The Taliban was created by America and Pakistan. The Mujahideen was created and supplied by America. Why?
Well, they created all these movements as well. It's such a weird thing. Like, why is it this Orientalism of just like the only reason you can have this analysis is if you think all fucking Arab or like Muslim militant groups are the same. Most Mujahideen fighters went on to the Northern Alliance. More than went to the Northern Alliance to fight against the Taliban. But, bro.
To fight secular, left-leaning organizations and nationalist organizations. Not even communism. And Asmongold is leading all of his audience down the fucking primrose path to death, suicide, and isolation. The world's not going to be miserable like you Zach. Surrounded by cockroaches and filth.
Like, I don't think I've ever agreed with an Asmongold political take, but I wouldn't spend 30 minutes a day insulting him, especially to an audience that's already on my side.
If you fall into this rabbit hole, you are dumber than dirt.
Next, we watch a clip of Trump.
This is the essence of the conservative movement. This is Zach Rar. This is what the internet does. It convinces you that everybody else is dumb because the algorithm shows you stuff that makes you want to engage. It's an addictive dopamine machine.
It's interesting that he calls this out at the same time he embodies it. I don't know if it's intentional or not.
It's a tiny right-wing fringe, the dumbest of the people of the country, but they represent no more than 30 to 35% of people at the absolute most.
I don't think that's the fringe then.
Somebody asked me, Mike, what do we do with fascist Nazis? Do we show them mercy or smile? The answer is mercy is a luxury of the victorious. We do what we need to do to defeat fascism, and when it is broken, when it is defeated and crushed, when there is no more right-wing resistance, then we are magnanimous.
Okay, but who counts as a fascist in your view, given that, as we'll soon find?
It was quite interesting how, again, Mike is a fucking absolute spurg, and he's also, I don't know why he keeps shouting. He's just like all the worst things in a person. He's like deeply insecure. He lied about being a lawyer and as part of his political campaign. He's incredibly fucking hateful. But at least I think he actually is a bit more like intellectually capable than someone like Hassan, because when they were fighting with Bad Empanada, it seemed like Mike actually understood what the difference was between these two guys, because he was communicating the fact that one side, like the Mike Hassan side, believes in some level of like reconciliation, like, well, after their victory, right? Like they were talking about peace and reconciliation and like very ANC rhetoric, whereas obviously Empanada is much more like just fucking burn and kill everyone. But it seemed like Mike actually understood that distinction. Like in terms of Israel, it would be comparing the South Africa solution to the Algeria one. South Africa was about peace, reconciliation, nation building, equality, etc. But what happened with Algeria was that all the colonists either left or got chased out. So there's a big difference there. But it seemed like Mike actually identified that, whereas Hassan didn't really notice it. He was just upset that he was getting bullied online.
Out, you see the Democrats as collaborators.
But up until that point is achieved, we must fight pragmatically to get there. And any other way of being is folly.
Wild levels of hypocrisy that he would say all this while vocally denouncing Kamala Harris.
We have to use the tools of our enemy to defeat them.
Mike gets asked about Gaddafi, former leader of Libya, and his response is something.
So Gaddafi is a complicated figure who had a lot of flaws, but undoubtedly, he was one of the only models of successful development in Africa. That's why they attacked Gaddafi, because they didn't want the power of a good example.
Actually, Gaddafi was about to roll tanks into Tripoli, the capital of Libya, to suppress a popular uprising because people were unhappy with his broken promises and authoritarian oppression.
All right, I'm ready to talk more about politics now. I think we've done as much drama as I can fucking handle.
Oh boy, Israel.
Israel bombs a hospital, and then when journalists and first responders come to heal the wounded, Israel bombed them live on...
I'm not even going to disagree with the premise, but you have a Putin as bad cube, and this is the worst war crime you've ever seen? I have questions.
And Reuters have also confirmed their journalists and freelancers died in the strike.
They all do this, don't they?
Liberals try to say that it's a genocide in Ukraine while ignoring the blatant genocide that goes on in Gaza.
So, where's the cube?
Now we move on to the main Senate race.
And it seems like he's good on Palestine. It seems like he's good on economic issues.
He calls Susan Collins a fleshlight. That's nice.
And when the choice is between Susan Collins, Donald Trump's fleshlight,
or Donald Trump's puppet or ventriloquist dummy.
Then he gets into the California-Texas redistricting battle, and you think for a moment he gets it.
If the Nazis and the fascists are going to take power through cheating, you better cheat back. It's called reciprocal morality. If somebody backstabs, you've got to stab them right back. They have to be punished right away. If you let them profit, then they'll do it again.
And then it goes off the rails.
Hamas doesn't exist if you do reciprocal morality, because if Palestinians have the same rights as Israelis, then there's no cause for war. The reason why the Israelis feel like they could fight a war is because they're being supported and they're being rewarded and they're being incentivized. If Israelis were punished, they would stop doing it.
This is a complete misunderstanding of the conflict.
This is the politician I've been looking for, not just someone who talks big, but who actually is interested in governance.
He's only been an assemblyman at this point. All he has is talk. I support him, but I know if I hold him to literally every promise he's made, I'll be disappointed. He can't single-handedly upend the system, and I'm glad one person doesn't have that power. Wait, hang on. Let me try something here.
Somebody who is actually going to clean up our shit-fucking government, clean out the parasites, clean out the consultants, who recognizes that value for your tax dollar, they don't have infinite consultants who are just soaking up money and excess lawyers.
Now here's where Mike gets to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, one of the many who were deported by ICE to CICOT, the prison in El Salvador, and was fortunate enough to be returned. Now Kilmar is facing being deported once again. Mike put his name in the stream title, so I assume he's going to spend a lot of time talking about him. And because it's important to hear about this, I'm going to play every word he says about it, and fast forward where he just lets the clip play.
All right, here's another story I wanted to talk about. They just re-arrested Kilmar Abrego Garcia. ICE just did a honeypot, or he came in for his mandatory check-in, and they arrested him. Like, this is just an absolutely insane fucking violation of all of our rights. I mean, this is fascism. There's really nothing more to say. This guy has not had his opportunity to have his case heard in court. He is a legal permanent resident of the country. That means he has a legal status in this country. It means that he is loyal to this country, and he's not being treated with the requisite rights of facing a fair trial. And as we were speaking, Trump made a blatantly unconstitutional executive order banning the burning of the flag.
We will not hear about Kilmar again this stream.
It's humiliating to be an American. It is. That's the only reaction I have. Our country is now under the thrall of the dumbest sack of shit.
But we will hear a more emphatic repudiation of Trump for a much more unforgivable sin.
With a stolen World Cup trophy. Why is that in the White House?
Lastly, during an extended segment where he glazes China, he brings up that the CCP killed American spies. You have 3 seconds to figure out whose side he came down on with that.
China dismantled CIA spying operations and killed sources, report. Yeah, wow, I can't believe China is not letting the CIA ruin their country.
If Mike were paid by China, would he sound any different here?
You're supposed to allow us to install the biggest pedophile as your president, just like we did in Afghanistan.
I feel like I'm really struggling to focus on what he's saying, because like he's shouting for animation, but you know what people do when it's all shouted, it becomes like its own monotone. That was really difficult to pay attention to. Fuck me. It's like, you know, when you do music production, you're taught to do things like you compress things and you distort them to bring some more life into it, because the way that compression works is that it pushes down the ceiling, it creates a ceiling and lifts all the quieter stuff up. So it's like you've got an audio wave, and say it's kind of going like up there. A compressor will bring a ceiling down there, so it'll cap the highest levels. But then when you raise the volume, the lower levels will come higher as well, so it evens everything out. But then if you do that to everything and you overdo it, then the entire mix just sounds like, it just sounds flat, right? That used to happen a lot with like the kind of 2012, 13, 14, with like these loudness wars where people would just keep trying to push things further and further. And then, yeah, it just brings up like, it just makes everything sound kind of like dead. And I feel like that's what Mike's doing with his voice, with his delivery. I don't know why he thinks he needs to shout. He could just talk normally. Weird. Why are there people in my VC? What are they trying to talk about? Okay, let's just see if there's any engaging shit in here. What are you three guys want? Oh. Three. Wow.
What? Oh, I told Teuton that if he wanted to argue about Hassan Slop, that I would do it on my stream, because I know you don't want to do that, which is completely fair because it's silly. But I will happily subject myself to this shit.
I mean, generally, like again, like I'm okay with it when it's relating to like an issue.
Okay.
But obviously, if you want to argue over who got owned in Twitter, then it's less interesting. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, by the way, what the fuck, man? That conversation was some AIDS that you had with that Perry dude. I don't understand. Also, I just linked something. Apparently Ethan posted this on Instagram.
Is this to do with AB?
No, it's about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, but
The
it's from
the GHF.
leftovers. Yes,
What's he saying about them?
It's from leftovers. Like it was
Oh,
posted on
no,
it's just a
Novak,
screenshot.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt. He was like single boosting their like statements and like promoting them.
Oh, well, that's
and
kind of
like
dumb.
calling out Hassan. So that this is one proof I use.
Wait, hold on. Let's see if that's actually what he was doing.
I saw the Instagram story on my own Instagram page. I know it was real, but okay.
Okay. Well, his caption here is at Hassan Piker, come get your freedom fighters, and then he posts like this. Underneath it is the GHF statement on operations. And it's just a bunch of shit about from GHF about how Hamas is the reason why Gazans aren't being fed, and because they want to go back to the old system. And then CC Hassan Piker, your friends at Hamas are in desperate need of spin. And then it has like another statement from the Humanitarian Foundation.
Do you have a way that you could send these to me, or where are these?
Oh, it's in the side chat. It's in the
side
chat.
I always forget to check the side chat. It's the worst place to
Yeah.
go. God.
I know. I'm very sorry.
Okay. And I get that.
I should just DM it to you.
Thank you. Okay, I got it. It's fine. All right.
Okay.
He reposted the GHF, called Sam Cedar a Hamas supporter. Wow. Hila praised the pilot in the attack on Iran. Okay, don't care about that. Called Hassan a Hamas spokesperson. Don't really care about that. Terrorist lover. This
I'm just looking at the
GHF, is it? Hamas is the reason hundreds of thousands of hungry Gazans were not fed today. The group issued direct threats against GHF operations. These threats made it impossible to proceed today without putting innocent lives at risk. Hamas wanted to return to a broken system at once controlled, exploited, delivering. Okay.
What do you think about Ethan? And the people still try to claim Ethan Klein as pro-Palestine when he's promoting this organization and like single boosting their statements.
Yeah, well, nothing there. I'm looking for something in this statement that's wrong. Let me see. Tonight at 10 a.m., 2,000 members working side by side, delivering aid. There are at least 5 fatalities, multiple injuries. Okay. Yeah, no, you shouldn't really be retweeting those guys. Those guys are fucking useless.
Sorry. And
I think Ethan is.
He's calling the old aid system broken and not the one that's currently on is crazy.
No, you're right. Ethan is really ignorant sometimes and does dumb shit. However, that does not mean that he is not like sympathetic towards Palestinians or that he doesn't support them having a state or that he is like some sort of crazy pro-Bibi supports everything Israel does person or whatever straw man you guys have turned him into.
Nobody's accusing him of being pro. This is getting into drama stuff. This is probably bad, but like nobody's. It's kind of relay politics.
Yeah, but they are accusing him of basically. Yeah, but they're accusing him of being like in favor of everything Israel does.
He just needs better left-leaning people to set him straight on it. You know, I don't think his crew does a necessarily good job of it. His old co-host didn't do a good job of it. Damn. Do you want me to let him know?
Yeah.
Do you want me to send him give him a bell? Be like, listen, mate.
Yes. Don't repost the GHF. You should.
Yeah, you should talk to him. It'd be good.
I mean, we don't talk that often. We spoke about arranging podcast appearances, like so. But
yeah,
there's DM fucking sources, bro. Like you gotta like.
Well, I mean, he's taking call-ins, so like if you wanted to,
probably,
he's taking call-ins from. Well, I guess it's from. He wants them to see snarkers. I don't think he wants like reasonable criticism.
He does.
Maybe.
Probably. I don't know. I mean, I think he spoke to Dylan Burns, but
Yeah, but not about this. He spoke to him about the doxing shit, and hopefully, and Dylan was saying he hoped that they also got to talk about Ukraine. I don't know if that's been posted yet.
About what? No, they said. I think they're probably gonna make like a segment because Dylan Burns had to like end the stream.
Yes, I saw that last night. Yes.
Yeah, man. That's just an example I sent of him being overtly pro-Israel. And like the reason I don't give like Ethan Klein the same slack as like Bernie Sanders is because Bernie Sanders like advocacy and like like his statement since October 7th, 99% of it has been attacking Israel. Ethan Klein's 99% of like his advocacy, literally like his last 100 Instagram stories, no mention about Gaza, no mention about the like starvation in Gaza, no mention thing. It's just attacking pro-Palestine people and Hamas. Like you cannot do that and claim you're pro-Palestinian.
He's attacking very particular types of pro-Palestine people, though.
I'm saying, why did he ever call out Israel? Why on his Instagram stories there's not one calling? He did not post about starvation. It's still happening today. It's like 10 people died yesterday of starvation, which is a lot for people with like a area with only 2 million people, which people don't consider when they like. I hate when people compare like Gaza death toll to Yemen. And I'm like, yeah, it's obvious. Gaza only has 2 million people. Yemen has like 44 million people. So obviously.
Isn't it like super shitty comparing to things where the comparisons don't actually matter? Or like where like they're not reasonable comparisons.
Why would you say that?
Basically, huh?
Oh, you know, because there are things that people love comparing Israel to all the time and what they're doing in Gaza, and it's like, isn't it really dumb to do that? Like to just draw these fucking brainless comparisons.
I wasn't even talking. I'm just saying, like, when people say, like, oh, way more people like died in Yemen. I'm just saying, like, it just like it. I'm just saying people don't take into account like the very small population of the Gaza Strip. So not really the same as like the Israel comparisons to the Nazis, because the Nazis had like access to. Way
but those comparisons are also fucking retarded too. That was the point that I was trying to make, not so subtly.
Okay. You can make that. You can. Yeah, I get you think. Yeah, but my main point is like, if somebody spends 99% of their attacking the pro-Palestinian side, and doesn't call out Israel and stuff like that. That's why. That's why I don't have the same smoke for Bernie Sanders, even though on paper, like Ethan Klein and Bernie Sanders are basically the same. Bernie Sanders, if you
they're not basically the same because obviously Ethan goes farther than Bernie on quite a few issues, right?
Oh, okay, on like genocide and stuff like that. But if you go on like their Instagram and their output and like thing, you see Bernie Sanders like latest post on Instagram is calling out Israel. His latest tweets is calling out Israel. He doesn't attack like obsessively the pro-Palestinian side. So that's the reason why. That's the reason why, and yeah, that's the reason why people rightly think he's Israel. He's talked about like Hamas sending. Why is he there's Instagram stories calling out Hamas, which I don't mind, obviously. You can do that, but he hasn't called out Israel at all in the last year in his Instagram story. So can you guys explain? It's all right, Lone, if you want me to go, because there's like drama stopping out.
My guess is there will probably be two pretty simple reasons for that. I don't think it excuses it, but it's very normal reasons why people would do it. One is probably because he's focusing on people who are attacking him, because ultimately his content is drama. He's a drama like commentary YouTuber, so it makes sense that he would focus on people who are attacking him. Second, I guess with the reason people probably focus a lot on the Hamas thing is like because it seems that when you talk about things that are going on with Israel, this is the experience I have, even though I do criticize Israel quite a lot. It's just people don't like that content. The reason I talk about one maybe a bit more than the other is because when it turns out Israel does something bad, it's very simple. Like, they did this, say Netzrim corridor, Yehuda Vash, that's really horrible. This guy should be punished. He should be fuck off. He probably won't be. Fuck the Israeli government for allowing this kind of like culture to persist within the IDF. If something bad happens from the Hamas wing or whatever, there's like this whole fucking slew of people running to the defenses. And I don't really see the same phenomenon in a left-leaning space where the excesses are not only downplayed, but they're supported, like whether it's from the Houthis or the excuses that people make for October 7th and everything else. So yeah, I think people focus on that because that's more where the contentions are, and that's what more people are interested in. But also, if someone were a politician, I would hold them to a very different standard. If you're a politician and you wanted the United States to have a more positive influence on Israel, then obviously you want to focus on what is happening there. You want to focus on what's happening with the American government and what they can do to influence Israel that they're not doing.
Yeah, but I'm saying he has a huge platform, so he has a responsibility.
Yeah, but that's not the kind of content that he makes.
And I swear, you guys can go over his last 100 Instagram stories. He's criticized Hamas for that one video of the starving hostage. He hasn't posted a single thing in like the last 100 Instagram stories about Gaza. Not a single thing. I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
when
know
you do
what?
this,
That's
don't be
that's shitty, but like it
don't
doesn't
be
mean that he's
so. This is why people think you're rightly think you're pro-Israel and you're lying about your positions. And like when you team up with he was promoting the Stop Anti-Semitism Twitter account when it was like saying Hassan's anti-Semitic views, like saying go vote for them. And that account is like one of the most deranged, like one of like more deranged than the ADL. Like they just like yeah, they get people fired for wearing like a Palestine pin. They yeah, you can go over the tweet. Oh, and also like when Ireland recognized Palestine, they said that the daughter of the Irish PM was raped on October 7th, and they said we are doing this for illustrative purposes. Like it's just like one crazy woman from like Long Island who runs that account. I'm just explaining because maybe some people don't know account. He promoted that account. So
yes,
I'm
everybody
saying
knows that
people
stop anti-Semitism is cringe.
Yep.
He promoted that. And he promoted that. So this is why people think you're pro-Israel, rightly. Think you're pro-Israel.
Wait, hang on,
You're
wait. Just letting
100%
that
right
term
with this.
slide a little bit. What does pro-Israel mean to you?
Well,
what are the
pro-Israel
category? What's
means,
the criteria for being pro-Israel?
supporting downplaying the actions in Gaza, doing propaganda for the actions in Gaza, and yes, and supporting the actions in Gaza. It's in many forms you can be pro-Israel. In many forms.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think if somebody
I
sympathizes more with Palestine? Oh, sorry.
Well, first of all, again, the people that he fights with are people who go way beyond being pro-Palestinian. That's just what they pick. They've picked a side within the Palestine conflict. They've picked Hamas, right? Or they do Hamas's rhetoric. So again, I don't know. I feel like all these critiques they'd be so fair, like they are fair. But I don't accept them coming from someone or from people who are perfectly fine with glazing fucking Houthis. I don't get that. That just makes no sense to me. It's when people are just using a proxy issue to get around where the real disagreements are, and it's just. Yeah, that's annoying. It's like when people try to attack me on war conduct, but really they actually don't want Israel to be doing anything militarily. Yeah.
Do you agree that Ethan Klein should at least post about like Gaza at all? Like,
yeah, of course he should. Yeah, if he wants to talk about the conflict and be like seen as a fair voice on it, then yeah, of course he should. Yeah.
So yeah, so and would if you're more sympathetic to Palestine, which Ethan Klein claims he is, that's why I come for pro-Palestine. Why would you spend the last 100 stories attacking? Yeah, being like spreading pro-Israel, so sympathetic to Israel stories.
Probably because you're more fixated on the people who are attacking you than on the being an objective cover of the conflict. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying people think he's pro-Israel.
Hold on, can I just?
I know why people think he's pro-Israel, but again, like.
And I can't blame them.
But making these concessions to you is very odd to me, right? Because you're okay with defending creators who support Houthis. Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
I just want to say that Democrats under the age of 30, if you would ask them and like see and ask them and they see Hassan's view, I think most of them would agree with Hassan. That's how I think how much the public sentiment.
That doesn't mean it's a good thing, though, does it? Doesn't mean it's a good thing. And second of all, there's a big question about how seriously they take that issue, like how high it is on their priorities. Just because you could have 100% of Democrats supporting Houthis. That does not make it a fine position. It makes it far more worthy of critique than someone who is more obsessively covering the excesses of one side than the other.
And I just
one
sorry.
moment.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't you think you're a little obsessed with Ethan's position, mainly because he just attacked Hassan?
No, I'm angry because, like, first of all, I don't like the spreading of pro-Israel propaganda, and I feel it's bad. Like,
it's not pro-Israel propaganda, and again,
I feel
Ethan to me is more pro-Palestine than Hassan is.
Well, you're delusional.
Because his positions don't lead to more deaths of Palestinians. Hassan's positions do.
What, doing propaganda for the GHF, the Gaza Holocaust Foundation, and
So you have no issue with people comparing Yemen to Gaza for famine deaths if you just did that, right?
No, I have no
You
issue.
just went full fucking Trump
Gaza
with
to Yemen.
The Gaza.
I have no
the Gaza Holocaust
Yemen. What happened to Yemen is basically one for one with what happened to Gaza. Maybe the bombing intensity was less, but the famine was worse. The bombing intensity, like the scale of the destruction, was probably less, like of the buildings destroyed. But yeah, I don't have a problem. I said that I think what Saudi did in Yemen was a genocide. The coalition, like just forcefully blocking food. Yeah, and I don't care if you compare Yemen to like what the Nazis did in some areas during World War II of just like completely starving out their enemies. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just saying when like one person says one is worse, that's what I was saying. I don't have a problem with comparing.
You should.
Okay, that's not really addressing what I said about the Holocaust Foundation, but it's fine.
I
I
mean,
don't
he
know.
won't. I don't think that he has any
But you
arguments
admit that,
against
yeah,
that.
doing propaganda for that foundation is it does lead to and does contribute to more Palestinian deaths.
What do you
I don't
think?
no
What do you-
wait, fuck that. No, I don't think posting a couple of things from the GHF is not as bad as pushing the kind of propaganda that benefits Hamas. Yeah, no.
Okay,
Like still to this day acting like Hamas are the reasonable negotiating partners for this for ending the war, that's fucking insane. Like still thinking that their demands are reasonable after 2 years. And again, remember, if Hassan or Ethan, if either of these people were put in charge of the of Hamas, we know that one person would do something that would lead to less deaths, and that's Ethan. He would get Hamas to surrender and give up their arms.
We don't know that for sure.
Yes, he would.
Well, it depends. Hold on.
And
It
that would
depends.
result in less
Hassan
deaths.
is Hassan in Gaza or is Hassan in Qatar?
I mean,
If
I
he's
mean,
in Gaza, he'd absolutely surrender and just like we know he
Anyway,
doesn't have strong beliefs.
Anyway, if
Like,
we ask Palestinians who would they like more looking at Hassan's view or Ethan's view, they
you
would
realize
say
Palestinians here are a lot different than Palestinians abroad.
no. And I've
Wait,
seen.
hold on.
For
Let me
example,
ask you:
this
is a
probably
two-state
wrong way to
solution
get.
a pro-Palestinian position?
Yeah, it can be if it's in the short term,
Okay.
immediate
Do
short.
you know
term.
that
wait,
they
not if it's
call
in the short term. It's also a long term one as well.
it long term?
No, long term you should want the finals. The final. I don't want to say
final
final
solution.
solution. Obviously. The final settlement. The final settlement to be a one state.
Okay.
You would want that like the end.
Okay,
end
bro.
point.
You're
Just so we're clear, Palestinians here, majority of them, the majority, like we're not even, if we count the ones in proper Israel as well, that's the more than 50% of Palestinians think that like a two-state solution is a better solution and want that solution. More than 50%. If you discount the Palestinians
I don't blame them.
from proper Israel, it would be more than any other solution, but it would be like 36%.
It's like a plurality, yeah.
A plurality.
Okay. What about the public sentiment I see on like Al Jazeera Arabic when I go on like the
you think there's okay? Just so we're clear, there's 400 million Arabs in the world, in the Middle East, not in the world, in the Middle East.
I'm talking about Palestinians, not all
Okay.
Arabs. But yeah.
Do you think they let any random Palestinian on the news in Al Jazeera is a propaganda news channel?
No,
they
comments,
let what pushes their narrative.
The comments.
Okay, do you think Gazans right now are just going on Al Jazeera channels and commenting?
Are we going with comment sections more than
like what the fuck?
Wait, are we going
more
with...
than people on the ground and polls?
Are we going with comment? Hang on, are we going with comment sections over survey data?
No, okay, no, not over survey data. No, not over survey data. I'm just saying it's one indication. But I was saying Al Jazeera Arabic was what 73% of Palestinians listed it as their main news source. Wasn't it like 73%?
Yeah, the argument you're trying to get at, but you're not going to get there, is is the fact that if you ask the Palestinian in the street, like, is all like what belongs to Palestine, like morally, they would all say all of it. They'd all say river to the sea, right? If you went to the West Bank or Gaza.
Exactly.
But if you ask them about what do you want for a settlement, like a realistic settlement, and you say two-state solution, one state of Palestine, or one binational state, they're mostly going to say two-state solution. They don't think that it's actually like realistic to try and take all of it anymore. Yeah, generally.
Probably no. Yeah, but
and that's why obviously Arafat got like the most votes of any Palestinian leader ever, with when he was pursuing two states, not one.
They loved them. Yeah, at that time they loved them.
And Hamas didn't hate them. Hamas didn't win that election either. Like the 2005 one? Like they didn't win a majority. It was like a.
And there's an argument for it. Mahmoud Abbas's claim is that Israel basically let Hamas win because they didn't let East Jerusalem vote in elections, and that was a big border block for him.
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot about that. They did do that
because they're not citizens of Israel. They're not citizens. They weren't even citizens of Israel or residents of Israel at the time. But then they still didn't let them vote.
And then they tried to coup Hamas after. So it's spectacular failure.
Well, they should have. They won like 1%, and they were like killing people.
But the coup failed completely.
Yeah, no shit, it failed. Do you think that benefited Palestinians that the coup failed?
No, I don't.
Of course not. Because guess what? Hamas is not beneficial to Palestinians. Surprise.
Spider, what were you going to say?
Like the public. Oh, sorry.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you were coming in, weren't you? What were you going to say?
Oh, I was yapping to some. I think a one state is not fucking realistic, bro. Like Tucson, like I don't know where you get this fucking like one state for the fucking Palestinians, bro. If that happens, bro, the fucking Palestinians are get fucking like genocide, dude. Like, come on, dude.
Wow.
Well, I mean, or they would genocide the. Well, I don't know if they would genocide. More realistically, probably they would be the minority, and they would. Yeah. What's the long term to you though? Because I feel like
I don't know, like decades later. I don't know. I can't give it exact.
I think a realistic long term would probably be like 100 years, maybe. Like it'll be like the next generation of people who do it, and there would have to be a bunch of steps that would have to be taken in order for that generation to like want to do it. So things like more intermixing, or like their kids going to school together, or that kind of shit, you know. And they would have to get to a point where they would want to do that. It would take a long time, is what I'm saying. It's like a good thing to aim
when you consider,
for.
look at fucking look at Ireland. Like even you, I still don't think to this day a majority of Northern Ireland wants unification. Or so it's and those they're like the same fucking ethnic group. So yeah, I don't know if they're taking this long. Then yeah, why would you expect Israel and Palestine to be that quick either? Yeah, they're massively different situations in terms of gaps between the two groups.
I have good content for you just when I leave. If you want, there was like a really good segment of Hassan arguing with a chatter who like comes in. It was from the same one where like he talked about Star Wars, where he argues when a chatter comes in and like comes in and it says like you're a terrorist, and then like he goes over his chat logs and like he was like talking about how Soc Dems are imperialists, and now he's like coming in Hassan's chat and saying like it was an entertaining thing. So I just link it to you just in case he goes over like his he goes over like Hamas, and you've probably seen it already. So
You know what would be really entertaining if Hassan brought these chatters on his stream to argue with him. That'd be super entertaining. You know, if Hassan brought these chatters on to argue with him instead of just like pulling up their chat logs and flaming them and then banning them. I mean, that's so
I have a
much
question.
more
Did
boring.
a Wonderbox fan like spoke to Hassan?
Don't think so.
No. Listen, if Hassan almost got mocked by a 15-year-old. Okay, he's never bringing any person on.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Loner's gonna go get food.
And this 15-year-old was like spewing the most basic shit, Israeli propaganda shit, like you could see online from social media.
He was saying that both sides were doing a genocide, wasn't he? That guy. He was saying that both sides were doing it.
He was 15, Teuton.
Yeah. Well, still, he's more progressive.
And that's the only reason Hassan was comfortable bringing him on. If Hassan wouldn't talk to an adult from his fucking chat because he knows he might get mobbed immediately. That wasn't an adult.
I'm saying he's debating Charlie Kirk on the 26th.
Bro, Charlie Kirk is retarded. Come on.
Yeah, I know. But that's
there's a reason why Charlie Kirk. Think about this, okay?
Charlie Kirk is retarded, but he still might like.
Yeah. He probably is going to demolish Hassan, or they're going to agree on a bunch of shit, which is going to be weird, depending on how populist Charlie Kirk is.
It depends how much Hassan talks about Israel, because that's the only thing where they're polar opposites.
Charlie Kirk is extremely pro-Israel. What are you?
Yeah, he is, but Charlie Kirk is also.
Yeah, but they both hate Democrats. They both shit on Democrats.
Yeah, they do.
That's why I said it depends if he talks about Israel.
Completely different reasons, but okay.
It doesn't matter. It's for the same populist garbage.
It's not even the populist garbage. Hassan does not have a critical thought in his body. If he sees Charlie Kirk shitting on the fucking Democrats, he doesn't care about the
they've already
reason.
debated.
He doesn't care
They've
about the
already
reason.
debated.
He will immediately just like agree because he's shitting on the Democrats. Like he did this with Bad Empanada too, where he agreed with Bad Empanada just because he was shit on people that shat on Hassan. Like he doesn't care about the reasons for why someone is shitting on. The Bad Empanada is a fucking psychopath that wants like Israeli Jews killed by the thousands and hundreds of thousands. He doesn't give a fuck about any innocent life. He just wants to push his fucking narrative. And Hassan agreed with this person just because he was shitting on other people that Hassan doesn't
he
like.
agreed with him before as well. He was agreeing with him before.
Yeah, Hassan thinks that Bad Empanada is overall good for the world, which is not good.
I brought it up to
And the only time he didn't think it was good is because he thought other people were calling him an authority.
Well, they've already debated, by the way, Hassan and Charlie Cook in 2017.
Yeah, they did, and Hassan didn't do very good in that debate. If
Well, I didn't
recall
watch the
correctly.
debate. I didn't watch the thing, but it was uploaded on like a Politicon channel, and the comments were like siding with Hassan. So, and it's a neutral channel. So,
Why do you?
I didn't watch the whole debate. So,
Can I just ask, why do you care so much about what people say in comments sections? It seems like you really
that's like
lean on this.
that's how you know like what the average person thought of the
That's not a poll. Is what you think an average like how you think an average.
Well,
person
it gives sentiment. It gives.
It doesn't give sentiment at all. What the fuck are you on about, Tutan? You just you're just looking at an avenue that you think supports what you want to say and be like, oh yeah, that's valid. Because the fucking actual avenue that you look at for opinions does not support what you say, so you ignore it.
Yeah, like by the way, I
could
didn't
I ask-
realize that Al Jazeera Arabic was as unhinged as they were, Sev, until you
They're
came in
pretty
and
insane.
told Loner Box about it. Because I guess like you
Pretty
probably
insane. And all this fucking like all this
Better
leftist
than Allah
speech
Radio,
that
probably.
all this leftist speech you see in the West, it's sprouted from Al Jazeera. Like it's like the occupational forces, the Zionist entity.
Oh,
all
bro,
these terms are sprouted from Al Jazeera. It's just Arabs that are in like the West that watch Al Jazeera, repeat them, and then other Western leftists repeat after them.
But yeah, I read Hamas's statements as well, and they referred to Israel as the criminal Nazi occupation or the fascist occupation. So,
Hamas is talking about
they-
fascism. Do you
fascist-
not think
well,
Hamas is fascist?
criminal-
Do you not think Hamas is fascist?
What the fuck? This is why I should not. I feel like a moral bad thing in my heart when I debate because I feel like I'm letting down
Who?
people. I wish Chris
Oh,
Conzler was here.
I
like,
want
more
you.
in
Chris
Rabbani.
Kuntler. Just so we're clear, before Lonerbox talked to Chris Kuntler, I did. I talked to him on TikTok. He was retarded there too.
He's
He
a
just
big
shouts,
voice.
and he uses big. Okay, he uses big words. I'm a linguist. I can use big words too. It doesn't make me right.
I don't think Hamas are fascists because they're not like focused on like ethnic superiority. They're like more
Oh,
like
that's not.
they're
Oh
like-
my
They're thinking, no,
God.
hold on. They're fascist in
They're
other
not
manners, but they do think of Islamic superiority. They're not
to the
secular.
Islamists. Don't say fascist necessarily.
No,
They're
it's
not
a
like
different avenue of fascism. What are you
So can
on
you not
about?
be? You can't be fascist
but
if it's on religious superiority. It has to be ethnic. Since when?
That's just the most.
No,
for
you're
me,
confusing fascism with Nazism, dude. Nazism is the one that's about race. Fascism is much
Yeah, wasn't
more
Franco all
I
about
based
fucking?
off
Was
on,
it
like,
Franco or Mussolini?
Italy and
Wait, it was Franco or Mussolini that was about like religion, wasn't it? The Catholic Church, or am I right?
That
Franco, I'm
sounds
pretty
more
sure.
like Franco, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, you can absolutely there's like a bunch
so
of
we're
ways
clear,
that fascism could
Tutan,
be twisted. to
there's
be
like
bad.
so
please
many-
just know I'm not a representative of the Palestinian movement. Obviously, I already know.
Yeah, I
But
am.
please
I'm
know-
representative
please
of the
know
Palestinians that live in Palestine. Hello. Yeah, we don't fucking agree with you, Tutan, or fucking Hassan's chat. Hassan's chat is crazy.
Huh? No, I've seen the average sentiment of Palestinians on polls. Hamas
you
would
think
win. Polls
Hamas would win?
elections.
Okay.
Al Jazeera Arabic. I go through
If
the comment
Marwan
section.
okay,
and
hold
all
on. What do you know anything about Marwan Barghouti?
Yes, if he was released, they would.
If he was released, okay, why is he more popular even though his sentiment is the opposite of Hamas?
I've heard about this before. What was it? Something during the Second Intifada? I don't know.
No, that's not why. He's.
It's not for violence against Israel.
Yeah, I don't know why he is, but Hamas has tried to get him out of prison, by the way.
Yeah, because he's like a
thing, and that's one thing that they like Israel will never do, because Israel doesn't want the benefit of Palestinians either. Like,
yeah.
But neither does Hamas either. Hamas is like
What's
seriously
the
still
last
holding
poll
on.
in the 1st of May? What the hell? Why haven't they polled Palestinians since the 1st of May?
Because it's a bit hard to do so in a war zone, dude.
Yeah, but I'm
They do it every few months.
For cutting you off. Sorry for cutting you off, Zev.
You're not going to see many massive
sorry,
shifts between May and now in Palestinian polling, are you? You're going to see
Yeah.
Hamas are less popular in Gaza, maybe a bit more popular in the West Bank. Abbas will still be unpopular.
Even
everyone.
then, the popularity has been shifting down in the West Bank as well, Loner.
Has it?
Yes, because like the economic issues has started to like affect almost everybody in the West Bank.
Well, you
So
think that
people
would
are
undermine the
realizing.
PA though, not Hamas.
Well, it's not because of the PA, because I'm talking about the economic situation because of not being able to work in Israel. It has nothing to do with the PA.
Oh.
Like, there's no permits. Everyone has to work illegally. And if they get caught, they most likely get beat the fuck up.
Decline in support for Hamas by 4 to 5% decline came from the West Bank. Support for Fatah is higher in the Gaza Strip than in the West Bank. Support for Hamas is also higher in the Gaza Strip than in the West Bank. Okay. In both areas, Hamas is still more popular than Fatah. That makes sense.
And everyone's more popular than Fatah. If I poll myself, I'm more popular than Fatah.
Based. Okay,
They're
no more
fucking-
struggle session. I need to. If anyone has any final prompts, otherwise we're gonna go back to this Mike video.
Tom, please wise up and stop just like chewing up propaganda from retarded.
Okay, not just
Western
fucking
leftists.
general sentiment questions. Fuck me, god damn it.
It's not a question.
Statements. Sorry.
Goodbye.
Whoops. Okay, bye bye guys.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Okay, fucking. Oh wait, we're doing what we learned. Asmongold bought his viewers. I mean, that's true. But he was still, was it not, what was his viewership? Is he still the biggest political streamer even after the bots? That must be, that's so fucking depressing, man. Fucking Asmongold. Absolutely insane. Asmongold. What the fuck is happening in Serbia? Streamer caught robbing a grave in Japan. Okay. Israel, genocidal Nazis, Ethan Klein Zionist. Okay.
I am as happy as anyone that Trump is gone. I just worry. I have PTSD from 2008.
I mean, can we just dispel with this idea that there are no differences between the two parties?
I think there is definitely differences between the two parties. Absolutely, obviously. What separates me from some other online leftists, I'm not going to find the cloud in every silver lining. You know, because if you're always trying to find why things are bad in every situation, it's going to demoralize you. It's going to disempower you. It's going to make you cynical, and then you're just going to do nothing. I fight for what the right thing is, and then when I can grab the bag for regular people and it's not as much as I want, I grab it. Hopefully you don't have to experience the pain that I experienced. I think it's safe to say that we're fucked.
Well, that's one way to start the day. So what happened?
Donald Trump is going to take 10% ownership in Intel.
That's what did it?
And there is absolutely no peep about it, not even from Wall Street. Now, I'm in favor of it, but to liberals and to right-wingers, that's supposed to be communism. That's supposed to be China shit. Can you imagine if Bernie Sanders tried to do the same thing? Wall Street there would be a 5,000 point crash.
He just keeps yelling about Intel. I'm more inclined to think he's upset because he owns Intel stock than that this is the actual crisis that will come up to the danger of Trump.
At the same time, Donald Trump is saying he's going to fire a Federal Reserve Bank governor, Lisa Cook. This is Erdogan shit.
What really gets my goat is that he knew it was going to be like this, and yet he's describing it like it's a surprise.
These right-wing Democrats, Hugo Chavez would be proud. He's such a fucking loser.
And how ask a liberal why Kamala lost.
We're skipping the smug TikTokers. I hate smug TikTokers. Now, welcome to the Central Committee Circus, where we will see a man twist himself in knots over whether a country he believes is racist and sexist would actually perform racism and sexism.
You can't just rely on racism and misogyny to win. Why can I say that? Because Republicans don't go out there and say, we're going to take women's right to vote away. They don't go out there and say how black people need to go back.
Some Republicans were reading about the 19th Amendment, but okay.
Into segregation. That's just a thought-terminating cliche. She lost because she campaigned with Liz Cheney, who had one of the worst performing re-election campaigns of an incumbent.
3 campaign stops, no concessions. She lost because she investigated January 6th.
And what's my proof? Barack Obama. The idea that racism is so controlling our society 20 years after Obama, it doesn't even really compute.
Fucking fascinating.
I think it's a correct analysis of America, but I think from an electoral perspective, you're not getting any truth value. And you're also creating the incentive to discriminate against black women and men and women in general as leaders of the party, because you're implicitly programming the left to be skeptical of women leaders because of the supposed disadvantage they have, which doesn't actually exist if you look at the numbers.
So it didn't have to do with racism and sexism, but it could be racism and sexism if you say it's racism and sexism.
I think she lost because she's a dogshit politician with bad policies who suppressed the left and supported a genocide. But the thing is, this isn't a dictatorship around Trump. This is a dictatorship around the Republican Party.
That doesn't make sense.
And the Republican Party is an anti-democratic party. So is the Democratic Party, honestly. The United States of America under Trump nationalizes Lockheed Martin. That is the first sign that they might actually have a chance of standing up to China, because it means that they're abandoning market fundamentalism in favor of pragmatism.
I don't know what that means or if he thinks that's good or bad.
They're going to build drones and AI bots to surveil you. And if you ever raise a peep in protest, and if you ever raise your eye from your slave labor, they'll fucking drone your ass. That's the world they're building. The wild-eyed Alex Jones rambling is now reality, and they're doing a test run in Gaza. He's writing executive orders that just to directly contradict Supreme Court decisions. He's nationalizing American corporations at whim. He's dismantling the independence of the Federal Reserve Bank.
And again, for a minute, you think he's actually doing proper criticism, and then
I don't think people are waking up. It's fucking over.
It comes back around to being the Dems' fault.
Because of their service of the fucking AIPAC genocide, they have focused all of their energy on suppressing the populist left.
The AIPAC genocide. Fuck man.
A progressive left in this country and capitulating and appeasing the right. If Bernie Sanders was doing this, they would call him Hugo Chavez.
Hakeem Jeffries called him Chavez, and you replied to his tweet on this stream. I just want him to stop yelling.
Joe Biden passed the CHIPS Act, gave these people hundreds of billions of dollars and got nothing for it. And Donald Trump walks in a room and they give them 10% of their value. The difference in political power between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is a chasm. It's the Pacific fucking Ocean.
The idea that the CHIPS Act, which Biden managed to pass through Congress with no margin of error, and Trump buying 10% of Intel unconstitutionally, are in any way comparable is proof that this man's mind is pudding.
Intel is so intimidated, they did it without a fight.
And he keeps saying they capitulated. He gave them free money, and Intel's management is incompetent. They've managed to lose stock value during an AI bubble.
Nobody is fired up by this. Give us a plan, give us a mission. Plan? I can't even get people to look at the Democratic Party doing a genocide. This is unironically MAGA communism.
And now Gavin Newsom redistricting isn't good enough, even though yesterday he said that you use the weapons of your enemy to defeat them.
And these dumb liberals are like, well, we got to do a referendum before we can gerrymander California.
You don't actually know what the powers and constraints of elected politicians are, down to the most basic rule of a representative democracy that says their power is derived from the consent of the governed.
Like these Democrats are controlled fucking opposition, taking money to do a genocide.
You're not seeing the kind of pushback you want because they were voted out of power, and you expect them to operate as though they were in power. Republicans tell people the government doesn't work, and then they get into office and prove it. For Mike, the government doesn't work, and then Democrats don't get into office and prove it.
And people are legitimately fans of Gavin Newsom. Have you been to California? They've been trying to build high-speed rail for 17 years from Los Angeles to San Francisco.
Why is it always Republicans are bad because fascism, but Dems are equally bad because trains?
And I don't want you to give distance from yourself from Donald Trump. He is you. He represents you. He is America.
The leader of a nation is not indicative of the quality of the people there, no matter how bad they are or what kind of agenda they have.
Yeah, he is. Fuck that. You can see it. You saw how Fox News was the most popular news station in America. You saw how... yeah, dude. You saw how they behaved all the way through the phases of Bill O'Reilly or Glenn Beck with his fucking schizo evidence charts, linking everyone to Sigmund Freud and the crazy Jewish conspiracies. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that is America. America is Trump. They were building up to that for a long, long time. Fucking Rush Limbaugh, bro. There's no getting out of it.
Impose, whether the nation be a democracy or a dictatorship. We are not the sins of our nations by our mere existence within it.
There is not one scrap of redemption to be found in how this country has been run for 50 fucking years.
Mike's confusing his disdain for politicians with the much broader and even-keeled leadership of this country. The Bush administration invading Iraq or Reagan ignoring the AIDS epidemic is a separate issue from the various agencies and institutions that have been dedicated to improving people's lives here and across the world. This kind of nihilism is how Donald Trump was able to get into office a second time, and then immediately gut those agencies. Why is he unironically making the same argument?
We don't live in a democracy, but we have leaders who are wanting Trump's approval. AOC and Bernie Sanders are wanting, let's be honest, let's be clear. AOC and Bernie Sanders are fucking
By the
losers.
way, guys, just in case there's any confusion about, I guess, the caller earlier, if there's any confusion about what's going on there, this is why whenever someone comes in to concern troll about how much I shit on far leftists, especially over Israel-Palestine, and they make it sound like they're trying to say something from like a place of concern, or they're like, oh yeah, your content's usually like quite good, but you know, I feel like you lose sight for what's like for objectivity because you're like fighting with all these lefties so much. But you never hear the same thing applied to the people I'm talking about, like when it comes to Mike and Hassan and everyone else, like, because these people shit on Democrats and center-left people all the fucking time, like to the point that they were willing to celebrate a Kamala Harris loss against Trump. And obviously now with their, like, again, I care quite a lot about Israel-Palestine, but I could never hold a candle to the fucking obsession that these guys have with Israel. To the point when every time they talk about American politics as well, they have to loop it back to Israel or AIPAC or Miriam Adelson or something like that. So I think the problem is that the people who make that complaint are really just people who are part of that, like a little bit sympathetic to that far left thing themselves. They just don't think it's that bad. I think that's the only reason that would become a complaint.
They're not even popular in the places that they have complete control, because when you give the Democratic Party complete control, like they have in California, they don't do anything with it. They don't have success. Vote blue no matter who is California personified, and they can't even build a fucking single railroad.
And here's the part where he calls Cameron Kasky, a Parkland shooting survivor, a right-winger because he's on the Bulwark podcast.
Cameron, I'm gonna go. Why is this Cameron guy being promoted? He's being promoted because he's a right winger. Twitch's top botter says the F slur multiple times. What's this?
I don't think I've ever been happy for someone saying a slur, but anything to get away from talking about politics.
So this guy is a complete fucking loser.
And so Mike leads his audience to mass report Tectone. I'm not against Tectone getting banned for what he said, but Mike isn't leading this charge because it's the right thing to do. He's doing it because he found his audience a valid target.
Let's give him exactly what he wants. Everybody get in there, hit that VOD, hit that report button. He wants to be banned so he can be like, oh, my free speech is being suppressed. This is the Democratic Party of genocide. This is the Democratic Party of fascist collaborationism. It is unsalvageable. It is unfixable. These people are evil. They have to be dealt with.
Are you going to clarify that?
So Hassan was just named one of Rolling Stone's top 25 most influential creators.
Was I in a car accident? Because I just got extreme whiplash.
When I said, don't vote for Kamala Harris, he was like, he's got a point.
Okay, glad someone recognized that.
All right, chat. I want to have some fun. Let's make like the Destiny versus Ethan Klein crash out.
Okay, maybe politics was all right.
I hope that rabid DGGers don't hack their accounts again. Like
So here he is. He's directly calling. By the way, chat. He's directly calling for his audience to do stochastic terrorism and hack their accounts.
So you understand what you're doing? I'm glad you're familiar with that term. It's going to be important later. After ripping on Ethan Klein and AB some more, he watches a Noah Samson video on Gaza, and his only reactions for the entire video is just Ethan Destiny drama. He pauses the video as the victims are being named.
Earlier in the war, Mohammed Salama works for Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye. Salama was planning his wedding to another journalist, Hala.
Mike, what about the thought that Destiny DGG made the CPS call and then directed Ethan elsewhere? I mean, I don't know who made the CPS call. I tend to think it was either the doctor or the housekeeper, right? Like, I doubt it was somebody online. He said that his child had a parasite that you can only get from eating feces. We're getting an update on the housekeeper lawsuit. Fox News did a piece on Hassan. I think like this stuff is incredibly important. I have to say, Chad, that Noah Samson and the way he has treated using his platform to advocate for the Palestinian people has been an incredibly like heartwarming experience. Like
heartwarming. Okay. Here's a clip Noah Samson had to delete from one of his previous videos.
We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying.
Now he assumes Israel is planting negative stories about Hassan.
This literally has to be a dictate from the Israeli embassy. I'm not even kidding.
Also, it is extremely messed up that...
Bro, how can you not comment on this? This is fucking crazy. I'm not going to unsee it now. Every time I see this behavior, I'm like hearing someone else in the past going like, oh yeah, don't you think you're a bit too focused on the lefty shit? I'm like, dude, look at these people. What? The Israeli embassy is directing American media to say bad things about Hassan Biker? What the fuck? Like that. There's a word for that level of obsession when it relates to Jew. It's called anti-Semitism. That's that. When you live in a world where they are responsible for all the bad things that are happening to you to a point, and doing so through secrecy and behind the scenes influence and like largely understated influence in the public. Man, fuck off. I fucking hate that I let some of these people gaslight me into thinking that because there's been this trend recently over the last few months where people who have either been in this community or have been from adjacent areas have like pushed this idea that that some of my objectivity or my impartiality has been like weakened because of getting hyper focused on crazy lefties online, or the ones who attack me more specifically. But I'm like, no, dude. If anything, the people. But I always find out that the people who make those complaints are people who it's just because I'm not as left wing as they want me to be. Like that's the real issue there. Like it's just a different of opinion, and they don't have a good like rational explanation for it. So it just has to be, oh, you must just be kind of obsessed or whatever. Yeah. Fuck, I'm just like seeing through the matrix of that shit now. I've noticed this a few times before, but it's becoming so much more clear. Like there were people in my community even who are not here now, won't name names, but they would react to something like this by saying, well, yeah, okay, that is kind of unhinged, but don't you think you're becoming a little bit too obsessed with the lefty issue? Don't you think you're really giving a bit too much focus to these crazy lefties on the internet? Like, wait. How does that work? And then they repeat it so often, or some people focus on it so much that it becomes like I guess apparently like my obsession with lefties is their obsession. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Weird. But I think it's just because people don't actually think this kind of stuff is that bad. That's the real problem. Some people see this stuff, or they see this stuff with, like we were talking about earlier with Hamas, or they see this stuff with Hassan, or like they just don't think it's that much of an issue. They just think it's kind of okay. Emboman is still here though. Yeah, but Emboman doesn't fucking concern troll my content and my coverage. I've never heard him do that. Has he ever? I don't think he's ever done that. Emboman just does like what a normal person would do and just gives his far left takes in here. That's what he does, and just argues with people about it.
He would call out the Israeli embassy as doing this after 2 people working there were executed, and people like Hassan and Noah Samson all but outright praised the killer.
Theo Vaughn, of all the male podcasters, I have the softest spot for Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn seems like a guy that I would have like smoked up with.
And here's where he complains about welfare queens.
Every single fucking veteran I know is on some sort of bullshit VA disability where they're not actually hurt. And then they go and they get another job. How the fuck is that legal?
This might be the most egregious thing he's done so far.
I want to talk about the Israeli bombing more because it's like we covered it a little bit, but I want to watch Democracy Now! React to this. I'll be right back, chat. But hey, majority reporters. Be right back.
He turns on a clip of the Israeli attack and then walks away as it happens.
They've killed these people.
And once he's done talking about Gaza, he slides right into his outro like it was nothing.
All right, chat. I'm going to call it there. Thank you for all the support. Remember, you could subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. I appreciate you. The vibes are restoring.
You've got a point. You focus on lefty drama slop a lot. So? Okay, fine. Why is that a problem? That's not the argument. Why is that a problem? I'm a fucking streamer who talks about special interests. Why is that an issue? I know it's coming from you as well. Because I know your chat history. You are farther left than me. Of course it bothers you because you don't think the people I'm attacking are that bad. That's it. I don't know why you can't just say that. Instead of this vague allusion to me having my takes or like my objectivity or my analysis being undermined by some kind of like, why would you say that? Just say that you don't think these people are that bad. You can see our chat history. Yeah, sometimes. For some people, it feels like it deletes every now and then, but I don't know why or how or the logic is there, but. Just seems unbalanced. Yeah. I talk about Israel-Palestine a lot as well. That's unbalanced. I come from the UK. What? Yeah. But like people say it like it's a unique thing or like it's a bad thing. Right? That's the thing I don't get. I don't know if I would ever make this complaint about anyone else. Like would I complain about Chud Logic for being unbalanced in when it comes to like pirate software stuff that he does quite a lot, or like about lolcows, or would I say that like Josiah is unbalanced, or I feel like someone like this would, because imagine one of Josiah's viewers being like, okay, dude, listen, there's a lot of bad things going on in the world, okay? But God, every fucking video is about Trump, dude. Everything's about Trump. The TDS going here is insane. It's all about Trump. And it's like, there are other things in the world, right? Like there are wars and there are famines and there are genocides happening in the world and there are fucking, there's actually a lot of internal issues in your own party, in the Democratic Party, but you don't address that. Like, the only person who would make a complaint like that is someone who doesn't think Trump is that bad. Actually, Trump is in pretty much every thumbnail here. He's in almost every thumbnail. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a good revelation. I feel like I've been aware of this in the past, but just haven't really reminded myself of it strongly enough, but damn.
Universe is falling back into place. We are victorious once again. I made a hard prediction that no one cares and that this will never work. And what do you know? It didn't work. Voters don't care about foreign policy bullshit. Russiagate. Jacobin, are you being class reductionist right now? I'm sorry. I've been accused of being class reductionist for telling people they should focus on the economy and class-based issues. Dem messages that usually move vote talking about education and majoritarian economic policies. Wow. So all the evidence is the Lincoln Project failed. It was a dead weight on Democratic victories. It was a diversion. It was a parasite. It distracted from the stuff that is actually working. The Democrats and Democratic supporters have much of the same brain rot and moral decay that Republican voters do.
Today we begin on Mike being proud that Tectone got banned before we take a look at his own prior bans.
Easiest ban of our lives. Didn't take much effort. Unbanned after 19 hours. Yeah, exactly. Because they were fucking wrong. Pieces of shit. This one was, whatever. And this one was also kind of bullshit. And Asmongold should also eat a ban for botting the platform. Like Tectone 100. And here's the thing about him. Of course he bots. Of course he bots. He's a sociopath. I don't know if Asmongold is being botted by like Elon Musk or, Steve Bannon or whatever the fuck else. But these guys are botted.
I'm getting deja vu.
Those who's behind it, whether it's Mercer's, whether it is Steve Bannon, whether it's just Asmongold buying his own fucking bots, whether it's Elon Musk, who knows? Kick founder and CEO Ed Craven. His name is Craven.
Serious deja vu.
Yo, his name is Craven? His name is Craven?
It's crazy the level of entitlement that these people have, that they think they can come to a completely foreign country and start flying their own flags of some other foreign country.
I think one of the things about Asmongold that makes him so—
You're like a First Amendment guy, you fucking roach cunt. What the fuck? Why would you— Bro. God, I fucking every time we watch him, we do the little wheel thing and it becomes really boring and basic bitch, whatever. There's not really much of a challenge with it, but he's so popular. I don't get— it's fucking crazy. Obviously America, like they did this to themselves. He did this with Mahmoud Khalil as well, right? He's a very selective First Amendment guy, which is, we kind of have a word for that, don't we? It's like it's an authoritarian. It's like a fascist, yeah? That's kind of what he is. That's kind of what he's doing all the apologetics for. Fuck. What a stupid thing to say. Actually, yes, you do have a right to wave flags in America. Yeah, you do, because it's America. Yeah, because it's like the free speech fucking capital, dude. Ugh. I feel like this guy just entered a competition one day about how to make yourself look like the most homophobic, abusive wife beater, but he just kind of stayed in character for a bit too long. Like, I don't think, because obviously phrenology is a bad thing, right? I don't think you should generally be able to just look at a frame of someone and know which minorities they have a lot of beef with, right? I don't think that should be, I don't think that's normal.
Contemptible is—
and all over again.
He's brain dead, stupid fuck. Like, he's just dumb as fuck. This is flown by white Britons who oppose the genocide and the use of their tax dollars and their military to help a bunch of Israeli settlers kill babies. Zionist footstool botting motherfucker. Are you going to cover this? Your body is rotting. You have no actual friends. Like, what are you doing with your life?
This makes up a significant portion of today's content, unfortunately.
You know the void is coming, right? The difference between me and Asmongold is I have loved ones.
It's worth pointing out, we got here because Asmongold did bad criticism.
Why did we do that? Why do we support Islamism? Why do we support these dictators? Why do we support these monarchies? Because we want to steal their oil.
Like, we're not talking about Israel as a vehicle to point out the double standard. We're doing it to insult Asmongold. He thinks that people in the Middle East are a monolith, that they were fractured by the West, and Israel is preventing their reunification so that oil companies can maintain their control of global energy.
Can you imagine Arabia with 450 million people, a $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion economy, controlling 45% of the world's oil production? That would be a world superpower. It would challenge Europe. It would challenge the United States. It would challenge China. They got to prevent that.
That is just one of the wackiest things I've ever heard. Like, I don't even know where to begin. Do I start with non-Western imperialism is actually good? Or has anyone in these countries actually signaled they would want to unify into a singular country?
But Asmongold doesn't give a fuck.
This is where it goes from kind of crazy funny to kind of crazy gross.
Okay, chat. There is an active mass shooting in Minneapolis.
The first thing he does when we switch over to news about the Minneapolis school shooting is read a comment asking whether the shooter would be an Asmongold fan.
Odds that this guy watches Asmongold. Unlikely, because all his viewers are bots. Shooting has been reported at the Annunciation Church, a Catholic school in Minneapolis. Fox 9 sources confirm the suspect is dead, and authorities say there's no active threat to the community. Other than, you know, the constant threat of being in America.
Like, you're seeing what I'm seeing, right?
The press finds the need to talk about, oh, there's a division in the Democratic Party. There's a division in my damn house and we're still married and things are good. That's life. That's life. We are strong.
The fuck does that even mean? What does that actually mean?
We are strong because we challenge each other. We are strong because we're held accountable.
Remember when Mike was willing to vote for Harris if she picked walls?
New polling memo dropped from Graham Plattner campaign in Maine.
You don't have to cover the school shooting, but if you do, can you at least not enthusiastically switch over to Senate race polling?
Susan Collins, 32. Centrist Dem is up 1. Democratic Socialist is up 16. You have people that legitimately are like, China is colonizing Africa. Like, people legitimately take that shit directly from the U.S. State Department and then post it leftistly.
Or talk in a mocking voice about China.
Is Belt and Road not like a fairly predatory initiative? Or is that just Western propaganda? I don't know. I watched a couple of documentaries a few years ago. It's been a while. Or is he arguing that not all imperialism is bad? I mean, some countries have like a shared interest in the developer and the developee both being kind of stable and doing well. Maybe, I don't know, fuck. But I guess you would never say that about a capitalist nation.
In Africa?
Legitimately take that shit directly from the U.S. State Department and then post it leftistly.
Or talk in a mocking voice.
Leftistly based.
It's about China and Africa. I hope Mike just wasn't paying attention for this part where it's explained how SWAT teams need to clear the schools, because his response would strongly imply he thinks this was justification for police militarization.
We need to militarize the police more. Yeah, give them fucking M1 Abrams tanks.
So he either misunderstood or just decided to interject there.
I don't agree with the people that just say, don't do anything electorally. It's all a waste of time. Because in my experience, the reason why those people are wrong, it's not that electoral politics isn't annoying and fucking full of betrayal and disappointment. It is. But so is every other form of leftist organizing. Wouldn't that look bad for socialism if they faceplant or are stiffed? You don't understand how people think. It's very hard to actually defeat people. When people see someone get fucked over in an unfair fashion, it pisses them off. It radicalizes them. It makes them more willing to fight harder.
I feel like I'm going crazy. He's talking about getting angry and being radicalized by people getting hurt over footage of a school shooting. And despite all that, I cannot believe what he says next.
Corporations are a government. That's why libertarianism is so silly. Because the most tyrannical time of your life is when you're working at a job and you have a boss.
That's just so revealing, as though every other moment wasn't already.
Socialists want to create a society where there is no tyranny. It doesn't mean there will be no authority. It doesn't mean there's going to be no hierarchy. Well, chat, Trump has just enacted tariffs on India. China keep winning.
That wouldn't have been my first thought if I was a socialist streamer finding out about a tax that is going to screw over working class people.
Like, America is awesome in a lot of ways. Not to be overly patriotic, but I love so many Americans and so many people and so many places. And there's so many cool ass shit happening here. So many creative people, so much art, so much great food, music, culture. I love like some of the national parks in America are incredible. There's a lot of really awesome things in America. It's just everything that we rely on collectively sucks. And it's so much worse than it should be. It's going to take us a long time for us to fix the problems that have been created by these scumbags. Joe Biden, thanks, Joe. Is he dead yet? Joe Biden put massive tariffs on solar panels, so now all the solar panels you buy are super fucking expensive in the shithole fucking country.
Biden's tariffs were implemented in tandem with the CHIPS Act that would have onshored solar panel production. The fact that you were saying anything about tariffs Biden implemented while the economy is being steered by a guy who is careening our economy towards a cliff is offensive, especially when you saw Trump's 50% tariff on India, and your main takeaway was to call it a China W.
Unabashed Chinese victory. I've been looking at the political discourse at different places on the internet, and I gotta tell you, chat, you motherfuckers are dumb. Not you guys in here, but just the political discourse that goes on. Everyone's fucking stupid. How many times can you post, you guys should have voted for Kamala, or we didn't vote for Kamala because she did a genocide? It's the same shit, back and forth, the same exact shit. Why do I want to even post into this cesspit?
I genuinely can't tell if he knows or not.
Now, I come down firmly on the side that Kamala Harris is to blame for the world that we live in today. Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's true. What are you even doing here? What is the point of this? Donald Trump is president now.
How much bombing has Trump been doing? Do you think, okay, Kamala, Venezuela? I don't even get with Venezuela. If it's supposed to be our drug cartels, wouldn't you just seize the ship? Wouldn't you just impound? You could board it, you can impound it. Why do you have to bomb it? Not to mention the stats on Biden, on the drone war before and after Biden. God. I hate Democrats though. Fucking Democrat. The fact that they don't take credit for that. The fact that they can't do a Trump-esque, we ended the drone war. It was beautiful. It was like no ending of a war you've ever seen. No more Republican drones. Like, but again, it's because they believe in going higher or whatever the fuck, right? Like, they go low, we go high. We don't take credit for anything. Fuck's sake. So we go to an election and no one knows what we've achieved because we don't talk about it. Bigly fucked.
The 2008 Barack Obama campaign ran on hope and change, on codifying Roe v. Wade, and a massive expansion of healthcare. He was a liar, but at least aesthetically he ran to the left. And you know what happened? He won.
Yeah, I guess they did expand healthcare. The Roe v. Wade was just not possible. They didn't have the majority at any point. They didn't have the supermajority, I mean.
Iowa. He won Indiana. He won North Carolina. He won Florida. So, like, the idea that we got to do this because they're electable, it's just bunk.
This is the political analysis of someone who can only comprehend politics through charisma and theater. This is incredible. He plays a clip of FDR to show how he won his presidential race by hating Republicans. Let's listen. It's a good speech.
And let me warn the nation against the smooth evasion that says, of course we believe these things. We believe in social security. We believe in work for the unemployed. We believe in saving homes. Cross our hearts and hope to die. We believe in all these things, but we do not like the way the present administration is doing them. Just turn them over to us. We will do all of them. We will do more of them. We will do them better. And most important of all, the doing of them will not cost anybody anything.
That's how you have to treat Republicans.
Now, let's just skip past the part where the Democratic Party was so effective in this era because they had a coalition with white racists in the South who just also happened to want more workers' rights for themselves. FDR's speech is about denouncing communism. Let's look at a couple of quotes from earlier in that speech. There is no difference between the major parties as to what they think about communism, but there's a very great difference between the two parties and what they do about communism. I must tell you why. Communism is a manifestation of the social unrest which always comes with widespread economic maladjustment. We in the Democratic Party have not been content merely to denounce this menace. We have been realistic enough to face it. We have been intelligent enough to do something about it, and the world has seen the results of what we have done. But even more than that, Roosevelt references this part of the speech in another address he gives in 1938, after which he says, "But when democracy struggles for its very life, those same people obstruct our efforts to maintain it, while they fail to offer proof of their own will and their own plans to preserve it. They try to stop the only fire engine we have from rushing to the fire because they are sales agents for a different make of fire engine. New ideas cannot be administered successfully by men
That's clever.
with old ideas. For the first essential of doing a job well is the wish to see the job done at all. Judge parties and candidates, not merely by what they promise, but by what they have done, by their records in office, by the kind of people they travel with, by the kind of people who finance and promote their campaigns, by their promoters. Ye shall know them." The smooth evasion he's talking about isn't Republicans. It's about how some groups will use big promises to pull people into the political fringes during times of social or economic upheaval, like after the Great Depression. He's talking about Mike.
The most successful Democratic politician by electoral results in American history treated the Republicans with utter contempt. All right, chat. Taylor Lorenz.
Oh god, this story. Taylor Lorenz wrote an article on Wired about Chorus and
Oh,
incubator.
no, not fucking Chorus. We spent way too long. I don't know why we gave it more than one stream. Fuck me. I think when we got to like the Friday of the Chorus shit, I was just sitting there being like, oh, I see what one of the achievements of this was. It felt like it was the meme. Like, why people are turning out their pockets to prove their innocence, even though the person who's accused them doesn't care if they're guilty or not. Oh, God. Whatever, bro. Too much. Let me put this link in the chat if you want to go and save it to watch later. You can't watch it while you're watching me. That's not fair on me. That's disgusting. That would break my heart. Let's start a new goal. I need to do super chats as well. Fuck. Ugh! I need to be careful of time now. Consciousness Inc., thanks for the £5. Huge thanks to Loner and Parry for having a robust exchange in the marketplace of ideas. These conversations are the foundation of our society. True. The Devil, thanks for the 1999. Actually, Dark Money's dumpster fire checkmate. True. Akiko Sanada, thanks for $10. Ah, you see, Loner, I depicted you as the crying Wojak. Jane Socks, thanks for the $10. I'm not upset, you're upset. Honked in Maine, thanks for £10. This is the guy that accused you of seething 10 minutes ago. I wasn't even paying attention. These were fucking going off while I was talking to the guy. I don't know, man. I probably should have ended that call a good bit earlier. But like people like that are just, they're fucking losers. They don't believe in anything. They don't care about anything that they're talking about. They don't have any like insight, or they don't really have any research backing up what they're saying, or they're just there to live in this little fucking weird club where like you're the one who's in the joke and everyone else is kind of like a bit gay, I guess. It's like the equivalent of those like fucking people in school, you know, like it's like these guys. You know these guys?
I'm sure glad my dog isn't gay.
Yeah, maybe you should name your dog Sparkette, Stan.
Gay dog. Hey, Stan, your dog been to any pride marches lately?
Yeah, maybe you should take him to a Barbara Streisand concert. Stupid little gay dog.
Gay dog. Then all you've got is a stupid pig.
Yeah, gay pig too. Stupid gay pig.
They're all stupid anyway. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah, they're all gay.
Hey, Stan, you look almost pretty enough to kiss.
Yeah, you want to be my girlfriend?
Yeah, gravy. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, Miss Jones, me and Dr. Flick here just need to check your vagina. That's gay. Yeah, that's gay. Who is it?
South Park Junior Detectives, we know you have Sarah
Were there
Peterson.
more episodes? I didn't know there were parents. There were parents there who were like, huh, yeah, there were.
Install.
They're playing detective. That's gay. You're gay. If you don't get out of here, we're gonna rip the doll's head off. Yeah. We were playing gynecologists and now we're playing criminals. Yeah, that's gay. We're gay. That's gay.
I got you, Bossy.
No, you didn't.
Did so.
No, because I got special wizard armor on. Oh, they got me. Yeah. We're dead. That's gay.
We're gay. Oh god. And it's fine if you wanna behave like that. If that makes you happy, you know. I respect your journey. I don't know why people like that decide that they're also going to dip their toes into like serious political discourse and act like they've got anything fucking useful to contribute to anything. But you know, at least this guy will fucking cry from the rooftops about his beliefs. At least this man will sacrifice himself on the altar of dignity for socialism. At least Mike is willing to make himself look like the biggest tit on the planet, so long as he advances socialism somehow through his audience. Anyway. Oh god, there's more fucking slop as well, isn't there? There's Aaron and Pisco having a fallout. Oh no. No, wait. Why are you running? Why are you mad, bro? You're so mad. Fallout between those two, didn't see that one coming. Yeah, it's probably over some fucking nonsense. Aaron's been beating him in debates recently, obviously. I definitely believe that. First of all, let's do some news. Okay, come on. We don't have time. News. Fuck! Poland. So there's a slight escalation yesterday. Bit gay behavior from Poland. I mean, Russia. Apparently 19 drones went into Polish airspace and had to get shot down. Tusk talking about it here.
Chcę bardzo mocno podkreślić. Nie ma dzisiaj powodu twierdzić.
I want to emphasize very strongly that there is no reason to
Nie
claim
ma dzisiaj powodu twierdzić, że
we're on the brink of war,
się w stanie wojny.
but there's no doubt that this provocation
Nie ulega
exceeds
wątpliwości, że ta prowokacja przekracza do
the existing boundaries and is incomparably more dangerous
niebezpieczny z punktu widzenia
from Poland's
Polski
point of view than all the others.
wcześniejsze. Ale ta sytuacja
The situation brings us the closest we have been to open conflict since World War II. Wow, true.
po II wojnie
I
światowej.
suppose so. Yeah, 19 Russian drones went into Polish airspace yesterday, and I think 4 of them got shot down, which means Poland has had a lower success rate than Ukraine does when it comes to shooting down drones. Obviously, Ukraine's had more practice; they've had more resources devoted to that. They're more prepared to deal with stuff going into their airspace, but it does mean that Poland has had to kind of quickly scramble their NATO defenses because, again, this was the whole issue about these European countries, like not really picking up the slack or whatever. But I mean, they have been working pretty hard. I think they are either about to or have already triggered Article 4, which means that NATO needs to not retaliate. That would be Article 5. But I think Article 4 is to do with NATO countries getting together so that they can assess the issue and figure out what to do next, as well as to prepare defenses. So it's going to go to the decision-making body. I think it's happened more often. Article 4 has been invoked 7 times in NATO's history. Article 5 only once, and that was after 9/11. Any damages by those drones are not under insurance for Polish civilians. That's kind of shit. That sucks. I think a lot of insurance things don't really handle war damage, do they? Article 4 is leaking DMs. We're going to leak the DMs. I mean, Russia and Poland have had little run-ins in the past. There was a plane that was shot down or like crashed mysteriously with a Polish political leader in it at one point. There were some Russian missiles that hit Poland, but I think this is definitely the worst one. I don't know what Russia's explanation for it has been, apart from just that they're denying that it was like a top-down order, but at least from Putin. But thankfully, NATO have been stepping things up quite a bit recently. There was this whole discourse that was going on recently about the legality of the Baltic defense line. So obviously, geography, between Russia and Poland, there are the Baltic states. There's Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Latvia and Estonia both actually border Russia. Tallinn is very close to St. Petersburg and Moscow. They have had to fortify their border areas recently. And there was a little bit of a dispute, apparently, legally, about whether or not they were too close to civilian areas. So there's had to be this whole justification about the strategic, what do they call it, the strategic shaping. And it definitely does pass the test. It's just that they've had to build up a bunch of layers of defense. Tallinn's not close to Moscow. It's close to St. Petersburg then, right? It's one of the fucking... Okay, wait. Map. Europe. Go. Hit him up. Okay, it's close to St. Petersburg. Fuck you. Sorry for mixing up my Russian cities. I should have known Moscow was there. What an absolute moron. And I think also for Latvia and Lithuania, this means they have to strengthen their border with Belarus as well. So it's not just this, right? It's this as well, because Belarus can be used as a launch pad too. It's quite interesting to see how they've done this though, because what they've done with the border is that they've got this whole layer of defenses, which involves like anti-vehicle, it involves like anti-armor positions, like places where people can fire against tanks and vehicles from, infantry bunkers. They've got trenches, they've got command posts, they've got what they've described as interlocking fields of fire, which I think it's just, I don't actually know what that is, but I think it's like an incendiary kind of like trap thing for vehicles to go over. They've got shelters, obviously, for bombs and artillery for their soldiers. They've got observation towers, ground sensors, drone assets. The problem is that obviously this goes around like quite close to some civilian areas as well. I think it's probably fine though, because the principle isn't that you have a total block on military objectives near civilian areas. It's to the maximum extent feasible. That's the line that gets used mostly by countries like Germany, UK, France, Canada. But the way they've set this up at the border here is basically that these defensive locations, these defensive layers, are designed in a way that they will definitely delay any advance, but that they're not supposed to be like held at any cost, even if there are civilians near and they might die or anything. The idea is that with these 3 layers is that they're designed so that they can abandon certain positions at choice times in a way that like funnels the advance into locations that they believe are easier to defend. So it's quite clever what they've done here, and the fact that they've got like these trench systems and anti-vehicle systems, but yeah, they're designed in a way that they can be the ones who directs where Russia goes when they attack, which I think is pretty cool. And obviously, this legal article here actually talks about some of the kind of like scorched earth. It's like scorched earth on fucking steroids though, right? Because if you're abandoning your positions, like it's to the point that you are the one who decides how they attack you. Like that's kind of what they're doing, yeah. Because it's interesting. I didn't actually know this. I know that Amnesty did this. I didn't know Russia themselves did this. But in Mariupol in 2022, Russia actually accused Ukraine of using human shields. Because when the Ukrainians established their defensive positions in Azovstal, in the steelworks, they were obviously within the city. It was very close to the city. But it didn't really change the fact that Russia was just shelling basically anywhere, including in a shelter that was labeled to see from aerial footage that it had kids in it. And obviously, when reports on places like Mariupol or Ukraine will say we couldn't find any discernible military use for this area, they're more likely to mean it, because like a state like Ukraine is much less likely to be guilty of that overstep. Like it's not really part of their strategy. And yeah, there was this whole like report from the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe that reviewed the siege on Mariupol and spoke to all of the different violations that Russia was taking part on, and also assessing their claims against Ukraine. But yeah, the human shielding thing just wasn't there, even though there were obviously loads of... It's also not to mention, Azovstal was there to delay the attack, but it was also... It was near civilians because the civilians weren't allowed to flee. Like Russia wasn't letting people leave. For quite a while, there was a whole big fucking plea for Russia to open a humanitarian corridor. I think they eventually did, but it took a long time. It's quite insane that we know like less about this area than we know about places like Gaza. That's kind of crazy. We know so little about what fully happened in Mariupol, like how many people died, how much damage was done, because the Russians, when they occupied it and either killed or kicked out the Azov battalion and everyone else, it's just been closed off. Like no one can go in there, no one can assess anything, we can't count the bodies, no one can assess the damage. We only know from, I think, like just leaks or things that are harder to find, that what Russia's doing with this city is like basically just trying to Russify it. They're getting rid of old art murals and replacing them with Soviet or Russian coded murals. They're changing the names of streets. They're selling property actually to developers to build up a new Russian residential life. I think they've already moved settlers into Mariupol. They say they've rebuilt it. Well, they are in the process of rebuilding it. Yeah, they've given permits for construction and all that kind of shit, and for residency. So they are trying. They're making the effort to make it Russia. There's no doubt about that. Putin is absolutely crashing out. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure the entire ethos here from Russia, like militarily, is to terrorize the population. Like that's why they are intensifying their bombings on Ukraine at a time when Ukrainian morale is already low because of the fluctuations and the total unreliability of someone like Trump, right? The reason that they're intensifying now is going to be at least in part because the demoralization is like something that they want to build upon. But it's quite crazy that they're basically just still adopting these like fucking ancient war tactics. But as for old Poland, don't think it's going to result in Article 5 based on my limited knowledge of NATO. Remember, Article 5 was only ever triggered once. Article 4, this is the 7th time, I believe. Poland. They said that 4 of the drones were shot down. Making Poland a villain for leftists should be easy. I don't think Putin cares about swaying left-wing opinion. Putin is, I think with RT and the Russian state media, their whole thing was to sow doubt among everyone. But Putin has clearly been more successful at swaying the American right and the European right than he has been at swaying the left. 100%. The left issue is that they don't care about Ukraine. It's just not interesting to them. It doesn't really cover any of their favorite categories. It doesn't cover the, well, it does, but just not in the way that they like it. It covers imperialism, but not like Western imperialism, that kind of thing. Let's see this. But for the right-wingers, like the right-wingers are absolute fucking Putin glazers. They love Putin. Like, but the guy, fucking Tony Ballamori, or whatever the fuck he's called, the guy who got killed defending Trump at the rally, he was a Putin fan. He was a Putin supporter on his Twitter account.
Meeting with defense and security officials to discuss the violations. He said that although the search for drones is ongoing, there was no reason to panic and the situation is now under control. Well, the incursions happened during Russian attacks on targets in Ukraine, and Ukraine's President Zelensky said it set an extremely dangerous precedent for Europe. Russia is yet to comment. So let's cross over live to Warsaw, to the Polish capital, to speak to my colleague Adam Easton. And although the ongoing situation is now descaled, Adam, obviously this is a huge concern.
Yes, Kasia, this is obviously not the first time that Russian drones have violated Polish airspace, but this is the first time that Polish and NATO allied military aircraft, the Dutch F-35s are currently stationed in Poland, engaged Russian drones and shot them down. This is the first time, as Prime Minister Tusk said in his remarks ahead of the government crisis meeting, this he's described as probably a large-scale provocation by Moscow. Now, the authorities in Minsk, in Belarus, where we know that 2 of these drones have been discovered, Polish police have confirmed one, and local authorities have confirmed another, landed without causing any casualties, but damage to one house quite close to the Belarusian border with Poland, in eastern Poland. We know that the authorities in Minsk have said that they alerted the Polish military that drones had gone off course and were heading towards Poland. But the significance of this, although no casualties have been reported, Mr. Tusk said, this is the first time that so many drones, we don't know exactly how many, President Zelensky in Ukraine said 8, Donald Tusk said a large number, had entered Polish airspace, violating Polish airspace, and had actually been shot down.
Do I trust this man? There's something about the way he's talking that is screaming like I'm a bit shader. I'm a bit of a fucking I'm pulling a fasty on you. Why do I not trust this guy? English, maybe.
So that's the first time that this has happened, and the Polish military called it an unprecedented act of aggression.
So tell me, Adam, then we're not 100% sure if this was a deliberate attempt for Russian drones to stray into Polish airspace. Whatever has happened, however this has got to this position, Donald Tusk and Karol Nawrocki, the new president, they're going to have to be working together in order to try and work out how best to deal with this situation.
That's right, Kasia. Mr. Tusk and President Nawrocki have already met this morning in a meeting of the National Security Bureau, and they are coordinating there. They are from different political camps, of course. They're opponents on the domestic political scene, but when it comes to national security, they're on the same side. And their comments this morning are suggesting a joint effort in terms of response to these incursions overnight. As I said, this is not the first time Poland has been the victim of missile attacks from the war, Russia's full-scale war in Ukraine.
How are they getting to Poland? I mean, it would have gone over Ukraine and into Poland, right? Because Western Ukraine goes into Poland. I don't know if that's 100% sure, but it's the most likely by far. Wait. Why am I such a retard? Does Belarus border... No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm going to guess it doesn't. Europe map. Let's double check. Fuck! It does. Oh well. Boring continent. What can I say? I thought Belarus was like doing some just shit with Lithuania. It does border. Okay. Ukraine published a map of the route. It widely borders, but that's not that wide. Shut up. It's not that wide. It's a little. It's a little titter. It's a tiddler. It's massive. It's not that big. Hey, bro, get over there and get a jiffy. It's a little snack. Eat that for breakfast.
Citizens have been killed just after the war started in 2022, just near the Ukrainian border by the debris of a missile which landed on the Polish territory. And also, once there was a Russian cruise missile.
Wait, stop. Name all the countries that border Ukraine. Russia, Belarus, Moldova, Poland. Oh, God, is it Bulgaria or is it Romania? I don't even remember. It's one of those fucking... I think it's Romania. Is it both? Russia, Belarus, Poland, Moldova, Bulgaria. Hungary's there as well. I think it's both. Yeah, it's 7, right? It's both Romania, Bulgaria. No, it's not Bulgaria, it's Romania. Okay. Is it only 6 countries then? Belarus. Oh, Slovakia. I forgot Slovakia. Okay. Damn. We gotta brush up, dude. That's a massive border as well. How did I forget? Look at the size of it. Fucking huge. You poke someone's eye out with that border.
Reportedly, went all the way to central Poland, hundreds of kilometers over from the Belarusian border, and landed near the city of Bydgoszcz. And this wasn't even discovered until months later by a woman riding a horse in a forest. She discovered it. This was under the previous government. So, and as recently as last weekend, we've had reports of drones or unidentified flying objects landing in Poland. So this is not an uncommon situation. What is uncommon today is how many drones have violated Polish airspace, and also that they've been shot down for the first time.
Okay, Adam, as always, many thanks for that update. Adam Easton there, my colleague, joining us live from Warsaw. So, of course, also important to say that the airports have now been opened. Warsaw's main Chopin airport had been closed. Let's cross over to Kyiv. My colleague Sarah Rainsford joins us live now. And Sarah, this encroachment of these drones into Polish airspace, obviously a huge worry. This is off the back of a large attack overnight, raid of strikes across Ukraine.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is the context. This was part of a massive Russian aerial attack on Ukraine, where Ukraine is saying more than 400 drones were launched by Russia and more than 40 missiles were also fired. So here in Ukraine, people spent the night yet again in shelters, in bunkers, protecting themselves from that attack. And it was as people here were following the progress of missiles and drones on Telegram channels, on the internet, looking at where those things were heading, that they began to see some of them heading towards Poland. It was around about, I think, 1 o'clock in the morning here in Ukraine when I saw that chatter, and I saw people saying, look, these drones are heading some 50 kilometers into Polish territory. And that, for me, was a new turn, I think, in this war, because drones have strayed across the border into Poland before. They've never been shot down, and I don't think they've ever been this deep in Polish territory before, so far as we've been told. So I think, the fact that jets were scrambled not just to monitor the skies, but to shoot those drones down was quite a change. And here in Ukraine, in the past, there has been quite a lot of frustration with Poland's handling of, the threat on its border, if you like, because in the past, as I say, they have scrambled jets, but in some cases, they've kind of watched as the threat has turned back towards Ukraine, and then those missiles and drones, of course, hit here in Ukraine. So this time it is different. This time Poland itself is saying that it was essentially under attack. It's called this an act of aggression, and Poland did take decisive action. So I think the question here is what happens next, and Ukraine certainly is pushing for a tough response from Poland, saying this is Russia testing the West, pushing it to its limits and trying to see how the West will respond.
Yeah, and arguably Volodymyr Zelensky frustrated that despite efforts by Donald Trump to get him and Putin round the table to come up with some kind of ceasefire and peace.
2 weeks. There's no fucking, again, Putin, why would Putin give up now? He's clearly enjoying the advantage and the fact that Ukrainians are demoralized as fuck with the total failure of Trump to be a normal fucking human being towards Ukraine. And in the fact that because of Ukrainian morale, it's allowing Russia to capture, their little bits and bobs of more territory. Like, yeah, why would they give up now when they're at the advantage? You wouldn't do that. Not if you're Putin. There's no sign at all of any kind of internal collapse for some reason. I have no idea how they can keep up this war since Crimea. Not to mention the amount of Russians who have died since 2022. And still not face any kind of notable internal opposition. I don't understand that at all. It's fucking mental. The Soviets were in Afghanistan for how long? 8-10 years before the public was kind of fed up with it. The babushkas crying about not getting their sons and husbands back and brothers. But I don't know. It just feels like it's going to take a lot longer for any of this to happen in Russia. In Ukraine. Very sad.
The Russians continue with these large-scale attacks.
Yeah, and I think we should point out that the attacks have escalated since the attempt by Donald Trump to negotiate some kind of peace to get Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky to the talking tables. In fact, since Donald Trump rolled out the red carpet in Alaska for Vladimir Putin, the attacks here on Ukraine have escalated. So people have been living with this increased danger. And, when you hear the drones overhead, you hear them buzzing, you don't know where they're going to hit. It is extremely scary for people here in Ukraine. And then the missiles, too, which have followed 40 missiles last night. And just last weekend, we know that one of those missiles slammed into the main government building here in Kyiv. There was no one there. It was the middle of the night. But still, I think that was, again, seen as a symbolic kind of escalation by Russia, really, I think, testing Kyiv and Ukraine's resolve, but also its allies in the West, just seeing what response there will be. Because, of course, Donald Trump has promised all sorts of tough action against Moscow, but ever since he rolled out that carpet, ever since Vladimir Putin has done nothing to come to the talking table, the tough response hasn't happened either. So I think in Ukraine, that's what they're waiting for. What will the West do next?
Indeed. Sarah, as always, thank you very much. Sarah Rainsford, our Eastern Europe correspondent, talking to us from Kyiv, and just a number of lines coming out when it comes to those drones that were intercepted over Polish airspace. Italy's foreign minister has said that Italy firmly condemns the violation of Polish territory by Russian drones. Very serious and unacceptable event. And the question is whether this was targeted, whether this was Russia pushing forward, or was this stray drones? And we've got a line from Belarus saying that the Russian drones lost their way and entered Poland after being jammed by Ukrainian defences. The chief of the general staff of the Belarusian armed forces issuing a statement saying that Belarus warned.
Russia said there's no evidence the drones are theirs. Yeah, well, that's a good old Russian propaganda, isn't it? I love it how they don't even try. They don't even try. They're just like, yep. Yeah, we don't like what you guys say. You don't like what we say. They make it easy for you. You know, it's like fair fighting. Oh, I had to do more donos. Did I miss a few? Oh God, more people were yapping about this fucking debate, weren't they? Fuck. JP, thanks for the $4.99. Can I pay to make this go away? Not enough, apparently. Jacob, thanks for the $10. Fantano is a power socialist. He only cares who's in and who's out, who's cool and who's not. They don't care about anything of consequence, only if you parrot the party line and affirm their in-group. Honked in Maine, thanks for £10. Interesting. 3DS Max 23, thanks for the $5. Shaney Moore tweeted exactly this a few weeks after October 7th. Far right are not capable of prosecuting this war and will sabotage any efforts by others. Oh, about the Israeli right-wingers just feeding the fucking Hamas propaganda machine with their retarded behavior, yeah. With their war mongering. Okay. What's this?
Thanks for the follow, Marble.
Thank you. Oh, kick.
Hit that goal and press like, chat.
I think I okay, I see why you sent me. Yeah, I can see the issue with this dude. It's this little thanks for watching screen. It's just the one guy in his chat. It's this screen, isn't it? The purple. What does that remind you of? Oh no, very Lonerbox coded. I see the issue now. Okay. I understand. Now we know. Now we know. That's the grift. I see. And Cello, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And Tash Gordon, thanks for the €10. Hit that goal and press like, chat. That's good advice. You should do that.
Poland about them, which allowed the Polish side to respond promptly to the actions of the drones by scrambling their forces on duty. And I think that's going to be the really big question over, that's the side of the Belarusians, that's what their suggestion is. Obviously, Belarus and Minsk are very in line and in step with what the Kremlin are saying. So just to caveat what Belarus is saying, that the Russian drones lost their way. So, of course, much more details on this, an ongoing story, lots of reaction coming up. We've got a live page on our website as well, and we'll be coming back throughout the day to this ongoing story. But just to say, airports now open back in Warsaw, but there could be some flight delays.
Whoa. That is crazy. I'm probably going to lean towards nothing ever happens, right? Nothing's going to come of that. Russia will say we didn't do it. Poland say, everyone else will say, yes, you did. Don't do it again. And Russia will be like, yeah, we probably shouldn't get Article 5. That's probably not good. Is this the first Article 7 of this war? When has Article 4, sorry, been invoked? Not Article 5. Okay. What are all the times Article 4 has been invoked, triggered, whatever. A 7-article war. Oh no. A 7-article war on 7 fronts. There ain't no way. No. Not allowed. Article 4 triggered 7 times, most recently in February 2022, when all the Central and Eastern European countries consulted following the invasion of Ukraine. So it's the first triggering of Article 4 since the invasion. That's quite big, I guess. Doesn't happen very often with NATO then. So they didn't do it when Russian shit landed in Poland previously. Okay. We'll see. We'll wait for developments. My guess is nothing ever happens. Russia bad. Poland only bad on the inside, but they don't deserve to get struck by anyone. Who is that person in VC? Hang on. You, what were you waiting for? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Greetings from Poland.
Hi.
I just wanted to make a fool of myself. And say a couple of things about our situation here.
Yeah, okay.
Well, first of all, we shot about 4 drones from the sky. The rest kind of just fell down.
Or like in fields or something?
Yes, like in the fields. I think presently like 16 were found throughout the entire day.
Shit.
Yeah. We closed the border with Belarus because, as it turned out, some of the drones even came from Belarus. Yay.
Okay, and what's the mood in the country, given that? Are people preparing for more, or is it just like nothing ever happens?
So, from what I have seen, there are kind of like 3 moods to this. One of them is nothing will come off of it.
Okay.
Second one is probably the most prevalent, and that is the proverbial "fuck Russia." We hate them. For that, there has been a lot of talk, especially in the parliament that I was watching, regarding like activating the Article 4, as we have mentioned before, regarding reaching out to our allies, preparing more for deterrence, yada yada yada. Problem is that even though I see and hear online very often that Poland is like the only member of NATO that is taking the threat seriously, raising their military spending and stuff like that, we aren't ready. We aren't ready at all. We don't have actual drone deterrence system active, or we only have it in prototyping since 2022, and it's still not in. The only reason why we shot these drones down is because we had those Dutch fighters from NATO. So, yes. Military spending also, yeah. It all really depends on what we're buying and for what territory. I am personally a bit flabbergasted by people thinking that we're ready to like defend ourselves from Russia. Currently with Zapad, even we're kind of making a good face to a bad game, so to speak.
How does it play out in elections? Like, do people tend to favor the candidate who is more serious about preparing for an attack, or is it just equal, or what?
Generally, when there is a conflict in Poland, people tend to favor the ruling government, the present government that is trying to handle it. With our previous government, that is Law and Justice Party, there was the trend to follow the same. However, we call it the hybrid war with like the Belarusian intervention on our borders. That happened in the middle of the term, and by the time we got into the elections, they have done quite a lot of other corruption scandals. So for that energy to wind down. But generally speaking, when there's uptick in conflicts, the present government is gaining support in Poland, at least.
Okay. Well, listen, I do have to scoot on quite quickly because I have to be away soon. But I hope you're okay. Good luck to you. Hope you don't get more drones on you.
Hopefully.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think worst case scenario, Russia did this so that they could feel things out in Poland and see if it was actually like a worthy target. But more likely, I don't think they have any interest in drawing NATO further into the conflict. So probably not.
Yeah, but with the largest Zapad training, quote unquote training they want to do currently, there's a big fear that they might actually take over our Suwałki crossing.
Oh yeah.
Or try to do something with it. That is the border between Poland and Lithuania, which is side by side with Kaliningrad and Belarus.
Well,
we
hope it's not that, okay?
That's all I got. Hope that's not that.
Try to help. Okay, fuck. That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if anything changes in the next few days. Okay.
Thanks for having me, and take care.
All good. Bye bye. Skidoodle. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I'm also from Poland. I want to. Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. So I want to address about the elections, but now when the other guy from my country went away, so I don't know. It's we had the election only one pro-Russian guy, and he had no support. I think we are. I don't know. I wouldn't say there much support for Russia or anything. No one is taking their side, and people who are just Twitter trolls and Polish Twitter just big joke and went nuts completely.
Yeah,
today.
I wouldn't expect Poland to have any like pro-Russia population, but it was more like, are there different political groups in Poland that vary based on how much they want to be prepared defensively? Like, are there ones who insist on spending more in defense and taking the threat more seriously, or is it all kind of like equal across political parties?
I would say almost everyone agrees that we have to arm up and all of that. Looking at elections, every candidate said that we should arm up. Just some of them a little less, but overall everyone agrees on that.
Okay. And how do you feel about the recent events? What do you think might happen next?
Nothing really. It's just provocation. If they activate Article 4, and nothing really will happen. Just another day, I would say.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I
just
admire the
going to-
optimism.
yeah.
I think it's, I mean, I'm leaning towards nothing ever happens, but hopefully.
Yeah. I just wanted to say a few words. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Bye.
Bye. Whoa, let's see. Okay. I have to go in like maybe 20 minutes. Okay, what do we have time for? Okay, fuck. Okay. Let's get some links up. Okay, let's speed run. All right, first things first. It's slop o'clock. Okay, listen. One thing at a time. Before we get into the news, the actual newsworthy story related to that, I don't know why someone wants me to watch this. I don't know why this was recommended to me, but it's short enough that we can give it like a second. President Sunday versus Ban Empanada, transphobia. Okay, why not? My favorite men.
Hello everyone. In this video I wanted to talk a little bit about this guy, Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is a leftist, or at least he claims to be, on YouTube, who makes okay video essays on politics, and lies constantly in his live streams and on Twitter about other creators. Despite this, his advocacy for Palestine has made him an uncomfortable bedfellow for a lot of leftists online, and he has grown massively from being promoted by Hassan Piker in particular. I don't blame Hassan for this, even I have at times softened my judgment of him because, after all, the people he is targeting are much, much worse. However, I'm starting to
much worse than the guy whose solution to Israel-Palestine is to kill all the Israelis or put them in camps or deport them. Okay, whatever. Fucking retard. You get what you deserve. Sorry. You get what you deserve. Fucking losers. Okay. Right. I'm taking this story with a pinch of salt because I don't know any details about it. The allegation is that some fucking Hassan viewer who he hung out with for a stream for some football thing, I don't even know, might have made terror threats. Let's just follow the story and see where it gets us.
Is this the guy?
Is it?
It looks like
this, I believe, is the t-shirt that says uprooted.
He's got
no, just rooted.
Hi, are
What's
you the
good?
guy?
Mackie, good to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
What's going on?
Good to meet you, man. There you go, Marsh. Good to meet you.
Marsh,
here you guys go. Kids for you guys.
Let's
Do
go.
you happen to have a tote bag or something?
Yeah. Big
Oh, I would love to.
Oh, you don't want to carry all that around the whole time?
Well, because our bag is just
Let's go.
filled to the brim right now.
Welcome to Ham Chamak. Welcome to Keyworth. Have you guys found the city so far? Good time?
Amazing.
Yeah. It was funny. I was dying earlier when you were talking about the Detroit sign because the whole city got fooled on AI on that. The
Yeah.
concept that everyone saw was AI, and then they put that out, and everyone was like, dude.
Okay, that's the thing is, it's ass.
No.
Okay, so apparently that guy, the allegations are that this guy is a terrorist. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. This is a very short article about him or someone who is allegedly him. I don't even know if they're the same person. Same glasses or similar glasses, similar face, similar hair, mustache. Maybe. I'm not really the guy to make these judgments usually. Michigan
Developing
man.
story tonight, a Michigan man has been charged in Illinois with making a terrorist threat. 25-year-old Jarrett Mackey of Detroit is facing 11 counts. Mackey was charged in connection to businesses in Illinois receiving threatening phone calls of active shooters and bomb threats. Police say those calls caused fear and disruption at those businesses, causing many to close early. 25-year-old Austin Blair of Illinois was also charged. He is facing the same 11 counts of making a terrorist.
So is this guy like, is there any determination if this is like a serious dude or is he just like a fucking idiot doing dumb shit, like doing dumb pranks, criminal pranks? The investigation began in July when businesses began receiving threatening phone calls. Police say the threats caused many businesses to close early. Police determined the phone calls came from a home in East Alton, Illinois. On Wednesday, September 3rd, police executed a search warrant on the 200 block of Niagara Street in East Alton. Evidence was seized and Blair was arrested. On September 6th, that's 4 days ago, Mackey was located at the Worldwide Technology Raceway in Madison, Illinois. Arrested and taken to Madison County Jail, charged with 11 counts of making terrorist threats. Blair received the same charges. A preliminary hearing is set for October 3rd. In Illinois, making a terroristic threat is a Class X felony. Damn, that's huge. Class X. That's one of the worst ones. I don't know. Punishable by 6 to 30 years in prison. Dude, that's a long time. He has been released on pre-trial conditions. Illinois does not have cash bond. Okay. So the judge doesn't consider him dangerous enough that they're going to keep him until the trial. Okay. There's a longer article about him here. Was he what kind of businesses was he targeting? Fucking hell, mate. Ad block. Adcock. Refresh. Charged with 11 Class X felonies for decline. Madison County terrorist threats. "11 felonies that allegedly occurred between July 28th and August 27th in Madison County. The incidents occurred in Bethalto, allegedly involving communicating to employees and patrons of the Taco Bell in East Alton that a dude with a big gun was walking toward the store. On the same day, he threatened that a shooter was coming to the McDonald's and the Sonic in East Alton." Why? So Taco Bell, McDonald's, and Sonic? I don't know what Sonic is. July 28th, allegedly threatened that an active shooter... Oh no, he said active. Wow. Hassan viewer, active. He would have said actively. An active shooter is actively. Okay. He hasn't said actively enough to be Hassan viewer, actually. Maybe. Sonic is just another fast food place. Would in 5 to 10 minutes be at the Casey's in the 300 block of E. Edwardsville Road in Wood River. The Taco Bell, McDonald's, and Sonic in East Alton are located in the 100 block of Niagara Street. Allegedly involved in threatening to shoot up the store, referring to the Domino's Pizza in the 300 block of West St. Louis Avenue in East Alton. Mackey was allegedly involved in, again, threatening that a shooter was coming to the Sonic in East Alton. Allegedly involved in making a subsequent threat of a shooter coming into the McDonald's in East Alton. This guy's getting better at his job, isn't he? He's developing a taste for it. Allegedly involved in making a threat to the workers at the Domino's, saying someone was coming to blow their heads off. Runway Lounge, Domino's, Runway Lounge. Man, this guy is this guy just insane? Or what is there any logic behind these targets? Let's see. This apparently is his Twitter account, and it's privated. Tweets protected. Jarrett Mackey. Sports information director and content producer at Detroit City FC, Michigan State University alumni. 1,000 posts, 2021. Okay, he's a conservative Twitter poster. Okay. So, what's the full? This is the full stream apparently of them hanging out. What was he saying? What was he saying to our boy
this
Piper?
guy? Oh, is this the guy?
Isn't this the guy?
It looks like it. He's got credentials.
He's showing me around.
Are you the guy?
Mackie, good to meet you guys.
Nice to meet
What's going on?
Right, he called himself Mackie.
There you go, Marsh.
Okay.
Good to meet you.
Marsh,
Here you guys go.
That's not right.
Let's
Do
go.
you happen to have a tote bag or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to.
Oh, you don't want to carry all that around the whole time?
Well, because our bag is just
Let's go.
filled to the brim right
Okay,
now.
we saw this. Okay.
40 grand in the food court for you.
Oh yeah,
so.
we can't.
Oh, he's talking about food areas.
FDR opened it. It was kind of in disrepair, and then we crowdfunded like $750,000.
Right, wait,
Literally just looks like a sign you would it looks like a sign you would have outside of a high school.
Was it nighttime or daytime? Was the sun out when you saw it?
No, it was nighttime.
Like Mac said, they put lights in.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they put lights
I mean, we saw it.
So Keyworth, it was actually the first work project administration.
Want to give him the mic?
In Michigan. It was the first WTA project finished in the state of Michigan. FDR opened it. It was kind of in disrepair, and then we crowdfunded like $750,000. How does this? Yeah. To renovate it in 2016, and we play here. The team plays here, and we have a ton of youth events out here, and 40 grand in the food court for you.
Oh yeah,
so.
we can't wait. We got to get that.
How you doing? We're all
They called it scran, like for food. What's
going on?
You watch one? I mean, obviously from Turkey, like Besiktas, like Galatasaray, like what's happening?
Fenerbahce is my family team, but I'm not.
I did not know. I thought scran was a Scottish word. Okay.
I'm not a big soccer guy. So why football club and not soccer? Is that normal?
So everywhere else in the world is football club.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we would look silly if like we were soccer club. You know what I'm saying? Amongst all the sea of.
That's what I heard. The
football,
Balkan House.
The Doner Kebab from Balkan House.
Right?
Huh?
Doner Kebab.
Yeah, on Instagram. Yeah, the Doner Kebab from Balkan House, man.
Yeah, we go. What's going on? What is this? Oh, thank you so much. He'll definitely have a beer, bro. Don't act like you don't want a beer right now.
We're all on the job a little bit.
Dog, you do way worse shit than drink beer on the job. Okay.
What kind of phone is this, bro?
It's an Android. What are you doing?
I can tell. All right. There you go.
Thanks. Nice to meet you, man.
I live in the neighborhood if you ever need any info.
All right, thank you.
So, so you're enjoying the city so far?
Yeah.
You said, yeah?
It's beautiful.
It's like funny, like, you know, there's this like stigma that comes with it nationally. I'm sure, like, you're telling people, you know, you're coming to Detroit, and they probably lose some trepidation, but
yeah, well,
that's how it is. Every
it's
like,
just
black and brown
interesting.
city, right?
Yeah, like Chicago. We go to Chicago, people are like, oh, you go to South Side, it's like dangerous.
Yeah.
And then you go, and it's fucking awesome.
Well, I moved to the city, and like I had my parents down once a week, and like my dad's like, people walk dogs here. I'm like, yeah, like people live here, you know. It's like
I mean, we don't have to just go to the Balkan House. So why'd you suggest this one?
It's just their doner kebab is unreal. Their doner wrap's unreal. Footy Scran. This is Footy Scran.
Do Americans just call it doner? Do they call doner kebab doner? What if you mix it up by mistake with like an organ donor, and you end up giving fucking seasoned marinated lamb meat instead of a heart to a guy? Fuck.
Every time we're on Footy Scran, it's
weird.
Okay.
Every single time.
What are some other highlights of this?
So Bob Fair's a pretty special one to us. Just a local guy who started a food truck and now has 2 locations across the city. That's you know, East African food. The tacos, you can't go wrong. Beignets if you're looking for something sweet. Woo. And then like Polish sausages and whatnot right there. And then, you know,
cracked egg, chicken strips.
Can't go wrong. It seems like.
Everyone's down in that pizza, I see.
How are the Germans?
Is that the Detroit pizza? No.
And like there was some questionable takes in your chat about Detroit pizza, like not to be that guy, but like Jets is national. They sold out. Buddy's kind of sold out a little bit too, but good spot in Courtown. If you guys are making your way to Courtown at any point, Grandma Bob's, Michigan and Trumbull. I'm being that guy. Michigan and Trumbull, Grandma Bob's, check it out. Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, let's get some doner kebab then.
Sweet. And then yeah. Hook you up with a kit. Yeah. We'll get you over there. I'll go do some free work on that. If you guys want to get food, we'll link back up and I'll get you guys back out there.
All right.
Yeah. I'll find you. You guys will be hard to miss.
I didn't eat that much, so I could eat. You want to take some bites, and then I'll kill it.
I'm so full, but I'll. You know,
hold the camera for 2 seconds.
I failed in hitting those extra reps with the children that I was balling against.
You did.
I can't fail again with those extra reps here. I'm a real ass eater. Okay.
You are a real ass eater.
I'm a real eater. If I fail on these extra reps here, what am I? I'm a failure. Wait, you stay in line for a second. I gotta throw this out.
Sorry. So when is this guy?
Hi.
I'm guessing this guy has nothing
I'm
interesting.
Turkish.
Right? How do you pronounce? You think you can bait me into trying to pronounce make a fool of myself on stream? Absolutely not. Never happened.
Are you right for a collab then? Shipped him off 2 months later.
Was he Turkish?
I don't know. It's a good question.
He must be.
He played out in Oakland though, actually.
So yeah, we'll grab those.
Yeah.
Grab a beer real quick and then hit the field.
Yeah. Whenever time for that white tent in the middle of those shipping containers. So all like the sweets and stuff here are old refurbished shipping containers. So like our owner just like found these that we're gonna go to no use and we put it into a bar and sweet on the other side. So you'll meet us over there and then we'll get you on the field area. So sweet.
Let's go.
So he's giving him some kind of football
opportunity.
Okay. Go order the beignet.
Here's a lineup.
Like actual football, not American football, soccer. Is that what we're doing? That's crazy.
You have no motion with the Japanese aunties.
Black Japanese.
The Blasian Japanese.
You were in Dearborn earlier?
I'm gonna need your
I think Josh
Oh, wow. I mean, we're almost done. Might as well.
What's the... I'm not a big Tullamore Dew guy, but...
Is everything okay?
Just salt.
It's fucking great.
Come in.
It's like a strawberry cream soda. It's pretty good.
Put this in the tote, maybe. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm in Detroit.
Oh, hey, welcome.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, there's a guy over there.
Yeah, welcome to Detroit. So,
This is amazing.
yeah, this is our home. Yeah, so,
Is there anywhere we can post up? Maybe like over there?
Maybe over there, just for space, yeah. So like, you know, any stadium in the middle of an... Yeah, so like one of the things we've done is we think, you know, every kid is just a club they shouldn't grow out of. It's kind of our motto, right? Like the kids that are here and about to run onto the field, like they're looking up to these guys, right? And then hopefully someday they can, you know, be a part of it and tap into it themselves. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool to be a part of it. Really.
They say you guys have ultras?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah,
they said they're like super leftists or mad leftists.
Yeah.
That's what my chat was saying.
Really? So they're saying nice things about us, I hope?
Yeah. No, they said the Detroit Football Club is ultras that are mad leftists.
Yeah, so we
this Union night, is that what you said?
Yeah. For Labor Day, I think every Labor Day weekend we do Union night.
yeah, $5 tickets for all the unions. Our honor captain was somebody, I think, with the IDW.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's funny, like you asked the chat, like, what do they call Detroit? And everyone's spamming Motor City, and it's like all like union auto workers, like my dad's UAW, and like Union Night, IBW has a suite I've been in a while, so they're popping out about.
Wow.
Yeah, it's stuff.
This is awesome. So this isn't Major League Soccer. This is
No. Yeah. So we play in the USL Championship, which is like D2. But like, you know, the team started in 2012. Him and four of his buddies like just threw money together through a neighborhood soccer league, right? You want to tell that?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
You want to give him the mic?
Yeah.
You can hold it.
You just hold on to it. So yeah.
Yeah, speak into it. Yeah.
So I started a neighborhood soccer league, adult recreational, back in 2010. Ideas like community organizing and promoting the neighborhoods in Detroit, and that took off. A couple years into it, me and four other buddies had the idea over beers of like Detroit doesn't have a team, so like why don't we start one? So we chipped in like $2,200 and just a bunch of sweat equity, roping in friends, do all kinds of stuff, and then like an amazing supporter culture kind of grew up really quickly around us, and now we went from like weekend amateur team to fully professional in 14 years. So yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah. It's been
Okay, this is really fucking boring. What? So some fucking Hassan fan tour guide, whatever, for one day is making threats to a bunch of different franchises. Okay. Whatever. I guess the guy's with him for a good while. Like, maybe they say something interesting. Doesn't seem like the guy just wanted to talk about politics that much. So it might not be ideological or whatever, but let's see.
Free kick.
Oh, wait, we got a free kick right now?
Dangerous position too.
What a nice evening.
Oh shit.
Oh, you got a pretty decent audience for football in the United States. That's quite cool. Sorry, soccer.
Yeah, it was
soccer.
I thought it was like it was pretty. You know, it's nice, but it's like a college town. But this is where the real action is. This is where it's got a lot.
Are the guys still here? He's here all the way to the
Dearborn
end.
thing is doing an American tour.
Well, put in a good word for us, eh?
Oh, yeah, I will. That's the thing. That's how it goes, though. Usually, like one streamer.
Great job, though, showing the culture.
Oh shit! Oh no! Fuck! Poor guy.
Fuck it out.
Locked it in, son. That chant. Whoa, dude! He fell.
He fell super hard.
Oh, fight.
Oh shit! That guy went for a tumble.
What is that? How did this happen? What happened?
Fell. Oh, fight. Whoa! Do we get active? Did he fly? Look at me. Give the referee
Maybe he dived
eyeglasses
though, did he?
and give his hand. Put his hand. A dictionary.
It's for VAR. What's that?
Be the VAR.
I'm asking.
That's a.
I had the footage.
Get kicked out. 13. All right.
Awesome.
Hold on.
the best way possible.
This place is amazing. No, I'm telling you, it feels like when we were driving around, we were like, where the fuck's this stadium? Like, this is like a suburb.
That's the thing. I used to get my haircut a couple houses over. 36. It was the first WPA project completed in Michigan. So FDR actually came.
It feels like we stepped into a different universe.
Yeah.
You go to a game in a...
Get out of here and on!
Come here tomorrow morning. There'll be like 20. Yeah, neighborhood kids all day, every day, just taking PK spots.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck that. Waste of time. Well, it's a good thing that we have that Hassan's got in a kind of position where it doesn't really matter what anyone in his audience or one of his fans or someone he's hung out with for an evening was doing, because no one's gonna give a fuck. Whatever. Dan will tweet about it. Send it to the New York Times. Tell about your research on IP. Well, I'm almost finished my second full book on pre-Herzl, or mostly pre-World War I, I guess, Palestine. But it's a lot of it is pre-Herzl. So, yeah, 2 full books on, what, like 20 fairly uneventful years of history. Before the Zionists were even called Zionists. Ugh. So that's going quite well, learning quite a lot. Learning a lot of firsts. You know, the first settlement, the first agricultural settlement, the first big fight between the communities, the first ever Arab protest against Zionism, the first Zionist who acknowledged Arab collective identity as an obstacle to Zionism. the first anti-Zionist published poem, the first anti-Zionist novel, the first Arab nationalist novel book. Charlie Kirk might have been shot. What? Wait, stop laughing. That's really bad. Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event. This is 11 minutes ago from a website I've never heard of before. Dean Withers is saying it. Uh-oh. There's a video. Hassan really doing anything to avoid debating? Now that would be, if the shooter is a Hassan fan, if that terrorist is a Hassan fan, that would be newsworthy. Not this guy. We don't care about this guy. Okay, stop joking. You shouldn't shoot people. It's bad. Charlie Kirk shot at the end of this video. Do you know how many transgender Americans? Oh God. They're obsessed. This camera is fucking useless. Mass shooters over the last 10 years. Okay. Jesus Christ. That was a loud shot. Okay, so that doesn't show you anything. It's an old bald Manny. It's an old Manny. The fuck? Oh, apparently, yeah, there's a picture of him as he got shot. His neck, like, flails.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh, yeah, he properly got shot, yeah.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run. Oh. Counting or not counting gang violence?
Yeah, he got shot. He said counting or not counting gang violence, and he got shot. And this is the guy who shot him, apparently. Where did he get shot? I mean, it looks like upper half, but... Right to remain silent. Okay, he's prepared. He knows what to say. No, it's not Tim Waltz. Fuck off. According to witnesses, yeah. We don't actually know for 100% it was him, obviously. I guess we'll know very soon because Charlie's a big name and all that shit. Damn. How old is that guy? I don't know. He looks old. Looks old. Oh God. You know, like the worst scenario is if it turns out to be like a fucking Horst Wessel situation where, you know, young conservative wonder child becomes a martyr for fucking like brown shirt behavior and shit like that. Is, oh God. I think only bad things can come from something like that. Yeah, he was shot in the, well, people are saying he was shot in the neck. It looked like he was shot in the upper half, chest or neck. Charlie is not a child. I mean, he's like, you know, conservative youth. You know what I'm fucking saying? Jesus, shut the fuck up. Shut up! Charlie Kirk's younger than me. It's a Lonerbox viewer. Dude, if it's a Lonerbox viewer, I guess we meme through it. That's what we do. Don't think it's a Lonerbox viewer. Shut up. Suspect is in custody. Well, okay. That's something. Well, we're not getting to do the straight raid Pisco thing. Don't shoot people, chat. I know, eh? Don't do it. Not even if they're very cringe. I was just thinking about the Mike from PA thing. Ending the stream. Well, thanks for all your support and super chats and donations after someone's gotten shot. Fuck me. Sorry. Can't help myself. Go to Podscom because he's doing the Pisco Aaron stuff. Okay. I guess we'll do that tomorrow or later tonight. Who knows? Might come back later tonight. I feel like I haven't streamed enough. 5 hours, 9. Wait, I haven't done my my Wordle. I haven't done Wordle or connections. Let's do the puzzles. Come on. Ugh. Okay. Wow. No. Sorry, stop. Excuse my vowels. Good, good. Okay, okay. Pout? Really? Yeah, okay. Well, no issue, guys. No issue. No problem. No one in chat even said it. I didn't even need to turn chat off because I knew I'd be way ahead of you guys. Fucking idiots. Okay, we're turning chat off. We're doing connections. We have to go solo for this one. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Donkey barrel fly, Doolittle. Donkey Kong. No. Race. Fully shame. Bad. Tut. Tut tut. Huh. Zip. Cobra. Tsk. Cake. Akeem. Well, there is tsk. Tut. 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 Shame. It's all like, that's bad. Some things you say when someone's being a cunt. Donkey barrel. This no. Kong Foley. Foley is a character from fucking Artemis Fowl. Mick Foley. Dr. Doolittle. Are there any other doctors here? Is Dr. Foley a thing? Dr. Donkey? Dr. Kong? No. Dr. Cobra? No. Well, zip and fly, but what else? No, I don't think anything else works with that. Cake. I don't think, what does cake go with? Shameful, bad, race. You can race, you can fly. Like zip, maybe zip tie? I don't know. Is that what that thing's called? Kong, they'll be to do with like an animal thing, right? Cobra, Kong, Foley, Akeem, maybe? Not even close. Jesus. Let's try this. Disapproval. Fuck me. Oh. Is it tut or tut though? Excuse me. How does it would just be one tut. No, you'd say tut. Or would you say tut? Am I going to waste all my goes on the fucking tutting? Wait. I did this and it was 3. But yeah, it's one of these ones that has to go. Fuck. Shame. Tut. Bad. Single syllables, maybe. Fuck you! Already guessed? Oh, wait. Fuck's sake, man. That's horrible. Why would you do that to me? Okay. Doolittle. Little. Honky. Ache. Holy. Zip. Okay. Is there anything king other than King Kong? King Akeem? King Foley? No. King Cobra? Well, it is a king thing. I just don't know what the other two would be. It would have to be... Oh, King Tut. King Tut. But then is it Foley or Akeem? King Akeem? It must be, because who the fuck is King Foley? Who is King Foley? Who's King Akeem? Okay, we know what that one is. I just can't do it right now because I'm scared. Barrel. I don't think it's Foley. I think Foley is a character. I think it's Hakeem. I don't care. Let's just... Oh, not even 3. Wow. Eddie Murphy. Oh, it was King. King Cake. Okay, I don't care. Die. There's a video he's dead. Wait, really? Who's saying he's dead? A fucking Facebook post from 1 month ago. That's not... I mean, it looks like he got shot in a pretty bad area, so he might be a way to die. Look at Twitter. Why the fuck would I look at Twitter to see if Charlie Kirk is dead? Are you stupid? His condition won't be known. It won't be known. They won't know. Okay, I have to go. Oh, wait. Not safe for life view. Uh-oh.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh. Oh. Okay, he's dead. Oh my god. He is 100% dead. Holy shit. Okay, he's dead. He's dead. 100%. I just watched someone die. Okay. Fuck me. Okay, Jesus. I need to go. Fuck. All right, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.